Every time, everything starts exactly the same. A gloomy sky, a damp frost that has just appeared, an empty garden. At that moment, the girl returned once again to her unhappy life. For the umpteenth time in a row, she became a 17-year-old girl. At first, she simply hoped that someday everything would end, after which she began simply trying to escape the endless circle. After more than 100 loops, the girl started going crazy and even forgetting her own name. When the lady woke up, she saw her own maid in front of her, whom she had seen for over 100 years. She understood that today, according to the plot, the girl was supposed to turn 18, but she did not consider it a happy day. The girl remembered very well that 100 years ago she woke up in a novel, but now she could not get out of it in any way. Karen Hare in this novel was her father's only daughter, and the girl had also dreamed of true feelings her whole life. It was because of this that the heroine ended her relationship with the fiancé, who was not chosen by her, because their relationship was terrible. But after this, she has to become the maid of the daughter of one of the richest aristocrats, for which she suffers many humiliations. After a while, the maid finds her true love and finds happiness in life. But it is on the last page that the girl dies because she has to drink poisoned wine. A few moments later, Care opens her exhausted and tired eyes, finding herself once again at the start of her journey. After that, the girl lives her life her own way, overcoming all pains and fears to reunite with Raymond. However, the end was always waiting for her, no matter who she stayed within her life. In any of the outcomes, her efforts to survive led her to die in various ways, be it by fire or by falling from a height. Every time she wakes up in the garden, she always has the same coin in her mouth. When the maid noticed this coin in her mistress's hands, she asked the girl what it was for, to which Care replied that it was a good luck coin. At one point, the maid told the hostess that she loved guessing the future with them, after which she suggested she do the same. After which she told the essence of the divination, where if it landed on heads, then everything in life turned out great, and if it landed on tails, it was the opposite. Upon learning of such divination, Care tossed a coin and then saw heads on it, which annoyed both girls. When it was time for the lady to wash up and get ready, she started thinking about what would happen to her this time. After the washing procedures, the maid told the girl that no one except Dulan could understand the mistress so well because they were engaged since childhood. Suddenly, Kate invited her personal maid to swap partners because both guys were quite handsome. Then she added that it was just a joke, because the girl perfectly understood that this particular maid would tear anyone apart for her fiancé. During all the procedures, the reincarnated girl thought about how painful this process was. Suddenly, the attendant asked the girl, for whom she was dressing up like this right now, if all these efforts were not for the engaged man, then most likely it was someone else. The maid always wanted the best for her mistress, which is why she tried to put her in perfect order. After completing all the painful grooming procedures, Hare asked the girl how she looked. After a while, the lady went out to the main hall again, where she would have to meet the hated fiancé again. Due to her disgusted face, she was constantly told that such facial expressions were inappropriate for young ladies. But at that moment, Kyer stopped her fiancé by telling him that since they were not married yet, he couldn't order her around. However, Dulan began giving the girl the same sermons that a true wife must be submissive and faithful to her husband. At that moment, the only thoughts in the lady's head were how the same ceremony was repeating itself for the umpteenth time, which made it seem like she was in hell. Suddenly, the future husband drew her attention again and told the girl to stop counting crows and return to this world. Karen began to pray to herself that she would eventually accept her new reality and stop behaving this way. Dulan took his future wife's hand and told her that even if both parties did not wish to be together, they had no other choice. Care looked at the boy silently and sadly, and began simply observing everything that was happening and remembering what happened before. A lady's fiancé stepped on her foot for the 45th time, which outraged her as much as the first time. The servant dropped the tray of drinks for the 78th time, breaking several glasses. At that moment, Dulan called the girl again, telling her to at least start smiling somehow and look happy. She perfectly understood that this was precisely why many rumors started about who Dulan really was, which made people pity Karen Hare. Suddenly, the boy told the girl that what he hated most was when he was taken so blatantly for a fool. When Karen realized that this was already the 100th coming-of-age ceremony, she suddenly grabbed Dulan by his outfit. She abruptly led him into the room, saying nothing, but deep in her soul, she perfectly understood that she had never tried anything new. When her fiancé asked where they were going, the lady simply said that since they had been engaged for a long time, that question was out of place. When they reached her room, Kyra was well aware that only she and no one else would remember this moment. She decided to do something she hadn't allowed herself before, so she immediately fell onto Dulan, starting to untie the ribbons in his hair. Lady Karen only wanted to learn something new during all the time she lived in this girl's body, so as not to go crazy. After the engaged couple completed their business, Delan informed the girl that he would not take any responsibility because the initiative was not his. The girl, looking at him, immediately realized that his behavior was quite expected for his character. When the boy and the girl left the room, Hare informed the boy that about 3 more dances awaited them. At that moment, people discussed why the girl stayed with Dulan, after which they came to the conclusion of inheriting the lands. And the title. Someone had heard rumors about how the Lord himself sold his personal belongings just to pay for his daughter's education. Returning to the hall, Dulan offered his hand to the girl and told her it was time to dance again. When Care extended her palm toward the boy, there were thoughts in her head that this time Dulan was acting without complaint. Hearing many jokes from the public about their dance, the lady expected the formidable boy to put on a show again, which did not happen this time. But at that moment, a waiter passed behind Dulan carrying drinks on a tray, and both boys immediately collided, making the girl realize that everything was going exactly the same as before. Without thinking much, the lady reached out her hand to the boy, thereby helping him get up from the floor. At that moment, she expected Dulan to start yelling at the servant who spilled the drinks, and dropped his master. But suddenly, after thinking for a few seconds, Dulan told the servant to get out of here as soon as possible. After which, having dusted himself off a little, the boy presented himself to the lady, telling her that he was ready to continue dancing with her. At that moment, people again began to whisper that he was not ashamed to offer nothing after this. But at that moment, Care's eyes began to shine for the first time. The future husband himself suggested continuing the dance instead of simply leaving. He suggested that if a person who hasn't changed for 99 years has changed, others can change too. Bright red, long and fiery hair, violet eyes. This is exactly how Karen looked the whole time. The girl, having spent 100 years in this body, noticed several patterns that occurred quite frequently. To begin with, each of her new lives after death starts in the same garden, no matter how she died. The girl, having lived approximately 1 year, always had to die in the end, and return to the beginning. Furthermore, after each of her rebirths into herself, a coin with a certain number appears in her mouth. Karen began to assume that if she managed to break the system, she could stop all this hell. Previously, she tried to somehow change her appearance and destiny, tried to gain weight, do charity work, or even run away. There were even suicide attempts to end this vicious circle as soon as possible, but nothing worked. The girl dreamed of taking revenge on those who let her rot in bed, even forgetting to visit her or help her. But deep down, she couldn't understand how it was possible to punish people for something they hadn't done yet in this life. During the girl's 48th life, Dulan broke off his engagement with the lady after treating her wound, but without deciding to bandage it. After this, Karen spent that year completely in bed with a fever and severe pain, while trying not to overburden the servants. But in the end, she died one of the most miserable deaths, or rather due to blood poisoning caused by a boar bite. In her 58th life, Isla was outraged that Karen had deliberately tried to steal her Raymonade. Although the girl did not kill her personally and directly that time, she made her suffer a lot and humiliate herself in front of others. One of Isla's orders was for the servants to pour boiling water on air so that no one could ever love the girl again. In the 18th life, what happened was that Verdict himself, who is Isla's father, decided to attack Karen with an axe to destroy everything. This monster entered the lady's chambers on the very day of her engagement to Raymond himself, after which he was going to attack her. He shouted that it was she who stole her own daughter's happiness, so now she would have to pay the full amount. Karen began to wonder more and more about when this story would end, and the girl could live in peace. She also realized that too many people wanted her dead, which only made her heart feel worse. Although no one in this life had hurt Karen before, she was not going to forgive them so easily for their sins against her. They didn't remember how they had killed her previously, but she perfectly remembered all their terrible offenses towards her. Although she would have to take revenge on countless people, The girl simply had plenty of time for it. Taking the coin, Hare wondered why she hadn't thought before about the fact that she could start taking revenge. In this life, the lady wanted to do everything the worst way for those who did terrible things to her. And revenge fit right in here. She realized that she hadn't thought about it for one reason. The girl believed that love can change the world and people, but this would be an absolutely wrong answer, because it wasn't love that changed the world, but only death. On her 117th birthday, Karen decided to become an assassin, thus changing her own plot. After a while at the Empire's borders, they discovered that one of the horses was wounded, from which it could no longer get up. Isla's father was well aware that this was very bad news for him and for his army. At that moment, his own daughter got out of the carriage towards her father and asked what had happened at that moment. Suddenly, Verdict told the girl that they would have to leave this place on foot, because it was impossible to arrive without a horse. After walking for a while to the place, Isla began to complain that she was tired. From that moment on, she no longer wanted to go to these places. But the father began to tell the girl about the riches of this area, because one of the most fertile soils was located here. If the ruler managed to obtain these lands, he would happily entrust their management to his daughter. Moreover, this information could serve as a very good lesson for Isla herself before her wedding. At that moment, the girl began to think that her beloved might pay attention to her the moment she started ruling the lands. She suddenly told her father that she would do everything possible to become an exemplary mistress. After a while, in the church, the ruler was informed that the negotiations had ended, and why they could go rest. The negotiator thanked his accomplice and told him that only in 6 months would they see each other again. But the ruler replied that for such a long wait, the properties would have to pay a sufficient amount of money. While Isla's father was talking to the minister, the girl noticed that this church was very dilapidated and old. Her plans after receiving the property were to restore the city and give it an elegant look. Suddenly, she heard girls talking about some beauty, which greatly attracted the princess's attention. After following them, the girl saw that in front of her there was a crowd admiring something. Heading to the center, Isla saw a charming girl sitting doing something in a decrepit place. When one person called this girl, she turned around, thus showing her angelic nature. At that moment, Isla realized that this was not just some girl, but Lord Hare's own daughter. When she realized that this girl was incredibly beautiful, without all the jewelry and outfits, she began to get angry at this. Deep down, Isla only wanted one thing for Karen. She wanted to turn the girl into her personal scapegoat. At the same time, Kyre heard the temple servants' prayers and said that all people should not sin at all. After the prayer service ended, Karen began to think that God hadn't heard her prayers before, which left her in a difficult situation. Suddenly, her future husband loomed over the girl and told her not to dare profane the holy prayer service with her heresy. At that moment, the girl pushed Dulan away from her, thinking that the boy himself was profaning it with his personal performance. A couple of minutes later, Isla approached Karen, called her, and introduced herself to the girl, with the false hope that they could get along. Kyre also introduced herself to the princess and told her what kind of guy was next to her. It turned out that Isla knew very well that the lady was going to marry, but couldn't fathom that she was marrying Dulan. After all, Karen was still that beauty, but the girl was destined to spend her whole life in this interior. But without deciding to state things as they were, the princess told the girl that the boy was very suitable for her. Care thanked the girl for the umpteenth time, surprising her again with her behavior. Moreover, Karen saw very well how nicely Isla dressed to go to church, thus telling herself that she hadn't changed at all. Without thinking twice, the lady came up with the idea that in the future she might hang the girl, and she would shine like a silver bell. At that moment, Isla told her that she could perfectly see that she couldn't take her eyes off the jewelry she wore around her neck, after which she cheerfully began telling the lady that it was a gift from her beloved fiancé. But instead of the expected reaction, Karen simply hugged her fiancé and told the princess about it. That was very nice, but there was only one thought in her head, that she would soon hang Isla by this very necklace. Only this necklace will be to blame for everything, because that's why the girl will die. But the princess shouldn't get angry either, because Karen will take care of everything and return it to her hand. After a while, upon leaving the palace, people began to say that they hadn't seen a smile on Karen's face in a long time. Absolutely everyone who saw the relieved and cheerful Karen Hare at that moment thought so. It seemed to many that the scarlet petals of the young flowers were torn from her hands and fingers completely by accident. But it turned out that it was that day when Karen was able to commit her first murder. The next morning, Isla tried to find her necklace, but her attempts were unsuccessful. She perfectly understood that the day before she had put it on in the church, where she met Karen. At that moment, the maid entered the room and said it was time for morning procedures. But then the princess asked the maid how she got home yesterday and in what condition she was. After which, she immediately attacked the maid, shouting that she had lost her favorite necklace. However, the attendant calmly said that all the girls' things should be in the dressing room. After which, Isla ran to the huge wardrobe, trying to find her necklace there. When she told the maid that she couldn't find it there either, she simply replied that in that case she couldn't do anything else. After which, she invited the guests to wash up before breakfast, because it was starting very soon. But Isla was horrified by these words. She immediately attacked the maid, telling her that she shouldn't even dare to be insolent with her. The girl also hit her maid and began to ask if she had stolen that necklace. The angry girl shouted at the maid and ordered her to immediately return the stolen item. At that moment, Karen entered the room and asked both girls what the noise was about. And Sella immediately started shouting at her that she couldn't find her favorite necklace. After which, the lady looked innocent and asked the princess which necklace she was talking about. But the girl again started complaining that she had been looking for it everywhere, but she couldn't find it anywhere, even though it had recently been there. After which the princess told Karen that her maid was acting very suspiciously. Also at that moment, the maid told her mistress that she didn't really steal the necklace, because she didn't need it. At that moment, Care told everyone that the free servants began to search the whole house for the necklace, and she knew very well that this necklace was much more important to her than some kind of breakfast, so she wasn't in a particular hurry to eat it. However, she saw the looks behind the standing servants, who were clearly displeased with the princess's spoiled behavior. At the same moment, Karen Hare told Isla not to touch this maid anymore, because she was her personal one. After which, the girl simply looked away, not knowing what to reply to the young lady. At that moment, the servants searching for the necklace were outraged by the fact that this girl had just arrived, but immediately caused such a commotion. In the evening, when the princess realized that they had never found her jewelry, she told her father and asked him to make a decision. However, the father couldn't understand what his daughter was demanding of him, because he couldn't jeopardize the whole affair. But Isla insisted that she couldn't leave it like that because it was a gift from her future fiancé. The father, despite this, told the princess that it was just a necklace and not an engagement ring. However, the girl couldn't be left alone, because her fiancé was previously the very unhappy son of a nobleman. The father thought about the boy because, when he grew up, he chose his family because he could lead someone higher. Although due to his debt to his family, Raymond couldn't escape anywhere, since his character wouldn't allow it. The father suggested to his daughter that she should simply give him a similar gift, but the girl didn't like the idea. At that moment, he was tired of the whims and simply walked away from the girl, telling her that she should have just taken better care of her things. After a while, Isla went to her room, thinking about it. What will her fiancé think of her now? When the girl approached her room, she expressed the thought that she wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. After Isla opened the door to her room, she saw strange things that made her feel uncomfortable. Having walked a little forward, she saw her necklace lying on the bed, which she had been looking for throughout the palace for so long. When she finally saw what was in the room, she was absolutely horrified. The girl slowly started backing away from the bed, thinking that she had simply dreamed about the dead maid. She immediately left the room, also starting to think about when things took such a bad turn. While running, Isla thought that she had simply slapped this maid, and now she was already dead. The princess didn't even pay attention to how she was stumbling, as her thoughts were heavily occupied with what had happened. And at one point the girl still fell face down, which surprised her quite a bit. But Isla immediately got up on her hands and started shouting that it was all just her imagination, and that everything was actually in perfect order. The girl also thought that she should leave this place as soon as possible, because it would be very bad if she was noticed. However, the idea spun in her head that the girl in the morning only gave the maid a small slap in the face, but in no case did he kill her. At that moment, the princess realized that Lady Hare herself was standing in front of her. Asking her what had happened, the girl looked at the lying princess in surprise and tried every possible way to get her attention. When this came to light, Kyre asked Isella why she wasn't in her rooms at that moment. At that moment, the princess thought to herself that she had been caught, because at that moment there was a high probability that she would be accused of murder. It seemed to her that Kair would present the girl with the fact that she was the one who killed her personal maid, following the suspicions about the necklace. Suddenly, the lady noticed that there were bloodstains all over the princess, which made Isla increasingly afraid. The girl began to think that due to all the blood on her body, Kair should definitely have noticed that something had happened. However, the girl simply extended her second hand to her, telling her that she would definitely help her with everything. The lady said that she would definitely keep the princess's secret, no matter what. No one and nothing would know. After which, the girl asked Isla if her menstruation had caught her at the most unexpected moment. Karen, as soon as the girls entered the room, told the princess that she was delighted to help the girl. At that moment, Karen asked Isla if she really didn't know anything strange before. Suddenly, the princess admitted that something terrible happened in her room. The girl had never seen anything more terrifying before, because no one had been able to see corpses so closely. Karen took the princess by the hand and asked her again what terrible thing the girl was seeing in her room. And suddenly, the lady took action on her own with a calm look. She asked the girl if she had also seen the corpses, after which Jer began to intimidate Isla by telling her that because this building was very old, ghosts could wander here. The girl began preparing tea for both representatives, telling them that she had also had visions previously. Over time, Princess Isla, like everyone else, would have to get used to this and stop paying attention. Upon hearing this news, the princess began to calm down, realizing that it was actually just a vision due to extreme fatigue. Karen, with absolute calmness and a smile, accepted the princess's offer to accompany her to her room. Soon both girls were near Lady Isola's room, but the girl was still afraid. But Karen told the girl that everything she saw was just a vision, but not reality. The princess tried to make sure that indeed, when the door opened, there would be nothing behind. At that moment, Isla saw that everything was really fine in the room, which surprised her quite a bit. After which, the princess said that even though the whole situation was very strange, she was glad that everything turned out well. At that moment, the girl assumed that she was simply confused by the top hat lying on the bed. At that moment, she took the necklace and thought that she was simply worried about everything that happened with the maid. Suddenly, Isla turned to Lady Hair and asked her to spend the night with her today, because the fear still lingered. But then the princess noticed that Karen was stuck in place. Her gaze was terrifying, and she was shaking to the bones. The girl immediately ran to the lady. She took her hands and asked her what had just happened. But Karen simply replied that it was time to go to bed, because it was already very late. The lady sat on her bed and began to think where dead Nancy could have gone, because she perfectly remembered how she killed the girl. She remembered how the maid, without thinking, drank the sleeping pills given to her without suspecting anything. Karen perfectly remembered most of the dialogues with her maid before her death. The lady had not killed anyone for 100 years, so she did not want to forgive anyone during her first murder. At one point, Care deliberately threw the maid off her lap and told her that she would definitely try to do better in the future. After which, the distressed lady told her maid that she really hadn't changed at all in all these 100 years. As this was the first murder, Karen wanted to do everything honestly and beautifully, and if she didn't like it, the girl would suffer next time. The lady was trying to figure out what happened after she killed her maid, or rather, where she could have gone. Air also remembered very well that Isla was so horrified precisely because she saw the corpse. The girl was definitely scared to death by such visions, which was obvious. Karen couldn't understand who would dare to interrupt her whole fun and ruin such a rich moment of her life. The lady clearly remembered that she had been bothering Isla for about half an hour just to see her frightened face again. After this, Karen began to think that Nancy's murder was just a product of her imagination, and not the truth. She couldn't believe that such a sweet revenge could turn into an ordinary illusion. And worthless. Most likely, the lady had gone completely crazy after spending so much time in a single year. But Karen began to realize that she didn't care how crippled the girl was. She no longer wanted to live all this. Lady Hair began to scold herself that she shouldn't start deceiving herself about what hadn't happened yet. The girl began to wish that next time she would kill Nancy again in Princess Isla's room. But due to the fact that all this was a product of her imagination, she could never keep her promise to herself. That's why Karen decided to try to commit murder again, but this time with a completely different person. After Hare left the room, she saw Bowen walking in front of her, who appeared earlier than expected. She immediately noticed that everything was very sad with the lady's hand, which immediately excited him. However, Karen simply told him that she herself was going to process and reverse the injuries she had received. Suddenly, Dahlin appeared from behind, who was also displeased that a man approached his fiancée. Karen understood him very well that her future husband was very, very annoying, which she didn't like. He suddenly shouted at the man that he shouldn't dare to touch his fiancée at all, because it was wrong. Lady Hare perfectly understood that Dahlin would not be able to feign appropriate jealousy towards the fiancé. At that moment, Karen informed the man that this time she wanted to have breakfast in the hall, and not in her room. After the man left, Dahlin asked his fiancée if she was trying to protect him from possible consequences. Suddenly, the girl sent her fiancé to the room with the word that he would eventually fall asleep. When the boy grabbed the lady's hand, she was indignant because it was unacceptable for someone to hold her hand so rudely. But when the girl found out the true purpose of her fiancé, she was surprised, since Dahlin wanted to help her bandage her wounds. Soon both were sitting in a bright place, and the boy was carefully treating the fiancé's wound. When she turned out to be wounded, Dahlin apologized and reported that he didn't want to cause her any pain. At that moment, Karen began to realize that the fiancé had become much kinder. But that still didn't bother her much. But the girl also felt how her relationship with Dahlin began to improve. At that moment, the thought crossed her mind that she should have been convinced of this assumption. Suddenly, she approached her fiancé and asked him if the girl was beautiful. Suddenly, Dahlin felt very embarrassed and began to ask the girl what she was doing and why she was doing this. Karen perfectly understood that he had indeed changed a little. That's why she carefully said that she considered him her fiancé. It was because of this that she continued to try to provoke him to do something new as much as possible. The boy abruptly grabbed the fiancée and pressed her against him, and she began to think that the fiancé was tormented by obsession. During the kiss, the lady was distracted thinking about why Dahlin never tried to take Raymond away from the girl, despite his feelings. After all, he could simply do it, and then easily fall at the feet of the beautiful Lady Hare. In the morning, Isla got dressed again. This time, the girl was happy to be able to still find her fiancé's gift. However, after everything that happened, Karen dryly replied to the girls that she was happy for the princess. But the girl also understood that Raymond always gave Isla expensive gifts, but he never said he would marry her. Karen also couldn't understand why Isla herself couldn't realize this while awaiting her future. At that moment, the princess began to be annoyed because Air was in no way jealous of her expensive gifts. Suddenly, she realized that Karen, in turn, was simply ignoring all the princess's chatter, which only angered her more. Without thinking twice, Isla asked the lady why she was playing music in a minor key, because they were already from the last century, after which she realized that the instrument's strings were very damaged, which led to an offer to donate a new instrument. However, Karen simply refused such a gift, and Isla was a little indignant, because this girl was not pleasing. At the same moment, memories of the previous night began to flood her head, which she tried to get rid of with all her might. But at that moment, the girl noticed that she still hadn't met that particular maid. She then asked Karen where her personal maid Nancy was now. Lady Hare replied to the girl that most likely she didn't want to show herself to the princess after the previous incident. But the girl again said that she was worried about what she had seen earlier in her room, which made her feel uneasy. Although Isla understood that this whole story sounded quite crazy coming from her lips. It was so. At the same moment, the lady began to think that such a coincidence was simply impossible, and that the death really occurred. But the girl also didn't touch her maid's neck, which led to the assumption that someone else had tried to do it. From the workload and seriousness, Karen began to get furious. She couldn't believe someone could help with this. After a while, Isla began to think more and more seriously about what happened to that same maid. She didn't understand where the maid was, but she felt a crazy desire to see her someday, since exactly from the day everything happened, no one saw her again, which made the whole situation stranger and stranger. At that moment, the room door opened, and Isla turned around in the hope of seeing who had entered the room. It turned out that one of the attendants came and told the girl that the letter had been delivered to her. As it turned out later, its sender was Raymond Sertz himself, after which she handed the letter to Isla. When the princess heard that it was a letter from her fiancé, she started to be incredibly happy and radiant. A few days later, Karen was walking with one of her new maids on the outskirts of her city. In Karen's head was the idea of finding the person who ended up slaughtering her victim. But unfortunately, she would have to attend her coming-of-age ceremony again for the umpteenth time. At that moment, the girl remembered how she had previously tried to escape this ceremony. But this led to nothing good. While thinking, Lady Donna was already fully admiring all the delights that were on the shelves. This maid was very sweet, and moreover quite liked by the cab driver. After this, Karen realized that at least something new was beginning to appear in her life after 100 years. Suddenly, the girl realized that she had never been to the circus with anyone before, although once she had been to a concert. At that moment, she immediately grabbed Donna, and together they began to wink to finally go to the circus. Very soon, the girls walked to their seats, thinking that the ladies' plan would never have worked. Donna added that the chances were low due to the fact that the servants' requests were fulfilled very rarely. But this time she was with Karen. After this, the maid asked the lady if it seemed to her that there were too many servants on the estate. After all, both now and before there were many servants, but the owners kept recruiting new ones. Although when Mr. Evans and his daughter Isla arrived, even the existing servants were no longer available. But Donna perfectly understood that all this, it wasn't even because the servants were even busier, but for other reasons. Since special people arrived, a large number of servants who also need to be cleaned were added with them. The load of laundry began to be 2 or even 3 times greater than usual, which forced me to work even harder. Karen, like Donna, expected the guests to return very soon, but she understood that they wouldn't go anywhere until they killed the whole family. After which the maid also added that Sarah had even complained before about what happened to Lady Evans. The reason for the conflict between the postman and the girl was that she didn't place the delivered letter on a silver tray. After this, Lady Hare, closing her eyes, said that apparently her own family was very poor. But at the moment, when Dana started quietly saying that she wanted to say something completely different, Karen told her that she was only joking. When the maid heard this, she burst out laughing and asked the lady about the joke. After that, the girls went for a walk, but at that moment, Karen thought that nothing special would happen again. Most likely, Nancy's death really can, with a small probability, change the partial course of events, which at that time was very important, although theoretically not especially significant. While thinking, Karen showed Donna a very beautiful headdress, which she loved. Since much of the year's story was the same, maids were a way to introduce something new. Suddenly, Donna found a beautiful scarf and informed Lady Hare that she wanted to give it to Madame Dear. After this, the maid laughed a little and added that she couldn't help but know Madame Dear. However, Karen couldn't understand who this Madame Dear was. There was no one like that in her memories. At that moment, Donna asked Lady Hare how the girl could forget her mentor, who had been with her for a full 8 years. When Karen learned that she previously had a mentor, she was quite surprised. But she realized that most likely it was before she entered this body. It also turned out that it was Madame Dear who taught the young lady etiquette and ballroom dancing. At this point, Karen began to play along with Donna's game about finally remembering Madame Dear herself. Donna had thought some time ago that since Madame lived nearby, Karen might want to visit her. She had worked on the Karen family estate for over 8 years, but Lady Hare heard that name for the first time in her 100 years. The girl perfectly understood that in her case everything is important, even people who don't influence anything. This was important for one reason. Any change in the course of history could save her from the cycle. At that moment, the circus announced that its show was about to begin, so it was worth hurrying. Karen was immersed in thoughts about how Madame Dear herself could help her, because she knew she could make a difference. Lady Hare was desperate to meet her. When the acrobats began to perform in the show, Karen saw the girl fall and immediately remembered her feelings before her death. But these falls did not help the girl. She only received final injuries instead of the desired death. The end always came only before her death. Karen suffered incredibly from pain, especially after trying to die herself. When the partner caught the gymnast, people began to whisper that everyone thought the girl would eventually fall. Because her head was a mess from all those thoughts, Karen began to force herself to stop thinking about all that. At that moment, a man passed by distributing cold drinks, including beer, and the girl decided to call him. She asked the boy for a beer. He carefully handed her a glass and told her to be careful not to spill it. At that moment, the man observing the girls informed the lady that she could only take 1 glass. Suddenly, it was announced that it was the turn of the star guest, and at that moment, a huge elephant entered the space. When the girl saw him, she was surprised because she had never seen such a large animal before. At that moment, the guest grabbed a stool with his trunk and began to swing it as best he could. But when he stopped hearing the coach, he reported that his whip was an excellent cure for disobedience. The man began to whip the animal so that it would obtain the required obedience. But Karen herself observed this. She immediately thought about how similar she was to this elephant, because fate itself forced both of them to suffer. People began to shout more actively to the coach to whip the animal again. But the girl did not like this at all. She couldn't understand why all the people were so happy to see the suffering of such a beautiful animal. At that moment, the coach again announced that his great friend had misbehaved again, and therefore had to be punished. Suddenly, Donna noticed that the lady was sitting silently, so she decided to ask what was wrong with her, and the others followed her. However, Karen simply told everyone that she wanted to leave because she was bored with the place. At that moment, the maid again asked the girl this, because earlier she herself had asked to be taken to the circus. The drink man asked her if she felt unwell, because such performances are never boring. She, in turn, said that such performances were not worthy of her attention, after which she straightened her hair. The appearance of the earrings made the elephant behave differently than it should have, which led Karen to think. She began to realize that this animal was not as stupid as it seemed, and that it actually deserved her attention. Hoping that her assumption was correct, Karen whispered to herself that she had dreamed of this for everyone. She wondered mentally what this animal could do under the influence of its own emotions. At that very moment, the elephant began to rebel. The entire performance got out of the control of the coach, who was already terrified. At that moment, one of the organizers began to tell everyone that urgently. Keeping calm, they began to leave the circus. When they began to try to take Karen out of the aisle, the girl behaved unexpectedly. She no longer wanted to leave this place. Now she perfectly understood that the animal was doing the right thing by getting rid of everything that held it back. She mentally shouted at it to keep doing what it deems necessary, because now it is free. But at one moment, the animal rushed towards the girl at a dizzying speed, from which the lady had to be rescued. However, she perfectly understood that none of this mattered to her anymore, because she could never escape death again. At that moment, the sound of a gunshot was heard. The elephant fell, not having time to do anything to the girl and the maid. The lady perfectly understood that only one person could save her. This role was assigned only to him. Karen immediately realized that it was him, but began to shout at him to get away. In the end, it turned out to be really him, nicknamed the Sniper and the Golden Devil. Moreover, following the original, this was the main character of the novel, who would also become the girl's fiancé. However, for the moment, this guy didn't even know the name of the person he had just saved from death. This meeting was building up from the first page of the presented novel, Raymond and Karen should be together. Right before her possible death, Raymond appears in the novel as the hero who saves Karen. The girl was forced to seize the last opportunity to change her own destiny, from which she decided to run away. There was an urgent need to meet Madame Dear, who could somehow change everything. For the first time in 100 years, Karen was able to see something new, or rather an elephant, which finally died in her place. When the girl remembered that she had already been in this alley, she remembered how she was attacked that time. Karen assumed that since she had already met Raymond, she had nothing to fear now. If the girl had simply walked down the road, she would have gone directly to Madame Dear's house, which was exactly what she needed. But at one moment, a man's hand stopped her, as well as the question of where the girl was in such a hurry. At that moment, a group of men surrounded the girl, one of whom noticed that this lady was from a rich family. He extended his hand and carefully asked Karen how old she was and if she had a boyfriend. The girl simply remained silent and did not answer his questions, realizing that she was still trapped in the same story as before. But she couldn't understand why everything happened this way, because the meeting had already passed, although it could have been revenge for the changes. At that moment, the man calmly asked the girl, taking her face between his hands, what such beauty was thinking about. At that moment, both men realized that this girl was the very daughter of their Lord, who was also previously blessed for being a divine message. Before, in childhood, they said of the baby that she could become the luckiest woman in the world. However, as Karen herself believed, she had very bad luck with her life, because she couldn't even die normally. The man was willing to let the lady go for one reason, because she was the daughter of a lord. but she would have to pay for it. The man's assistant began to search the girl to find her precious wallet with money. But as soon as he found what he needed and checked if there was money, he realized that the thing was empty. At that moment, the man holding the lady threw her aside and hit her, while at the same time talking to his assistant. He also started shouting at the girl because she was wearing a lot of jewelry and didn't have a penny in her pocket. Suddenly, the girl turned to Hans and asked him severely if he knew how difficult it was to comb hair like that. Upon hearing her name, the man was immediately surprised because he had barely revealed it to anyone before, especially to superiors. But Karen continued with her words and told him that even if he gave away all the jewelry, his wife would not stop despising him. Lady Hare began to talk about how he should keep hitting her because she wouldn't care anyway. Hans began to yell at the assistant to shut his mouth so he wouldn't say another word. At that moment, he simply hit the angry girl, causing her pain. But Karen informed Thomas that if she died, his daughter would go to work in houses as a cleaner. When they told him his daughter would die soon, the man was shocked and horrified. When Karen saw a knife in the man's hands, she forced herself to think that most likely she would find the same end again. The last time the girl was in danger, but Raymond saved her at the most necessary moment. Thomas put the tip of a knife to the lady's throat. The girl began to tell him to finally kill her. When the knife was close to her, Karen began to think that Raymond was about to appear. At that moment, Thomas told the girl that he was just bothering her, so he stabbed her in the stomach. The men began to say that one of them had gone crazy by taking this step, but Karen thought she had miscalculated again. Lady Hare also sat holding her wound in pain as tears began to appear in her eyes. The girl thought that she had already died in agony for the umpteenth time, but even after so long, she was not used to the pain. Suddenly, the man grabbed Karen, covered her mouth, and informed his assistant that they now needed to finish her off. He shouted that Thomas should not hesitate, but act precisely and confidently, because things would get worse for them in the future. But as soon as he attacked Karen, the assistant immediately received a bullet in the forehead, which caused the body to fall to the floor with a roar. The lady, seeing Raymond, lowered her exhausted gaze and thought that after all she was not happy with this meeting. The boy immediately ran to the girl after this and began to worry about what happened to her, and if she was okay. The girl knew very well that now the plot was almost no different from what she lived 100 years ago. Raymond was not a noble knight, but at the same time, he always sought to protect simple people. And weak. He worked as a sniper, but this job did not grant him any honor, but quite the opposite. One day, he killed an army capital right in front of his assistant, who immediately realized what had happened. Raymond heard words and shouts that there was a murderer in this place, which he hadn't heard before. But with every mission he completed, the boy began to be criticized less and less. Raymond managed only, without anyone's support, to kill more than 300 people during his entire activity. Very soon the boy began to be considered a hero, and was also given a new pseudonym like the Golden Devil. There were rumors that Raymond had made a contract with a demon to achieve such perfect accuracy. When he joined the others, many considered him suspicious, but over time they began to admire him. For a long time, the team leader took care of Raymond, giving him food and being interested in his missions. He also knew that those who gave Raymond such a terrible nickname were wrong, because it didn't suit him. This man also informed the boy of his subsequent tasks that should be completed shortly. But most of the time, Raymond wanted to help previously injured people before carrying out a proper task. Karen couldn't understand how such a wonderful boy was destined to meet someone like her. Soon the sniper met the person responsible for the lady and told him to bring clean water bandages. But the girl thought that this time the boy had forgotten about the city streets, because this was not typical for him. After a while, Donna informed everyone that she had already treated the wounds properly, but that she still had personal questions. She asked the gentleman, who was holding Karen at the time, what he was doing on the outskirts of the city at that hour. But the boy dryly replied that it was a personal matter, and that he also had a fiancée here, which surprised Donna. At that moment, Lady Evans began to give bad signals, to which the maid immediately jumped on her and began to worry about the girl. Suddenly, Raymond reported that most likely the corset had taken the brunt of the blow, so the wound was not too deep, and if everyone was so worried about Lady Hare, then they could calmly take it off and check the wound again. After that, the lady decided to joke and said that Raymond was smart for offering such a thing. At one point, the girl began to writhe in pain and her mentor began to shout that she clearly wasn't well. In response to the words, that the lady's wound did not endanger her life. Karen, importunate and indignant, began to state what the man had just said about the insignificance of her wound. At that moment, Raymond began to say that he didn't mean it seriously, nor did he want to be sarcastic. He was just talking about the non-fatal nature of the wound. Upon hearing this, Karen also apologized to the savior and said that she also did not want to be sarcastic with him. Suddenly, tears began to stream from Donna's eyes, which slightly indignant the lady. Because the maid began to care about trifles, Raymond, in turn, surprised the girl with a question about her well-being, to which she answered quite dryly, in sarcasm. At this point, Raymond felt a little disappointed and also sadly reported that he was not eloquent, and that he also didn't know how to calm people down. Understanding the boy's situation, the girl immediately thought that the boy was just a victim of the plot, which is why he didn't deserve such treatment. Suddenly, Raymond began to tell that he hadn't been anywhere for more than 10 years. And then he managed to see so many new things that delighted everyone in the carriage. The boy was also happy that Lady Hare herself liked something new and unusual. Donna, upon learning that Karen had never seen anything like an elephant before, began to blame herself for this. After this, the maid began to sob because she couldn't even imagine what would have happened to her lady if Raymond hadn't arrived at the right time. Suddenly, Karen noticed that all the characters were again following the old plot, but the girl tried to find at least a shred of difference. However, when she realized that now everything was in her hands, she decided to act. Because she couldn't stand all this anymore, she immediately turned to Donna and asked the maid if it seemed to her that fate was too cruel. The girl leaned towards her and said severely that she had almost died twice today. After this, Lady Karen turned to Raymond, who sadly confirmed the fact that the girl had almost died. However, he saw very well that Air was not at all scared by all this situation, which seemed very strange to him. In the morning, Isla shouted at the maid to bring her another set, because the ones the girl tried on were not elegant enough. At that moment, the maid brought several more sets and asked if they would suit her, but the girl was not satisfied with them either. After this, the commoner apologized to her mistress, which annoyed her quite a bit. But at that moment, her father entered the room. He told the girl that his daughter should not cut herself like that from the shoulder. At that moment, Isla rushed to hug her father in tears, telling him that recently her fiancé had helped Lady Hare. However, the man reacted with misunderstanding, because for him, this act meant an example for other gentlemen. But the daughter, in turn, continued to cry because Raymond might have left her for Air, because she was much more beautiful. Moreover, according to her, everyone in this house was simply waiting for this, because they didn't even try to help her improve. However, the father perfectly understood that if the boy had fallen in love with Karen, with such behavior, he would quickly have created a harem, after which he placed his hand on the girl's shoulder and told her that for all nobility, any marriage was a deal. It was obvious that the boy would not gain much benefit from marrying Karen, because Isla's family was much richer. Because of this, it would be very difficult for everyone to imagine such a turn of events, since it would be bad for Raymond. But Isla had other doubts. She believed that not all people sought benefits in such things. Unlike her father, at that moment, the man leaned towards his daughter and carefully told her that he had noticed that the girl had been very nervous since her arrival. After which, he asked the princess what was wrong with her, which led him to assume that she had been treated badly at the palace. But Isla, remembering what happened the night before, told her father that she had recently seen a very realistic nightmare. After the man heard his daughter's story, he asked her in shock if the corpse really existed, after which he invited the girl to call Nancy to his house to make sure that everything was in order with the maid. However, Isla knew very well that the maid would not come to her, since everyone knew that she had disappeared somewhere. The father was very surprised by the news that the maid had disappeared 2 days after the family's arrival. But moreover, what scared Isla even more is that she hadn't been able to see Nancy since she saw her corpse. At that moment, Lady Karen was reprimanded that she should not change maids so often. However, despite this, the girl should have found a candidate for Nancy's place, because her role was serious. Although Donna had served quite well as a lady, she was still not ready to be surrounded by noble girls. But Karen was sure that the girl deserved it, because it was thanks to her that she finally met Sertz. Lady Hare also informed her closest collaborators that a full dinner with him was scheduled for today. When the girl said that it was this maid who helped her face her destiny, Donna fell to her knees and began to say that everything was wrong. At that moment, Karen thought that there was nothing special between her and Dulan. The boy was just a backup option. The lady continued to hope that in the end, she could find the boy with whom she would live in the best way. That's why it wasn't surprising that Air had his sights set on Raymond himself. At that moment, the lady was yelling at Donna for making the same mistake, for which she could be punished again. But suddenly Karen told her that the woman should not blame the maid, because all this was not her fault. The lady, in turn, informed the lady that even if she started covering for the maid, Donna would still be punished. The girl, in turn, noticed that the mistress was scolding her like a mother, which was already too much. It should be noted that Karen had free time only because Helen herself took care of the entire house. However, despite this, Lady Evans wanted to keep Donna by her side, whatever happened. At that moment, the girl told the owner that she really wouldn't like to change this maid. After all, if it weren't for Donna, no one else would have likely agreed to accompany the lady on her walks. After which, Karen began to plead for God to have mercy, because the girl would have felt completely alone without a companion. After thinking for a while, the lady asked Karen not to do this again, after which she agreed to let the maid go. However, she could never understand what was going through the head of such a beautiful lady. And young. At the same time, Hart began to think about how right his assumption about a little flattery was. Suddenly, the lady announced that after Nancy disappeared, in any case, there would be no one to serve except Donna Karen. When asked what happened to Nancy, the lady was surprised that no one had told Karen yet. In short, the maid left only because she could no longer stand being treated like that. With people like her, you can't be sure of anything, because in a moment everything can change. When the lady heard that Nancy had simply left, she became absolutely furious because she believed she had killed the maid. Karen couldn't believe that such a turn of plot could swing so wildly in the other direction. Soon everyone who was supposed to be at dinner gathered and sat at the table. At that moment, the dinner organizer thanked Raymond for agreeing to come and be with them. The gentleman, in turn, replied that he should not have been thanked, because he couldn't help but save Lady Hare from injury. At that moment, the rescued girl also thanked the hero to support him morally. While eating, Karen thought that she was simply imagining that the plot was different at that moment. Suddenly, Isla told everyone that it was obscene that the best wine was made in monasteries. Raymond said that the priest himself understood this matter better, after which he addressed Dulan. After which, the boy hesitated, because he didn't know what to answer, so he said he needed to think about it. At this point, the organizer announced that wine is made for taste and not for the desire to get drunk. Suddenly, someone asked the Evans family if they sinned by drinking this wine every day. But at that moment, this person was told that if he doesn't distinguish between concepts, overeating will be a sin. The organizer asked them both, where do they see excesses of food and drink offered just for not being there? Nothing should be considered a sin. Suddenly, Isla announced that, in her opinion, the amount of food that could be on the table was the standard for common workers and current ones. It turned out that the girl had previously studied the state of the local economy and came to the conclusion that the locals needed systemic changes. On this occasion, the organizer asked the princess if there were good reasons for this statement. The princess's reasoning was that she had reviewed many documents supporting her conclusions. Karen, in turn, wondered if her lover would like this girl's manners. After all, Raymond valued honor and dignity above all, while profit was not so important to him. However, everyone perfectly understood that Isla's family only had money in mind, not honor. At this point, the organizer announced that Princess Isla could give the entire duchy a great advantage. Verdict, in turn, said he was pleased with his daughter because she was very curious and erudite. However, it seemed to Karen that Isla was simply flattered so as not to hurt her dignity and self-esteem. But the girl decided to play along with everyone and told the princess that she had no idea about the lady's moderation. The girl replied that she perfectly understood that culture should come from above, so she tried to comply. But at the same time, the girl could not say that all her jewelry and outfits were excesses. At that moment, Raymond reported that his brother had previously taught him something very important, which he still remembers. And Sella was delighted that the boy could remember such events for a long time, which made her smile with joy. This turned out to be advice not to meddle in the affairs of women, but the boy couldn't not do it if he was soon to marry Isla. Karen supposed that the lady only brought up this whole conversation about excesses because the dinner was incredible. With the words that the girl was glad that everyone liked everything, Isla immediately became embarrassed because she didn't want what she wanted. But suddenly, an assistant approached everyone and asked everyone present to pay attention to him. It turned out that he was bringing another dish. It was a gourd, which was complex in its care, and the amount of food was looked at and thought that this was still gluttony in the flesh. However, Raymond said that the dish was very subtle, which meant it had a great taste. After which, the boy asked the princess if she also had any sin with food. But at that moment, the father defended his daughter and told everyone not to be so strict with her, because the princess was still very young. Suddenly, Raymond said that he truly respected Lady Evans for her thoughtfulness, which was wonderful. Suddenly, Verdict announced that lately his daughter had been very worried about some things. The organizer thought that this was quite natural for the daughter of an entrepreneur, but it turned out not to be so. The father explained to everyone the reason for his daughter's concern, which made the girl feel a little uncomfortable. At that moment, the organizer announced that everyone in his house knew Nancy, who had recently left the mansion. When Karen heard that Nancy had simply resigned, she became absolutely furious, and she couldn't believe it. Suddenly, Isla shouted that they had previously told her that the maid had simply gone on vacation, but it turned out she had resigned. However, the organizer said that the maid was indeed on vacation, but immediately after leaving, she decided to resign. After which, the man took a piece of food and elegantly began to eat it. Forgetting about this conversation, Karen began to wonder how her father could have known, let alone talked about, the dead Nancy. She couldn't believe that this whole story was true, because she perfectly remembered how she killed the girl with her own hands. But having decided not to show that she was thinking, the girl said sadly that the silence saddened her. Since the topic was settled, Isla's father told his daughter that it was time to eat calmly, after which everyone began to eat the newly served dish and praise its taste. Karen, observing Verdict, perfectly understood that the gourd was a delicacy on the estate. He managed to eat several pieces at once. The potatoes simply melted in my mouth at that moment, and the mash was soft, and with fruity notes, and the gourd seeds were pleasantly crunchy. The dish was a miracle of gastronomy. At that moment, Verdict began to wonder what they could have seasoned this dish with to make it so wonderful. The aftertaste of the dish was a bit bitter, which was not especially important, because it was at a perfect level. Suddenly, the man snapped out of his train of thought when asked what he had been thinking about so much. He immediately informed the organizer that the dish he brought was delicious, to which he replied that it was a compliment. In his head were thoughts that the guest knew nothing about these lands, nor about recipes. When asked to serve this dish again next time, the organizer said there were no more birds on the estate. Suddenly, the man asked to speak with the cook to find out the recipe, and soon they met. Verdict told the cook that he had tasted many different dishes previously, but that he couldn't even recognize the spices in this one. But at that moment, the gentleman said it was the most common spice, just added correctly. Suddenly, Dulin told everyone that it was actually his own recipe. When Verdict found this out, he thought about the guy because it was obscene for him to help servants. Raymond, in turn, thanked the priest for such a wonderful recipe. He knew very well that the boy was probably from the Laberneau Abbey, where much attention was paid to nutrition and health. However, the gentleman, turning to Isla, told her that her preconceived notions about cooking did not meet expectations. Isla perfectly understood that her fiancé had a completely different opinion of her than her father did. But at that moment, Raymond asked Dulin if this food had healing properties, which turned out to be true. Verdict thought he needed to get the most benefit now, because Care would have the final say. Although the planned task would be difficult, he wanted to entrust this guy with monitoring the food for the Evans family. At that moment, Princess Isla asked everyone if there was anyone present who was ill. After a couple of seconds, the organizer replied and told her not to bother Dulin with questions, since he wasn't feeling well. And then the man suggested that everyone leave to smoke and rest, and then return to the table again. After a while, the princess was in her room, thinking about why Lady Hare was so mean. The girl didn't know what she could do now with her wealth and intelligence, because they weren't helping her. Karen was still many times more beautiful than the princess, which made her no rival for the lady. Suddenly, the girl, hysterical, threw the dust and shouted that she was not satisfied with Karen's beauty. The girl has invested a lot of money in her appearance, hair, and cosmetics, but gets no results. The girl, enraged and expelled, said she had spent a great fortune on everything. Also in my head were my father's words that marriage was simply a normal deal for them, so there was no need to try. She perfectly understood that not even he loved his wife, which often caused her difficulties. Verdict's mistress was much younger and more beautiful than the girl's mother, which is why it was her. But what hurt Aislu more was the fact that her own mother flirted with other boys, especially with the butler, after which I started thinking about what was wrong with dreams of true love. When Isla met Raymond, the princess finally believed that her dream would come true. Their love was not love at first sight, but slowly feelings began to turn into something more. The princess began to think about her happy but more distant future. Her eyes shone with him. However, Isla was very aware of the fact that Raymond was completely different from others. Looking in the mirror and into her eyes, the lady said that her lover would definitely marry her. At night, the princess walked down the hall and heard strange sounds nearby, so she headed there, and at that moment, the girl saw Raymond holding Lady Hare's hand, who were also happy. When Isla realized what was happening now between the boy and the girl, she became furious. Raymond and Karen had a great conversation during this time about how eligible he was and how they shouldn't miss this opportunity. But at that moment, Karen began to say that it was difficult to make that decision because they had only just met. Hearing all the conversations, she was shocked and horrified. She couldn't believe this was actually happening. Susanna's memories began to run through my head, but nothing could fit into the right puzzle. Karen followed Verdict and the organizer for some time, eavesdropping on all their conversations. After hearing most of the information, she couldn't understand many things. For example, she didn't understand who came to her father. I remembered in my head the image of how Nancy died, and the thought came to me that now the girl couldn't trust herself. After which I realized that at this moment, it would be better to put everything together to be able to continue trusting this. The girl also knew that even Isla saw stupidly and would never lie about this. Karen had enough time to kill Nancy and dispose of the body before anyone found her. At that moment, Lady Hare realized that her father's words were a complete lie. But at that moment, she was distracted. Karen immediately replied to Raymond that she hadn't thought about anything, but was simply looking and admiring the flowers. After which, the boy affectionately asked the lady if she could keep such a girl company. He also offered the lady some wine, but unfortunately she couldn't drink it because her body was injured. Upon hearing this, Raymond said they would force him to drink for two, to which Karen said it would be better to drink from the throat. To this, the boy replied that it started to seem to him that the girl was angry about something that the lady moved away from. But after thinking about it for a long time, the gentleman told Lady Hare that they would have fun anyway. After which he began to talk about how even the ladies themselves had gone to war before just to see him. After hearing this story, Karen moved a little away from the boy because, in her opinion, he was too self-confident. At that moment, Karen decided to remind Raymond that he had and still has Lady Evans all this time. To this, the boy replied that he simply wanted to take care of the girl who needed him now. And Sella, seeing perfectly what her love was doing in those moments, began to get even angrier. At that moment, Karen asked the boy to let her go, but she herself thought about him continuing, because she wanted to anger the princess even more. However, Raymond did not feel comfortable with such a request, after which he said he only asked for a few seconds. After which, the boy told the girl that she had too bitter a face, which she particularly disliked. Raymond also added that he was a very eligible bachelor, which she should think about, to which Lady Hare replied that she was very happy for the boy, which left him perplexed. At that moment, the boy told the lady that the Evans family desperately wanted to have him for themselves, and this would be one of the best ways to take revenge on this family if a boy and a girl start dating. It also seemed to him that Karen desperately wanted to take him away from her rival. Lady Karen couldn't believe this was possible because they had only met yesterday, but Raymond recognized the lie, to which he asked Care not to lie to him because the girl had known this boy for a long time. Realizing that she was about to rebel, Karen told the boy that she only knew him as a national hero. In response to the new lie, Raymond told the girl that he knew her not only as a national hero, but more. The annoyed girl thought about the fact that she had already asked about this before, in past lives, but the gentleman did not remember her. Deciding that she needed to get out somehow, the lady attacked and asked the boy what he wanted to tell her about the fact that she had seduced him. At this point, Raymond said that yesterday the lady had called him by name more than once. He then added that she shouldn't say that the idea hadn't occurred to Karen. At that moment, the lady thought that this turn was too expected for her, because she had encountered this before. Karen said that the idea certainly occurred to her, but she perfectly understood that later. And she loved the boy. After which, she added that this was probably due to the fact that Raymond was a celebrity. But at that moment, she noticed that the gentleman was looking at her quite strangely, which made her suspicious. And at that moment, the boy began to approach and talk about how he replaced Lady Hair from the beginning. He liked the fact that despite everyone around him admiring him, it was Karen who did not idolize him. And he also perfectly understood that such an attitude could be because the girl had known him for a long time. When Raymond grabbed the girl by the face, she tensed up even more, waiting for what would happen next. And it was at that moment that Dulan appeared, who angrily stopped Lord Raymond's actions. After which Dulan grabbed his lady's hand and began to lead her away from Raymond. Karen turned around. I thought that before the boy always chose her without hesitation. If Lady Hair had not changed her behavior this time, the plot would have continued as usual. After which Karen realized that after so long, she no longer wanted love, but real death. When the lady and her fiancé returned to the table, Karen thought how happy she was to have Dulan nearby. However, the boy's suspicions greatly prevented Karen from achieving her goal, which was very bad. However, it would be worth it, because if he kills the main character, she will have the chance to embark on a new path. But Karen didn't know if the same thing that happened this time would happen. Or rather, the girl didn't know if Raymond would fall in love with her again, because otherwise her efforts would be in vain. The next morning, Verdict asked his daughter why she woke him up so early after yesterday. Isla immediately ran to her father and told him that there was clearly something dirty with Nancy, which worried the girl a lot. She perfectly understood that the gentleman should not get involved in these matters, so he himself would have to put an end to his daughter's thoughts. At that moment, he immediately told his daughter not to think about such things, because she had an upcoming engagement. To which Isla began to say that one of the servants could stay with Nancy. For example, in order to benefit from it, the lady had a very strange premonition, which worried her quite a bit. But at that moment, Verdict hit the table and severely told her that she could not show the master anything about this. So the girl needed to stop being stupid and start acting normally. Since the master had given an answer, they had no right to question the truth of his words, even in case of great doubts. Even if he personally killed this maiden, nothing and no one could hold him accountable for it. After the father told his daughter everything, he sent her to get ready to meet her lover. But at that moment, Isla said that she only wanted to help, but in no way tried to be jealous of Karen. Verdict told her that Raymond would definitely marry her. Otherwise, the broken engagement would have turned into a scandal. After which, he added to his daughter that he had told her more than once that she should not try to jump over his head. One should demonstrate their knowledge only when necessary, because excessive erudition is an obstacle for young ladies. Upon hearing these words, Isla asked her father if he really didn't like her education. Realizing that this was indeed the case, the lady ran away from her father and began to curse this place. Upon entering this place, Isla thought that she had nothing to do with the people or this estate. All this was simply unbearable suffering. The young lady only needed her Raymond. The princess was on the verge of hysteria. She perfectly understood that she could not compare to Lady Hair. But at one point, she got up from the table and began to tell herself that there was no point in crying about it. Moreover, Raymond would have been hers in any case, and he would definitely have married her, no matter what. And after getting engaged to him, Karen would have no choice but to spend the rest of her life with Dulan. At this moment, the gentleman would have opened the doors to Isle into high society, thanks to his popularity. Picking up a piece of clothing, Isle noticed that it was clearly not her dress, which surprised her a little. But she remembered how she wore it the day she lost her necklace on the owner's domain. The princess perfectly remembered that it was stained with blood, as it was that day when she saw the corpse. At that moment, the lady began to wonder where the blood on him could have come from. Since Isla didn't have to change her underwear that day, it couldn't be her blood. After that, without thinking twice, she decided to return this dress to its place, and then take a break from everything. At that moment, Karen was thinking that she needed to make sure of something before the next murder. No one had the right to put their hands on any body, especially those she killed. She decided to take revenge on Thomas, because if her father was right, everything would soon be fine for him. And if the father lied, then he knew about Nancy's death. And in this case, Tom will also disappear, and no one but him will find out. Karen couldn't see exactly how he got rid of the maid's body, but she knew the simple facts. Basically, the body was cut into 6 parts, including the head, arms, legs, and torso. However, the insatiable Karen didn't know if 6 pieces of pleasure would be enough for her, so she decided to do it another way. When she realized this, at first it seemed unexpected to her, because it had never occurred to her that someone could simply take Nancy out. Although, since this happened last time, this time too there should have been no evidence left. Everything turned out to be some kind of trap with which this person could be identified. At that moment, Isla was running towards the door trying to decide whether to enter that very room. However, if the girl wanted to get the medicine she wanted, she would have to do it anyway. When she was about to decide to knock, the thought that it was probably not worth it abruptly stopped her. But suddenly, Dulin came out of the room and asked the princess what had happened. And Zella got quite scared at that moment, but without thinking twice, she said she couldn't sleep well. She constantly had nightmares, and when she fell asleep, she always heard someone sobbing. After which she added that she wasn't crazy, but that something strange had just happened. Looking at Dulin after her story, she thought that the guy was still very strange. Moreover, if the guy were normal, Raymond, and she would most likely have been married a long time ago. A couple of minutes later, the priest returned and gave the princess a bag of herbs, telling her to brew tea and drink it before going to bed. At that moment, Isla realized that Karen constantly drank this decoction, no matter what. Since this tea had a calming effect, she drank it, which turned out to be a little strange for others. When Isla asked Dulin about it, why the lady drank this decoction if she was calm, the guy replied that it was so she could remain so. At that moment, the princess asked to explain this more normally, because nothing was clear in the last explanation. But to this, Kyr's fiancé told Lady Isla not to even think about digging too deep. However, after that, the girl simply shouted that the priest was a rude person, and then she simply left. Dulin, without thinking for a long time, turned to his notes in which he described the process and the stages of the festival. Redemption in this case was only possible in one case, if the sins were committed out of weakness and ignorance, those who invaded someone else's property and more, those who desecrated sacred places, and those who did not remain faithful to the oath, must perform a blood sacrifice. Traitors sacrificed 3 calves and desecrators even sacrificed a young mare. The moment the conversation turned to murderers, Dulin tore off the page and said that his sin did not need to be atoned for. This was because this person would always be innocent, no matter what. At that moment, Bowen entered Dulin's office and wanted to give the priest some news. He also repeated that he was coming with very important information for the estate that could not be ignored. All this specifically concerned Lady Karen, something that his fiancé Dulin was already beginning to dislike. At that moment, the lady returned to the place where she dismembered Thomas. She was delighted that there was nothing else there, after which she realized that her mysterious friend had even cleaned the fireplace of traces. This friend also raked out all the ashes left from Nancy's body and took them off the property. If a priest had been involved in all this, there would have been one more urn with ashes in this place. But Karen noticed that the lock of hair she had hidden had not disappeared, so it was definitely not a hallucination. The assumption that her father was lying was confirmed. He simply could not accept reality and decided to lie to everyone. Realizing this, Karen threw the lock of hair she had hidden behind her back and murmured quietly that everything was boring. If her father took care of the corpse, then the issue of Nancy's disappearance would be completely closed. Lady Hare perfectly understood that in the end, in any case, everything turned out quite trivially. That day, Karen worked with Nancy for about half an hour and took her to Princess Isla's room. When the girl finished with everything, removing all traces, the clock struck 4 in the afternoon. After this, the body waited backstage, and until midnight there was enough time to move the corpse to a distant place. At night, around 10 o'clock, Sella finally found the maid's body, and that's where it all started. For about 10 minutes, Lady Hare helped the princess change her dirty dress for a clean one. It was impossible to get rid of the body and remove all traces in such a short time. That's why Karen was surprised to see a completely clean room and the absence of a corpse in the same place. However, the girl decided to think a little, after which she still managed to find the answer to her question. Apparently, Isla entered another room in the palace before meeting the lady. In fact, this was the case, because after that, Karen discovered the maid's hair in the next room. Isla ended up accidentally entering the wrong room, after which she went to Karen. And then both girls returned to the princess's chambers. These facts significantly narrowed the circle of suspects for Lady Hare. The secret assistant was getting closer and closer to being exposed. Someone had to be strong enough to quickly cut off Nancy's head, but at the same time, they had to know the next room well. Lady Hare began to think that everything was going too smoothly, considering that no one even knew about her thoughts. And at that moment, the girl was finally convinced that her secret assistant was her father. 2 weeks later, summer season arrived, and the ladies went for a walk where Karen was very thoughtful. At that moment, Isla began to lecture on the fact that any lady had to know how to ride a horse. Despite her reluctance to obey the princess, Karen still told the girl that someday she would definitely learn. The girl also didn't want to go anywhere, but she had no other choice, so she had to move. Moreover, Lent was approaching. Its celebration this year was planned to be very grand and magnificent. People needed to pray for many things, even for the most successful events, such as agreements and engagements. This year it was Karen who had the task of organizing the household. She understood that it was not particularly difficult, but the girl did not want to abandon her main responsibilities. After this, the lady decided that she had to urgently look for her father to discuss some things. But I immediately realized that the nobles had too many things to do, which meant they practically had no free time. At that moment, Princess Isla enjoyed the sight of the beautiful horse and the rest of the horses. But Karen perfectly understood that the girl did this only because Raymond himself was nearby. The lady happily observed everything that happened and how other people looked at the boy. At that moment, Isla tried to show emotions as much as possible to attract the attention of her lover. When the gentleman moved away from the princess, the girl started thinking about it, that he was simply embarrassed, which was unlikely. At that moment, Karen asked the princess if she wanted to ride the horse that was presented to her. Some of these horses were not bought, but people brought them as gifts to the palace, which was very nice. And Zella thought about how profitable it was to raise horses, because there were many here. After that, the princess began to praise them, because they were incredibly beautiful. And she wanted something too. At that moment, the girl was interrupted by her lover asking if she loved horses. To this question, the princess replied very energetically that she was madly in love with them, and that she also liked horseback riding. Karen, observing the girl's behavior, mentally wished her good luck in her future and difficult life. After which, the lady decided to ask her assistants about the availability of traps prepared especially for that day. After which, the lady pointed to the box containing everything she needed. They told her that in this case, size was not that important. This was absolutely normal. If they grabbed the prey by the ankle, then it would be enough. And if the traps are too big, the animal might notice it and simply not get caught. After which, Karen informed that the sacrifices were necessary to be as complete as possible, because thanks to this, the ritual would be purer. Furthermore, if the work is finished, then you can go help the maids, which they obviously will not refuse. Upon entering the carriage, Hare remembered that in the past Raymond himself had always helped her get up, which did not happen this time. The boy also always supported her, even though he was never married to her. Karen realized that it was better for her now to let go and start acting on her own, because in this life, everything would be different. But at one point, the lady stumbled, causing her to start falling in the opposite direction of the carriage, which surprised her. After a couple of seconds, Karen realized she had landed on something soft, and it turned out that Raymond had caught her. After a couple of seconds, the lady began to try to escape from Raymond's hands, telling him that everything was fine for her now. Upon boarding the carriage, the girl could not understand why the main character was so calm. After which, the lady thanked the gentleman for his help, to which he humbly replied that he was always ready to help. When Raymond got into the carriage with Lady Hare, she was very surprised, but tried not to pay attention. But unable to bear it, the girl asked the boy what would happen to Isla in this case, because theoretically, he was supposed to go with her. Karen still couldn't understand why he wouldn't go horseback riding with her. In response to this misunderstanding, the gentleman informed the lady that he himself, like her, did not know how to ride a horse. Upon hearing this, Karen immediately became serious and asked the guy if soldiers were taught this now. But it turned out that Raymond was simply afraid to ride unfamiliar horses because it was unsafe. When Karen heard these words, she laughed awkwardly because she had never thought of such a thing before. Realizing that the plot was starting to differ at that moment, the girl began to think about how everything would happen next. During the trip, the boy and the girl began to talk, raising various topics. At one point, Karen began to recall how she used to sit in her small, cozy room embroidering. Then, she did not care about the fate of the people located behind a mountain range distant to her, as well as the suffering of those she did not even know by name, and saw only a couple of times in her life. And the war Raymond participated in was not at all a noble act on his part, because it did not bring any useful result. It only allowed the rich to continue getting richer, which is why Verdict made a fortune in the arms trade. Nobles began to bet on the outcome of battles, and often lost their staked lands in poker. After this, the tragedy of the last war bypassed the plans of all the nobles and high-ranking people. At that time, soldiers were simply forced to die in someone else's war. Despite their reluctance, they were abandoned to their fate in bloody battles, without being given a chance for a future life. And Quiet One, Raymond told Karen that, before he was even happy about the color of blood, because the battles took place in winter, and he was tired of the white color. It is also possible that this is why the boy liked Lady Hare's hair color so much. Because it was red, to which the girl indignantly asked her lover if he loved her only for the color of her hair. However, the boy just wanted to believe that all the deaths that occurred were not in vain, and that they would be beneficial in the future. Raymond simply desperately wanted compassion and forgiveness in her direction for everything that happened. However, Karen could not understand if after all this she could fully forgive him. At one point, when the boy and the girl were still in the carriage, Karen said that winter in that area was extremely harsh. All inhabitants at this time lived only thanks to the valor of the knights who served in these places. Karen perfectly understood that Raymond only wanted to hear thanks, so she decided to follow his rules. But this was also too little to completely eradicate her self-doubts. Doubts only scared him more, because once the boy got into her mind, it would be impossible to get rid of him. After everything that happened, Karen perfectly understood that she could never believe in true love again. At this point, Raymond raised a rather delicate topic for Lady Karen, because it was said that she supported the criminal. When Karen realized that he knew her main secret, she was surprised, but calmly told him that this orphan would not even have enough money to live on, and the lady, in turn, paid for what she did to her father in order to somehow cheer up her life. Moreover, this child would soon die from his serious illness in any case. Raymond asked Karen why she helped this child, because in the future he wouldn't even remember her. At that moment, the lady decided to be a good girl, saying that she believed in love, and she wanted to conquer all darkness. Raymond thought about this, because virtues did not always appreciate everything at its true value. It happened that they even took revenge on Mercy. To this, the girl said that she believed that if a person is destined to die, sooner or later he will die anyway. After saying this, I asked the boy to close the topic, because it was quite unpleasant for Karen. When the gentleman calmed down, the young lady immediately realized that she had played her role very convincingly. After all, to Raymond, she must have seemed like a beautiful girl full of love, and moreover, with a decent position in society. Moreover, he would forget her very soon, but Karen would not forget him, because she still doesn't know when all this will end. Because the girl looked in Raymond's direction for a long time, she began to worry that something might appear on his face. But to this, the young lady continued to play, telling him that she was simply admiring his face, and that everything was normal. However, the idea reigned in my head that the girl had finally stopped looking for answers in this person. Still, Karen was completely ready to dance to Raymond's tune until her time came. To kill Raymond, the girl would only need a small trap, and at that moment the goal would be achieved. All that remains is to grab this guy by the ankle, after which you can safely kill him. On the day of the hunt, Isla was still running around and thinking that Karen was trying to seduce her fiancé. The girl really didn't want to give up the boy, even though her marriage would be one of convenience. Raymond would still have to remain her husband. A large number of girls dreamed of Raymond, but only Princess Isla had his heart. At the end of the celebration, the boy and the girl immediately had to get engaged, after which he would not go anywhere. It is Lady Evans who should become the bride, as well as the future owner of all these lands, and not another person. However, the princess could not understand why her fiancé was so attracted to Karen hair, after which the princess came up with the idea that the girl was a witch, and had simply bewitched Raymond. Raymond at that moment told Karen that his hunt would only take a couple of days, but Karen knew that hunting was a long process, After which, smiling, she asked the Lord to stop, because he was already shamelessly boasting, and directly about himself. Isla, watching them from behind the tree, became enraged at this, and mentally said that she could not allow her fiancé to be stolen from her. After which, she immediately ran towards them, thinking that she would easily take what by right belonged to her. At that moment, Karna was already explained that some of the weapons presented to her had too high a recoil. The girl listened attentively and tried to fully understand it. And she also perfectly understood all the difficulties. At that moment, the princess stopped and thought that the lady had to take care of such things too. It seemed to her that the household was simply an opportunity for men to demonstrate their personal skills, after which she thought that if Karen manages everything, she will definitely succeed. At that moment, Lady Hare turned to Isla and asked what she was doing next to the traps, to which Isla retorted and also asked the manager where her beloved Raymond was, after which the girl thought that Karen was also lying about this. It was all to be able to spend more time with Raymond. Lady Hare, in turn, simply tried to be attentive to everything, because every year a large number of people suffered because of the hunt. Also in these places there were predatory animals. They are the most capable of causing harm to humans. Upon learning that the forests were unsafe, Lady Evans immediately tensed up and began to look around. Karen told the girl that there was nothing to worry about now, because there were traps everywhere and hunters in the area. At that moment, the princess thought that since everything was like this, then there was no need to worry about predators. But in addition, all the people here were from the higher family, which led to the thought that they might harm the princess, which was unlikely. When Karen started talking about fears, Evans, indignant, reported that she was not afraid of wild animals at all. She began to boast that even if a wild animal approached her, she would not be afraid of it at all. After which she shouted at Care that he should no longer dare to meddle in other people's business. To this, Karen replied from behind that if the princess took one more step, she would completely lose her leg. When Isla saw the trap, fearfully she asked the girl why she had not been warned in advance. Karen pretended to be innocent and falsely asked the lady if she had warned her. At that moment, the girl also noticed that everyone around was looking at her with condemnation. After which, when she left, she thought that everyone around her was waiting for this. But at that moment, Lady Hare grabbed Isla and asked how scared she was to be so pale. After a while, both girls were in the carriage, where Karen helped the princess take off her corset because she found it difficult to breathe in it. When they took it off, the girl began to feel much better, but she could not understand why the lady did not entrust it to the maid. But at one point, Isla began to wonder why such an important girl would serve others so easily. The princess also knew that Karen herself had her own personal servant, who answered to no one else. And when the first maid disappeared, a replacement was quickly found, leaving the lady with the servants. Because of this, the girl decided to ask the lady if she liked her new maid, since she had just been replaced. Karen, in turn, told Isla that she liked her maid, because the girl was sweet and very good. After which, the princess wondered why the lady wasn't even worried about Nancy, who personally served her for about 5 years. Karen very easily brushed aside the fact that this maid had disappeared, and quickly accepted a new, inexperienced, and clumsy girl. Generally, old and reliable maids had higher priority than newly arrived girls. Isla could not understand Lady Hare's behavior, which only made her more tense. A few days later, the lady talked with Dulan about the upcoming wedding, but the boy was not delighted. Raymond and Lady Evans' wedding ceremony will take place on the last day of the celebration. Hearing what her fiancé was saying, Karen began to act by attacking him, after which she asked him if he was jealous. Because Dulan did not immediately understand the lady's insinuation, Karn decided to quickly jump off the topic and told him to forget his words. But at that moment, Dulan got up and asked the girl how ready she was to prepare for the next ceremony. However, Karen said that Isla should take care of everything herself. After all, it was in this case that Raymond could at least somewhat respect the girl. At that moment, Lady Hare needed to see her father, which made her carelessly head towards the exit. But since her father was busy, the lady asked her fiancé for the keys to the library. Karen just wanted to look at her mother's portrait, to feel at least a little family warmth. Dulan, in turn, was very worried that something had disappeared from the library. At that moment, Karen simply snatched the keys from the boy's hands, telling him that this was actually her home. In fact, the lady was going to do a little investigation there to check her assumption. When Karn saw her eternal companions in front of her, Donna told her that Dulan himself had sent both of them. Because of this, the lady thought about how she could get rid of everyone and be alone for a while. Suddenly, the memory of what Donna had said about Madame Dear emerged in her head, whom the lady could not recall. After which, the idea occurred to her that everyone should visit her longtime mentor to talk to her. After some time, the girls met, after which Dear said that she did not expect this at all from the lady. It turned out that the woman thought that such a charming girl would prefer to marry rather than be head of the household. Karen tried to behave with dignity and agreed with her mentor, while thinking that everything was going as it should. The lady hoped to discover something that could greatly help her in the future, so she sent the servants to enjoy the holiday. Madame Dear asked Karen if she would marry Dulan, as was previously supposed. Lady Hare was surprised that Dear even knew about Dulan, but decided to answer that everything was fine between them. However, the girl did not feel that the mentor was too familiar with her personal life. At that moment, the lady got up from the table saying that she still had a lot to do, so she had to leave her. But Madame Dear grabbed the lady's hand and pulled her closer to her, after which she asked the lady if something threatened her, and she was so eager to leave here. And at that moment the mentor told Karen that long ago, Dulan had said he would kill his wife. 10 years ago, when they were still children, on the day of his engagement, everyone checked the security and precision of the dogs. It turned out that most of the dogs were loose, which worried many people greatly. At that moment, the girl, still very young, began locking all the dogs out of her room. But her father turned to her. It turned out that on that day, the young lady let all the dogs into her room, which greatly surprised the servants. The father immediately pulled his daughter away from the door. She really didn't resist anything, but understood that from there things would go wrong. At that moment, everyone present noticed that there was another person in the girl's room, which horrified them. Suddenly, shouts and pleas for help began to be heard from the room. A voice shouted to release him urgently. When everyone ran to save the little one, the mistress held the young lady, telling her that all the fault was hers. Upon hearing that no one could open the doors, the woman was horrified, but could do nothing about it. But at the moment they finally managed to open the door, everyone was horrified by what happened to the child. However, Karen's father's position forced her to close her eyes to what happened to her son in the palace. Everyone felt sorry for Dulan, but Karen didn't care at all about her childhood choice. After a while, the boy was informed that Lady Karen had come to him to ask for forgiveness, after which the girl began to be forced to apologize for having hurt him so much. But instead of an apology, Dulan only heard a disgusting exclamation and also saw a condemning look from Karen. After which, the young lady began to indignantly ask why this weirdo was still alive after what occurred to him. And at that very moment, her mentor began to stop her, covering her mouth with her hand so she wouldn't keep saying such things. And at that moment, the future priest said that in the future, he would definitely kill this girl. Moreover, after that incident, Dulan began to constantly stutter, which continued to this day. At that moment the lady was embarrassed. She perfectly understood that a long time had passed. That's why she said this. The mentor again asked the girl how things were with Dulan and if she would still be with him. At that moment, Lady Hare began to think about what would happen next and how to answer the woman's questions. Since childhood they tried to surround Karen with love, also admiring her beauty and intelligence. But on the day of the tragedy, the young lady began to think about what her life and destiny would be like next. However, at that time, life went on almost the same as before, until a moment. Everything began to change, only when Karen's mother brought a maid named Nancy home. Among children of the age of young Lady Hare, sleepwalking episodes were very common, so a personal maid appeared. At that moment, adults only had to help children with such problems because they had to recover from everything. Karen's father informed the mentor that it was he who made the initial decision about the personal maid. When the new maid was with Karen, her mistress was terribly worried about what would happen next to the girl. That day, Nancy helped her new baby take a medicine that no one had prescribed for her before. The mentor immediately ran to the new girl with the order to take off this medicine, because Dear did not trust this medicine. In the end, it turned out that this medicine was prepared by yourself, and in fact, it was not prescribed by a doctor. At that moment, Karen told Nancy that this medicine tasted very strange and incomprehensible. After these words, the mistress approached the girl and told her not to take anything else from the servant's hands. Every year the girl became stranger and stranger, so the sick mother began to worry about the girl and ask how she was. Madame Dear began to tell the woman what had happened recently and what Nancy had been doing with Karen. And that day of the conversation, Madame Karen died at that moment, holding a miniature portrait of her daughter. When they explained to the girl that her mother had died, the girl could not understand it, so she showed no specific emotion. But it turned out that the young lady did not even remember her own mother, so the mentor began to raise the alarm. The woman shouted that she had warned her that the girl should not take this medicine at all. After telling the lady the whole story, the woman asked if Karen was all right. But Hare simply thought that this whole part of her life was like a blurry cloud, similar to imagination. When Madame Dear realized that Karen, after having heard this story, was not surprised in the least, which was very strange. However, the girl simply understood that Nancy herself had bewitched and broken the lady's mind with her medicines. Although Karen clearly understood that her father already knew very well that his daughter was abnormal. But Hare knew that at that moment Nancy was gone, so there was nothing more to worry about. The woman immediately attacked the girl, telling her that she was ready to be with the lady, that she could count on her. She again asked the lady if she wanted Dear to be a mentor again and help more. However, Lady Hare could not understand why Madame Dear was so eager to become her mentor again. Karen asked if the woman had been waiting for this moment, sitting between four walls for so many years. But the lady's last words emphasized that most likely, the woman simply wanted to take her place. However, Dear told Lady Hare that this was not the case, and that she simply wanted to help her again. But Karen, in turn, told the woman that after so long she could not trust her. At that moment, the idea occurred to her that she was going to check something recently. When the girl dismembered that man, she perfectly understood that she had a clear mind. But now it seemed to her that she was still delirious. Pulling a pistol from her dress, the girl pointed the barrel at the woman's forehead, telling her she could not allow such a turn of events. However, Madame Dear could not understand what the lady she was taking care of was saying now. The girl immediately started yelling at the woman to stop acting like she knew nothing. Karen held her head because of the fact that she had already killed several people. There were too many thoughts about this in her head. She did not like the ending that could happen at this moment at all. The woman began to yell at the lady to finally calm down, because that behavior was terrible. Karen said that her own father realized his mistake regarding Nancy, so he kicked her out of the house. If a woman were in her place, it seemed to her that everything would be very good now, and life would be wonderful. At the same moment, Dirkfell and Karen told the woman that she understood everything completely differently than how it was. And then Karen admitted that it was actually she who killed the maid, and not her father who kicked her out. Lady Hare approached her former mentor and told her that she would no longer tolerate hallucinations. Moreover, after some time, the mentor should have easily returned to life, thanks to Karen's curse. Everything was good and wonderful, but every novel had to contain sad scenes. This whole world was just a dream that would end after a while and never return. According to the plot, Karen would soon fall in love with a handsome knight, which would make all her problems disappear. At that moment, Lady Hare was stopped by a man who apologized for being forced to stop the girl. Suddenly, Karen, realizing that it was him again, looked angrily at the man and barked something to herself, after which this man snatched the gun from the lady's hands, asking why she took it out in the room. At that moment, the man noticed the dead lady, after which he immediately sent the lady to the newly arrived carriage. But instead of leaving calmly, Karen began to wonder what the escort would do now. After this, the man asked the girl to leave the house, because at that moment he had already worked enough. Without thinking twice, she left the house and headed to the carriage, where a man already met her and helped her inside. Upon boarding the transport, the lady began to think that she had really gone too far with her actions, from which Karen began to assume that her whole life was just an illusion, and that she herself was just a maniacal madwoman. The girl's next idea was simply to follow Nancy, throwing a loop around her neck, which she would do herself. After all, after her death, she could start her life from scratch, although it would be difficult. At that moment, the assistant threw a box into the carriage, after which he said that with her help he deserved at least one day off. After the lady saw another suitcase, she was surprised, but it turned out that the man had simply killed the witness. Karen asked why he killed her, because he could have simply threatened her, but there was nothing she could do. After this, Lady Hare told the man to explain everything related to those matters to her. However, the assistant told Karen that there was nothing, that he just needed a job. When the lady asked him if he had gotten rid of Nancy, the man tensed up a little, since he did not understand why the girl was asking that. But he did not hesitate for long, looked away from the girl, and the escort said that it was really him. To this, Lady Hare asked why he did it, surprising the man thus. At that moment, Raymond appeared behind him, which greatly frightened both representatives. Karen, without thinking long, appeared and asked the boy what he was doing here, since he had never walked around the city before. It turned out that he was simply passing by and saw among others a carriage that seemed familiar to him and, therefore, a flatterer. Upon hearing these words, the girl began to jump for joy, because she liked her baby very much whom she adorned. When the boy asked the escort about the decisions, the girl told him not to ask too many questions. After all, such information was not revealed and was quite personal, without even delving into secrets. At that moment, the lady came up with the idea that if she found out more than she needed, she would repeat Dear's fate. But Karen decided to lie, after which she said that Bowen simply collided with Nancy, and that's where it all began. Raymond was surprised by this, because it seemed to him that the girl was now carefully avoiding old acquaintances. After which, the boy saw large suitcases in the carriage, so he asked the girl if those were all her purchases. Lady Hare confirmed this fact, but in her thoughts, she thought that the boy might ask to see them. It turned out that the guy sent Lady Evans to look for a carriage for them, and went for a walk with a sore leg. Raymond asked the girl if she had returned to the estate, because the weather was so beautiful now. After that, looking at the sunset, Raymond told the girl to tell him her terrible secret that she did not want to tell, from which I began to assume that it could be murder, beating, robbery, violence, arson, or something else. To this, the lady told him that it was completely different, but she was also sure that he would be shocked by the truth. But at that moment, the boy and the girl began to talk about what secrets of origin they had, and if they had any. However, Karen was now thinking about how to quickly get rid of the boy, from which Lady Evans' intervention would be of great use. After which she began to divert the topic even further, saying that at first she was very surprised by the impending engagement. She also added that her plans were simply to fight the boy, but unfortunately, it didn't work out. At this, both representatives laughed awkwardly, and Raymond said that the girl was very unlucky in this. But Karen's thoughts were actually filled with the fact that if someone found out the whole truth, in the best case, she would simply be executed. However, if Raymond marries Princess Isla and lives a good life, this may not happen. When the lady was already at her estate, she thought that her mother had died in childbirth, or something like that. At that moment, the girl was asked if her mother was wonderful, to which the girl replied that she was. After this, Karen's father told his daughter that his wife was a real beauty. Lady Hare didn't even think that something deep could be hidden behind the mother's personality, which ultimately contributed to the destruction of her daughter's psyche. Since Madame Dear was dead, he would have to pay for the funeral otherwise. It would be wrong. Karen realized that Bowen had already told everything, which forced him to confess the murder of Nancy and Madame Dear. Upon hearing these words, the father asked his daughter why she did all this. And why she did this, the father told the girl that she could contain her desires, even if both girls were too annoying. After which, he invited his daughter to talk about the whole situation, having a cup of tea to understand it in more detail. Also to tell the girl that if they did the festival together, it could be good for them. At that moment, Karen told her father what she had learned from Dear, or rather, that she had lost her memory due to her madness. At that very instant, the girl was seized by a burst of anger, but after what she had done, she began to feel light in her soul. However, it would be much better if the girl knew that everything she was going through was not her illusion. After hearing his daughter's words, the father grabbed her head because, in his opinion, the girl spoke about life too simply. At this point, Lady Hare suggested that her father have a clear conversation instead of wasting time on idle chatter. At that moment, Karen finally had the opportunity to get to the bottom of the truth and check all the nuances one by one. She wondered if she really had problems since birth, which turned out to be true. Most likely, Nancy simply filled the gaps in the girl's memory with completely different memories. The daughter asked her father why he was hiding the corpse, because if he had been caught doing this, no one would have been able to protect him. Karen, in turn, began to feel like just a doll in an unknown performance for her. But it turned out that all these actions were done only to protect the girl, which led her to deceive herself. At this point, the lady began to wonder if all these deaths were really her doing. The father began to try to calm his daughter and show her that none of this was a hallucination. Realizing that everything was really like this, Karen began to think that the only misunderstanding was only her. After this, the annoyed lady asked her father why he needed to hide Nancy's corpse in another room. The father told his daughter that he knew very well that big problems should not be carried by children. However, Karen shouted that if everything was really like this, then it would be better to tell him the whole truth. But the man did not understand what his daughter was talking about, because he thought he was doing absolutely the right thing. As the screams did not cease, the father said that since her life had not really begun yet, he did not want to interfere too much. Karen shouted that at that moment she was talking nonsense, because both the father and mother had simply ruined the girl's future. Erasing her memory in no way could improve Lady Hare's life. And in the end it turned out to be so. And marriage and love with other feelings have become completely insignificant for the girl. The father began to try to convince his daughter that all her words were just emotions. And in reality, everything was completely different. At that moment, Karen told her father that she had already chosen the path of a murderer, and that she would never abandon it in the future. And if she had failed, she would have confessed it to Lord Raymond alone, regardless of anything. Since her father would not allow this, Karen began to talk about it so that, in this case, he himself would lock her away from everyone. The moment the girl blurted out that she had already lived 100 years in 1 year, her father did not understand her at first. Suddenly, he remembered his ex-wife's words, that there was no need to interfere in his daughter's life. But he could not help but do it at that moment. When Karen told him that she didn't want to know anything about her mother, since she remembered absolutely nothing about her, she surprised her father. Now the girl had no need to know this, since she herself had erased all memories of her childhood. The lady could not understand what her mother was trying to achieve with her actions, which brought horror into her life. The father listened horrified to his daughter's words about what she thought and felt about her own mother, but he could do nothing about it. After the girl calmed down a little, her father told her not to talk about her mother like that again, because she really loved her. At that moment, the lady suggested that she had inherited such madness from her own mother. Suddenly, the Lord told the girl that for Catherine too, this world was like a book, which probably happened to Karen. At that moment, the woman constantly insisted that her daughter would live exactly like her. Karen really could not understand what her father was talking about, which led her to assume that her mother had gone through the same thing. Suddenly, because the daughter did not believe her father's words, he said that the girl herself was proof of this. She understood that this might seem unrealistic to others, but for her daughter, it was much easier to understand everything. At that moment, Karen realized that this was indeed the case, because it was very difficult to doubt after so many lives. After a while, the lady asked why they were hiding all this. She could calmly reveal it now. If Karen had previously known about the existence of a person who was no different from her, she would not have tormented herself so much. Having learned this information at the age of 10, Karen would never have been able to bear this whole burden. In this case, it would be best if the whole palace simply forgot about the child, so that in the future, everything would take a different direction. After quite some time, the daughter asked her father how she could end this whole time cycle. The Lord's answer was that the girl simply had to meet a person like him, and in that case, everything would end. As Catherine told her, she could only live her real life after meeting him. Most likely, this whole cycle will end only after Karen herself can get married. But not just for a stranger, Lady Hare needed to meet her true love. Only in this case, everything would end. In this life, only true love was important. Other feelings were not so important. The Lord said that his grandfather's mother was also engaged to another guy, but she did not love him at all. However, Karn did not understand why, after so many deaths governing man, love was the salvation. The girl wandered so much only because she could not find her true soulmate. Upon hearing this, she looked doubtfully at her father and repeated his phrase about true love. It turned out that the father believed in Madame Catherine as much as in Lady Karen, and the trust was, and on the same level. However, the daughter was jealous that her mother had someone who still believed and trusted her. When the father heard that the main character in his daughter's life was Raymond, he smiled because Verdict would be very angry about this. After these words, Karen got up from her seat and informed her father that she would also miss the next dinner. In my head spun the idea that my father considered the possibility of Catherine appearing outside the book quite romantic. When Isla found out that Karen would not be at dinner, she began to rejoice that Raymond was all hers. Raymond perfectly understood what made his future wife shine so much, but still asked her if she knew his situation. At that moment, the girl clearly answered yes. All this could bring much benefit to his family. When the gentleman realized that in the future, he would not be able to participate in the army, he became a little discouraged because he believed he would do it for the rest of his life. And Sela told her lover not to worry about anything because the girl was going to support him in everything. When the princess asked the boy if he was happy about the upcoming event, he looked away and said it was a great honor for him. After this, Lady Evans began to think that her future husband would certainly not live like his father. She suddenly remembered that Raymond was different on the battlefield, so she asked the boy to tell her more about it. When he replied to the girl that since he returned safe and sound, everything spoke for itself, this answer quite confused Isla's father. At that moment, the organizer told the girl's father that she was in an excellent mood, which was simply wonderful. However, most of the father's attention was focused on Lady Hare's absence, which made him wonder where the girl was, from which he realized that without the lady, an idle reigned during dinner, which made him wish the girl would never return. When Raymond asked about Lady Hare, Verdict immediately wondered if it was normal for him to be interested in such things concerning Isla. The moment the father told his daughter to look at Karen after dinner, she was very surprised. It was necessary to know how the girl felt and also to ask her to attend the ceremony. At that moment, Raymond intervened, asking both of them if it was fair to force a sick person to go somewhere. Verdict informed the boy that the lady also wanted to get engaged soon to a revered priest. At that moment, Lady Hare's father noticed that this conversation was beginning to take on very interesting colors, after which he leaned towards Dulan and whispered to him that he had a conversation with his daughter today, and that in the morning he would have to come to calm the girl down. But at that moment, Donna interrupted everyone, informed the organizer that she had received a letter from her lover. The next morning, Dulan was already bringing breakfast to his fiancée and realized that he had put a large amount of sedative in it. At that moment, Karen met him and thanked him for doing so much work for her, after which she added that her father and mother made a very unusual deal, which is why they taught Dulan all this. However, from the beginning, the boy was also bait thrown at the main character. Everything was exactly the same as when the mother broke off her engagement, choosing the girl's real father. At that moment, the lady asked her future husband if they had told him the story of his mother, to which he received an affirmative answer. After this, Karen asked him if he believed that life could really repeat itself until true love was found. Dulan informed Lady Hare that all these thoughts and conversations were completely irrelevant, but since Karen asked to share her thoughts, the boy told her that if she didn't believe it, nothing would change. However, Karen hoped to hear from her priest that there were suggestions that the girl was somehow paranoid. In one's own life, everyone is the protagonist of their own story, but from time to time they have their own. Like falling, suddenly the girl brought her hands closer to the boy and with a sad face asked if he was looking for comfort. The trial deal was very good for Dulan because he was a beggar, but he felt like his responsibility was being taken away. But at that moment the boy, who was not satisfied with his lady's behavior, said that he didn't need help now, unlike Karen. At that moment, the lady informed him that in that case, she would be forced to break off her engagement. She then added that she really thought she should leave this life completely. But even in this case, she is unlikely to have a chance to live a real life. And happy, the girl no longer had the strength to live her life for the umpteenth time, so Karn experienced no feelings. That night, Karen decided to make her insignificant and vague decision before the tomb of her biological mother. The girl saw her perfect death lying in the grave and looking at the sky, also envying it. Contemplating the Milky Way, Care wondered if she was really in the book world at that moment. If the girl could not get out of here, like the stars in the sky, she could not imagine what would happen to her next. After which, Karen reported that she envied her very much for her imminent death. If the lady wanted to follow her destiny, the girl should have simply completely linked her fate with Raymond. Returning to reality, the lady told Dulan to simply take away the tray after eating. After some time, Lady Hare played music and thought that if her mother managed to escape this loop, she would achieve it too. After so long, the girl regained hope that she could die normally in the future. But at that moment, a maid burst into the young lady's room and sharply called her mistress. At that moment, Donna asked the lady if she was pretending to be sick. And in reality, she was completely fine. When Karna was informed that her outfits had been recently delivered, the girl was indignant because they had been sewing them for too long. After this, the girl asked the maid if she had delivered the letters to her father. However, Donna was surprised that after reading it, the gentleman became very sad, and his emotions changed. If Karen wanted to share this information with the maid, she would have informed her first. Of all these words, Donna did not understand what to say. That's why Karen said the mistress had gone too far. At that moment, Lady Evans entered the room and told Karna that she had heard very well that she was not well. After which the girl said that she did not look sick at all, but rather a pretender. And at the same moment, the princess added that she would like Karen to also be present at her engagement to Raymond. But at that moment, the lady continued pretending and said that maybe she wasn't feeling well that day. And Sella immediately asked the girl if she would be at the welcome dinner for the countess's arrival. However, Karen would have to be present at this dinner anyway, because this countess was the wife of the finance minister. When the princess heard these words, she was indignant because her vacation was not important, and they were going to miss them. But nevertheless, Karen did not understand why the girl had such a reaction, because most likely she just felt better. It turned out that it was Isla's own desire, which led her to hope that Lady Hare would be present at the engagement. When Isla said it would be good to celebrate an engagement between Karen and Dulan, the lady was immediately surprised. However, having decided to act according to her plan, the girl informed Isla that she was forced to break off her engagement with Dulan. Hearing this, Isla asked Karen in horror if she really had a new lover, after which she began to curse the girl, because it was impossible for her to be so indifferent to promises. But Karen told the girl that initially it was not her choice, because only parents made the decision. And since the father was not dying at the moment of greed, the girl could easily marry someone else. Karen also wanted to travel in her life, and remembers very well what Isla said at the competition. When the princess realized that Karen remembered that she had to take the girl to the capital's theater, she was a little horrified. After this conversation, Lady Karen left the room with the words that it was time to prepare to go out in public. Karen finally arrived at the evening party, surprising Je and Sella, who did not expect to see the girl in that place. Lady Hare looked tired and said that she still felt some fatigue in her body, and it was noticeable that when she was in the ladies' chambers in the morning, she was completely fine. But when the girl pretended that her condition was starting to worsen, Raymond immediately flew to her, worried about her. At that moment, Acella's eyes filled with hatred, and she wanted to destroy the girl because of this. Lady Hare immediately felt this facial expression and emotion, which made her very happy. Suddenly, the lady said that she needed to take her place, no matter what, from which she was already about to leave the couple. After which Karen noticed that her father was simply observing everything, which made the girl not understand what was happening. At that moment, she approached her father and asked if he had thought about what she wrote in the letter. At that moment, the man told his daughter that at that time he had already thought about everything and prepared what was necessary. However, he could not understand what was going through her head, because these ideas were very strange. He did not understand why his own daughter so desired the death of her own father. But Karen looked at him calmly and asked him without understanding if he really did not know the reason. To this, the man said that he could not allow such thoughts to enter her head. At that moment, Karen was surprised, so she immediately apologized for her lack of tact on her part. For the girl, all these reasons were quite understandable, but she understood that to others it seemed strange. Suddenly, the father began to say that, until today, he had solved all the problems, but that afterwards, the girl would have to do everything herself. To this, the daughter said that she was already an adult and did not need guardianship, and also did not want a dangerous situation for herself. Her soul wanted to feel more emotions after so many years in the body, and finally see real life. This time, a single death of the maid caused so many changes that the lady could no longer stop. And in any case, the father would die, and if things were rushed, new changes could arise. And suddenly, the girl said that what she wanted most was to see the true test of her father's love. When the father wanted to say something to his daughter about what she was doing, she immediately stopped him and asked him to be quiet, after which Karen showed the newly arrived Lady Elba, to whom everyone was waiting. She was an older woman who was always severe with everyone. Lady Elba Fitzgerald was strict. The Countess was also so ambitious that she never allowed a weak-willed husband near her. In politics, at the same time, the woman was very fond of gambling, from which she sometimes could not stay away. At that moment, she was greeted and thanked for finally visiting this property. Lady Elba looked sad, which made it clear that she was not in a good mood and did not want to come here. But she could borrow a large sum from Verdict, so she had to come. At that moment, Karen's father leaned towards her and said that after this incident, he would definitely rip Verdicas's nose off. After that, the father said that today they would definitely need to discuss their entire plan, especially death. When the Countess approached them, the father immediately bowed to the lady and told her he was glad to see her. At that moment, Elba said that the festival really wasn't bad because Juliana had fun. After this, the woman asked her girl to greet the organizers of this celebration. When Madame added that Karen looked very much like her mother, the girl replied that she was also very happy to meet her. Suddenly, the lady told the girl that if she were in the capital, Karen would always be waiting in Elba's personal lounge. At that moment, Burdick diverted attention to himself and told the lady that the heroine of the upcoming engagement was only Isla. Suddenly, Karen thought that she should at least thank her mother for the genes with which she had been blessed. Once Karen and her father were alone, the boy asked his father if he would finally tell her the reason, after which he began to pressure the man to think that he was beginning to talk about trusting his mother. He also mentioned that the woman later got rid of the same shackles, precisely thanks to the couple's love. At that moment, the lady said that she could not find a person in whom she could also trust. Suddenly, the man said that the lady had no right to say such things, because in the future it would be love, trust and faith that would save her. However, there were several people Karen could meet in a year, which made the lady assume that Raymond was not destined at all. Immediately, Karen said that she never found her true love, for it could even be a dead person. Even Raymond, whom the lady considered her only salvation and destiny, could not save her in any way in previous lives. However, besides this boy, there was no one else whom she loved a girl so much in her life. At that moment, Karen thought about how strong her father's and mother's love was. Lady Hare also began to think about how she and her mother met in their youth. At that moment, the father told the girl that the only way to help her was if she helped Karen. Suddenly, Lady Hare looked severely at her father and told him to present her proof of love. If he sincerely trusted Mother Karen, this meant that the man should not fear death. When he left this world, he could temporarily see Catherine, after which he would return. However, Karen perfectly understood that she could not cause her father's death if he did not do it himself. But whatever his choice, the lady will be able to check her conjectures and find a solution. At that moment, the man told his daughter that he was worried that Karen would have trouble after his death. And at that moment, he learned that she had already died in previous lives of the lady, which surprised him a little. One day, he was simply annoyed by a blow on the back from Lady Evan's father, from which everything began to take off. And once again, he was troubled by an issue that the man could not solve, which also led him to commit suicide. The father told his daughter that he could never have imagined such an outcome of events, because this had never worried him before. In her next life, the daughter was going to closely follow the man to also see his new death. But at that moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the fight between Lady Evans and the arriving mistress. The girl shouted that the lady was behaving very badly. Karen noticed that the princess once again caused such a stir at the celebration, after which she quietly said that she saw in the girl that she had not changed at all even after so many years. When Isla was indignant with the mistress, the woman told her that at that moment her personal opinion was showing her badly. At that moment, Verdict approached the girls and apologized to Lady Elba, saying that his daughter was not yet accustomed to the etiquette of these circles. After which, he sent his daughter to get some fresh air, and then upon return not to repeat the same mistakes. Karen and her father, who were watching all this, laughed a little and began to discuss the faces of both representatives of the Evans family. At the same moment, Karen was called. It turned out that her father and Verdict had agreed on a certain favor. When the girl approached him, she thought about what awaited her this time, because recently she had been Lady Evans' personal maid. After a while, the girl offered the princess a drink and told her that she needed to calm down. After which, Karen explained to Isla that she just needed to call this woman another name. Before marrying Count Orphan, the woman was the daughter of the man Heroine, so it was necessary to change her surname when contacting her. However, the man Manhwa was deprived of his title, and could only be rehabilitated 10 years later. When Isla heard that the lady simply did not like the previous treatment, she could not understand what the problem was. At that moment, Karen thought that Isla's father would easily cover up such neglect with money. When asked why the woman did not like this type of treatment, the lady said that since she lost her status, they began to address her by her surname instead of her first name. And after Mr. Manhwa returned her title, the lady was already Lady Elba. Only you have to keep this in mind. Moreover, if Zella committed the same mistake, she would have to pay a completely different price for it. After all, for Lady Elba, this would be a perfect opportunity to vent all her anger on the princess's father. When the girl asked Karen how she should have called her, she told her that because she did not achieve the proper title. For the time being, she was only a miss. She will become Lady Hare only after marrying an aristocrat, or rather a lady with the prefix of her husband's surname. And after marrying Raymond, Isla will become Lady Cerdas, from which she will never get rid of. Suddenly, she asked Karen if she now looked down on her due to her non-noble origins. When Lady Hare told her that it was completely wrong, Isla began to shout that she could clearly see the mockery in her face. At that moment, Karen told the princess that if she hurt feelings and ruined the mood, she would have to apologize. After which, in response to Isla's denials, Karen still apologized to her, but no remorse was seen on her face. Immediately, the lady shouted that everyone present was simply mocking her on purpose. But Lady Hare said that this could not happen under any circumstances, even if she really wanted to. Karen knew very well that girls were taught etiquette almost from birth, which made her dare to assume that it was Madame Dear who taught her. If ceaselessly repeating life was true, then perhaps it was also true that the world was a book. The girl lived in Karen's body for too long, which caused her memories of what happened before to become a mist. All my thoughts were filled with the question of whether it was even possible to check if this whole life was a book. She remembered the words that Catherine also considered this world a book, which could not be a coincidence. Karen suggested that her mother simply brainwashed the child, thus introducing all the hallucinations into her. At that moment, both girls found themselves in the same place where they hadn't been before, which surprised them quite a bit. When they returned, Isla's condition was one of fear. She began to say something inaudible and unclear, but suddenly, Karen told the princess that she occupied a higher position in society than her. She also told the girl that she did not understand at all what the boys saw in her appearance. When Karen started undermining the princess, she began to lose her temper greatly, which is why she attacked the young lady. After which Raymond stopped her and told her to stop acting so unpleasant. At that moment, the lady told the boy that she couldn't even imagine what the vile woman dared to tell her that time. But suddenly Raymond, with a stern face, turned to his chosen one and told her to maintain her dignity and not to degrade herself further. Suddenly, the lady saw the disapproving looks of the people. Some whispered about her education. Some even mocked her. However, the girl continued complaining to her boyfriend that they started blaming her unfairly for everything. When the girl started crying, Raymond told her to stop, because people were watching them, and therefore thought many bad things. After this, Isla's father joined the trio, and bowing slightly, apologized to Karen. And at the same moment, he began to lead his daughter away from everyone, saying that now it was better for her to rest in her chambers. The princess continued to claim that she behaved this way only because Lady Hare began to be rude to her. At that moment, Karen and Raymond watched this girl being taken away, so the mood began to improve drastically. Suddenly, the lady told the boy that after the engagement, he should start controlling the princess. When Raymond heard this, he asked the girl why she demanded this from him. Because the lady herself caused such an impression. But since they will be engaged soon, they will be seen as one person and Raymond's reputation will depend on it. Immediately, the lady began to think that in the future she would need Raymond. Although at that moment, she preferred death to love. At that moment, Karen asked the boy not to start a conversation with her anymore, because even now, it was difficult for the girl. It would be best not to start a conversation until the girl finds her true love. In the evening, Karen was in the library and thought about how people used to write so much with pens. When her father arrived at the library, his daughter asked him if her mother had left him any diary personally. Upon her father's response, the lady asked him if he believed her, still not really knowing anything, to which the man fell silent for a while, after which he carefully said that even ignorance would not change his love for Catherine. Suddenly, Karen offered her father her help with the rope, because she had some experience in hanging. But her father told her that under no circumstances should traces of another person remain on the rope. At that moment, the lady began to tell her father that at the banquet he had overdone it with his words. His speech and conversation were as if he were warning others about an impending suicide. He asked the lady and Verdict to take care of his daughter if anything happened, because her condition began to fail everyone. The father asked if the girl thought such a warning would be an excellent measure and a kind of insurance for her. When the matter began to come to an end, the daughter asked her father if she needed to leave the room. Without thinking twice, Karen left the library and thought that her love should also be ready to commit suicide. Only in this case, she would acquire the equivalent value of Karen, who had already died countless times. Only she could not understand if such love would be possible in this terrible life. After all, even Raymond himself doubted the girl, who was always on his side. Karen also did not understand if she would need to save him if everything turned out well for both of them. In her next life, Karen wanted to learn hypnosis from her current maid. When the lady returned to the room, she saw that her father was sobbing, after which she asked him if he was scared. With a face stained with tears, the man told his daughter that it was all false emotions, and that in reality, everything was normal. However, Karen perfectly understood that her father was very afraid of death, and of the fact that it was so close. The lady perfectly understood what her father was feeling. She knew that no matter how much one gets used to this, fear still invades. The feeling of despair before death, and the only thought piercing me, and sinking into the head, haunted me until my last breath. Suddenly, the girl told the man that she understood him perfectly, so she began to try to calm her father. Compared to his faith and the power of love, such an act was a mere trifle. However, even the girl had in her head her father's words, that she needed to find her true love. Although she justified many actions with love, she could not face this when she was on the verge of death. Suddenly, Karen approached him and rhetorically asked if his death would be like anyone else's. However, the girl clearly knew that there was not a single feeling that could overcome death. And at that moment, Karen began to rejoice that even after so much, he did not deny her father's love. After which she confessed to the man that all this was just a test of how far her fiancé would have to go. That's why it was absolutely not necessary for the father to sacrifice his own life. At that moment, the memories of the dying Catherine began to surface more and more in my father's head. But at that moment, Karen interrupted him by saying that she understood that he did not believe either his daughter or his mother. At that moment, Isla was wandering around the mansion, thinking that she wanted to leave it as soon as possible. After all, it was here that very strange things happened to her that greatly disturbed her. When the girl found herself in front of the entrance to the library, she realized that she had probably taken the wrong path. She saw that there was a light on inside, which made her wonder why it was necessary at such a late hour of the night. Realizing that there might be a gentleman inside, scolding Lady Karen, she began to cheer up and gradually rejoice. After which, the princess decided to look into the room through the gap in the door. The morning after the lady saw something she didn't need to see, she started not listening to her father and started doing things her own way. Verdict tried to calm his daughter, but was powerless against the girl's desires, that she did not want to get away with such horror. And Zella shouted that in the future, she would definitely pour boiled tar on Karen's face, thus disfiguring the girl. Upon hearing such conclusions, the father looked at the princess with surprise and asked if she was sane. After all, even at the banquet, Isella behaved inappropriately, thus showing Lady Elba her terrible side. When the father called this lady by the name everyone had given her, Isla looked at him darkly and muttered something. At that moment, Isla began to shout that they should have at least been warned, since it was precisely due to ignorance that the girl received so much criticism. But at that moment, Verdict began to raise his voice at the girl and ask her if she still didn't understand all this. When he told his daughter to stop being jealous of Lady Hare, she was shocked and horrified. At that moment, Lady Evans began to shout at her father that if he had put in a little effort, she would have become an excellent noblewoman. When the father hit the girl, she began to bare her teeth and increasingly repeat the words that he should hit her. The last straw for my father's nerves was that Isla called Veridica a rich usurer. And common, when the bottle fell to the floor and broke, the father told the lady that he did not raise his hand to her for only one reason. The girl had an upcoming ceremony, which he did not want to spoil at all. If the girl continued this behavior next time, then the punishment for her would be the last one. She should not even forget the contract and the people who contributed a lot for her, and upon whom her marriage depended. After that, her father told Isella not to leave the room again today, and that the next day she should apologize properly to everyone. As soon as the lady left, Verdict sat on the sofa and thought that he had previously thought raising his daughter would be easy, after which he thought he would have to sign a contract to extract diamonds in another mine. There was a lot to do. It was also necessary to take care of this estate and then look after the countess. However, Lady Elba will do everything possible to take advantage of Verdict's weaknesses. She also started taking care of Lady Karen, which was very good for the girl. But the thoughts about what Mrs. Isla had recently said remained in my head. She also understood that at that moment, there were already enough problems precisely because of the princess. After all, Isla only knew one thing, which was to dress beautifully and magnificently, which made her education increasingly difficult. The girl only needed to marry a wonderful man who could satisfy all her desires. And at that moment, the man hung up the phone and was indignant about the way Selina raised her daughter in general. This woman gave birth to 2 children for the man, also enduring all of her husband's adventures, who ran after many girls. However, Isla was very jealous and in a bad mood, so her father could not understand who she was born to. But that night the princess saw how the gentleman died, so she was completely horrified, after which the girl began to wonder why all these strange things were happening in the mansion. But at the moment of thinking, Karen interrupted all thoughts, abruptly opened the door, and saw Princess Isla. However, the princess saw that the lady was crying and could barely connect the words into a logical chain. But the girl perfectly understood that all these oddities aligned like a thread leading to Karen. Suddenly, Isla started playing along with the girl, asking with a sad face what had happened. However, the girl understood that if there was no sadness on her face, then Karen might suspect something. After which, the lady began to say that she could not believe this could happen. But at that moment, Karen asked the girl what kind of kindergarten she was playing in now. And it was at that moment that a doorknob flew towards Lady Evan's head, slightly injuring the girl. At that moment, Lady Karen sarcastically asked the princess how long she had been shamelessly following her. Suddenly, Lady Evans abruptly turned around, started shouting and fleeing from her as fast as possible. When the girl escaped, the lady was left with her thoughts and realized that everything could go very wrong. Since Isla was shouting so much, she would have to be taken away from all the people. And the first thing in any case would be to perfectly follow Isla's tracks. When Karen noticed bloodstains on the walls, she realized that Lady Evans was very careless. However, what the lady did not notice was how many circles Isla was going to make before stopping, after which she realized that it was very pleasant for her to hold something quite heavy in her hands. The house in general began to seem quite exciting and pleasant to the lady, thanks to all situations turning out this way, because only now all the girls' doubts disappeared. It didn't matter if everything was reality or an illusion. The most important thing was that it was possible to kill everyone, but Lady Karen knew very well that she should not lower herself to becoming an obsessed murderer. At that moment, Lady Isola realized that she needed to leave the mansion immediately, because her life now depended only on this. But then she realized that she had taken the wrong path, and because of this, now she didn't understand where she was. Usually, there were a good number of people present in the hallways, but there was not a single soul in this place. The runner began to shout that she knew very well that someone was behind all these oddities. She immediately realized the fact that Lady Hare was definitely behind the murder of the maid. At that moment, Isla began to sincerely fight for her life. She prayed to survive. After all, Karen was just a girl holding an ordinary candlestick. However, no matter what, Lady Isla only had one wish in her head. She wanted to make Karen rot in prison, although she could also have Lady Hare executed, which would have been much better. If Karen had been caught and imprisoned, Raymond could also have regretted it and apologized to the girl for what she had recently done. But while Isla was thinking about all this, Miss Hare quickly approached from behind and took the girl by both shoulders, after which Karen sarcastically asked the princess if she thought the girl wouldn't be found in her own home. However, when the lady realized she was in a desperate situation, she hit and then began to flee as fast as possible. But at that moment, Karen looked at her calmly and said that Isla was a desperate fighter. Suddenly, she affectionately asked the girl if she wanted to be her friend in the next life, after which Karen hit Isla and also calmly and affectionately said that the princess had lived up to all expectations. When Lady Evans fled, and the young lady said it would be very nice if they could become friends. During her escape, Isla began to cry with fear and try to think about everything that had happened. When she was completely exhausted and sat on the floor, after which she thought about the fact that she needed to sleep. After some time, the princess realized that such an outcome would be unlikely, and that all this was far from a dream. The lady began to increasingly want to leave this mansion as soon as possible. And at that moment, Evans saw that there were people in front of her, which made her run towards them. When she got close, Isla began to shout that a murderer was roaming the hallway. And at that moment, the princess began to talk about how Karen killed her own father and hit him. She shouted that Lady Hare was behind all the oddities, thus behaving worse than a bitch. In my thoughts, there was only joy because I finally got to meet people, and now everything should end. But at that moment, the princess was grabbed by the neck and began to be lifted off the floor, thus enormously frightening the girl. Dulan repeated once more to Isel that she should never meddle in her own affairs again. At that moment, Karen carefully returned to the office along the wall and sobbed, because her loot was disappearing so easily for the umpteenth time. It was very cruel to her that all this was happening, because the girl tried very hard to fulfill her plan. When she arrived there, Karen began to pray that her father's body was still in the library. Upon opening the door, Lady Hare asked that her father not disappear in the same way Nancy disappeared. And Sella, the moment Karen saw the hanged corpse, she began to rejoice that the man was truly dead. She began to feel great relief and peace in her soul for what had happened. Although now there was no person who could successfully hide the corpses, the fugitive princess remained. If the girl really managed to escape and survive, then her denunciation would make Karen feel very bad. And Sella had a better chance of telling everyone that it was Karen who killed her own father. Realizing this fact, Lady Hare began to think that she really should have simply destroyed the princess. The young lady also understood that at that moment, the best outcome of her life would only be death. After so long, Karen managed to reach only one result again, thus forcing herself to wake up again on the street under a tree. At that moment, the lady jumped out of the window, with the thought that the infirmary would be much better for her than the dungeon. However, at that moment the girl was caught by the hand of a man who firmly grabbed Lady Hare, after which Karen lifted her head and saw Raymond, who once again came to her aid. But the girl, lowering her head again, told the boy to let go of her hand and let her die in peace. When the girl began to talk about wanting to die, Raymond carefully began to lift her, telling her that she would think about it later. After the gentleman took the lady out the window, she wondered why he kept saving her, because she still didn't remember anything. At that moment, Raymond asked the girl what happened to her father in general. Karen told him that he had hanged himself, after which she wondered if the guy would have time to talk to Isla. To this, Raymond told the girl that initially he thought the gentleman had simply left the house. After these words, Karen realized that the guy had not yet had time to meet his future wife. After all, otherwise they would have already put shackles on her and imprisoned her as far away from everyone as possible. The lady began to think that in this life she had not lost everything yet, so a solution could be sought. But at that moment, the guy and the girl noticed that the entire mansion was engulfed in flames, which made them start to panic a little. Raymond informed the lady that all the subjects had left the mansion, but then he could not find only Karen and Isla. When Lady Hare learned about this whole fire, she was surprised, because this had never happened in her life before. After which, Karen wondered if Dulan himself could have covered up all traces of the Lord's death. At that moment, the lady saw that her father's corpse began to fall due to the burnt rope. She wanted to run to him, but Raymond stopped her. Karen, as she was being carried out of the mansion, thought about how useless her father was. She also understood that if the corpse disappeared, then she could not prove this murder. Suddenly, Raymond drew the lady's attention and told her that now she only had to promise one thing. He asked the girl to try with all her might not to die that night, after which he asked her several times if Karen could keep her promise. The lady thought that she would really have to live, because if Zella did not escape, then the girl had every chance for a new future. After this, Raymond asked Karen where the window of the highest level of the library was located. When the guy went looking for this window, the lady thought that she never found her mother's things. In that very second, Raymond grabbed the girl and began to drag her away from the fire, because he got too close, after which he told the lady that at that moment they could not hesitate, so they had to get out as soon as possible. However, Karen didn't even know if in this library there was a diary in which Catherine wrote something. Although for the moment, it was no longer that important, because all that information would now burn in the fire. Karen and Raymond got out of the mansion onto the roof and briefly watched what was happening now. When he asked the girl if she could jump and received a negative answer, Raymond grabbed the woman and told her to hold on tight. After they began to fall together, the lady began to recall this feeling that she had experienced so many times. However, this time she felt encouraged by the fact that she was not the only one feeling all this. At that moment, Raymond told the lady that he would not allow her to be harmed in any way, after which Karen thought that precisely because he was near, she would never die. At least there was no way this could happen tonight, which was sad for Karen on the one hand. And then Raymond told Hare that she was a little shocked, but immediately apologized to her. After that, the guy and the girl flew down, and at that moment Raymond grabbed the branch of a tree with his hand, thus stopping all the speed. And when both were on the ground, Raymond carefully asked Karen if she had hurt herself. At the very same moment, her personal maid ran to Lady Hare, who immediately began to worry about her mistress. She began to ask Karen if she was okay, and also to ask what had happened. At that moment Verdict approached, who understood that the gentleman and Isla had not yet left the burning mansion. He approached Raymond, trying to find out from him if he had found his beloved daughter. Karen perfectly understood that most likely the princess would not be found or seen again. However, the girl did not know whether to rejoice about this or not. She begged to keep staying with her eyes closed so that everything would end once and for all. But all these were just vain hopes that would never come true, the only thing meaning that the lady had survived again. It was always cool in the garden, but after her death, Karen never felt hungry. The girl began to wonder who could have killed her this time. But immediately, the realization came to mind that everything was exactly the opposite. It was she who killed. Since Karen killed and dismembered bodies, no one can kill her anymore. The death of her father was truly useless, because with his help she could not prove anything. At that moment, the lady began to think that it was unlikely she could escape this whole hell. However, if you stop this endless cycle of repetitions, the girl will be able to find the answers. Karen woke up and Donna, who was very worried about her, woke her up. When the lady began to realize what was happening, she was able to open her eyes, from which she immediately saw the changed face of the maid. Suddenly, Lady Hare asked her how long she had been unconscious. Donna reported that because the lady was in a coma for 3 days, she began to think that the girl would not survive. Surprised, Karen immediately asked if anyone else had died in the last incident. At that moment, Donna asked the lady to control herself, after which she began to talk about the gentleman. The lady immediately understood what the maid meant, but thought she already knew, because they told her before she lost consciousness. But suddenly, Donna told the lady that Lord had committed suicide before the fire started. Karen could not understand anything. At that moment she wondered why the maid was so sad about the Lord's death. Donna immediately began to think about how the girl would have to live now, because she was left completely alone. However, at that moment, the lady began to look around to understand where she was now. After which, I immediately realized that I was in a house I had been to before, which was not difficult to recognize. At that moment, Verdict quietly told Karen that she was now in his house. Immediately, Lady Hare wondered if Menzella's body had been found during the blackout. However, since Karen was still alive, most likely the princess could never leave the mansion. At that moment, Verdict asked the maid to leave the room, after which he sat down next to the guest bed. The man began to say that Karen already knew the current situation very well, which made her bow her head. When the lady confirmed this, Verdict told the girl that he regretted what had happened. Karen began to realize that something clearly happened to the princess, because before that her father had almost laughed since the Lord's death. The girl began to regret a little not having been able to strangle Isla with her own hands that day. But at that moment, Verdict told Lady Hare that she should immediately get to work on what she had come for. At the same moment, the man asked Karn if the girl wanted to become his daughter and replace Isla. At that moment, a boy entered the room and said that the Countess wanted to see Verdica to discuss some issues. When he learned about this, he immediately remembered the woman's words about it, which made him a little nervous. After which, the man asked to tell the Countess that he would come in a while. Suddenly, Verdict sat down on a chair and began to think about the fact that the marriage agreement was about to fail due to the absence of his wife. However, for the moment, the man didn't even have time to mourn his own daughter. A concept like sadness became something very expensive for him at that moment. and luxurious. Immediately, the man remembered the words that if the princess had behaved worse, she would have received punishment, after which he began to regret it. If he had known how things could have turned out, he would never have behaved this way with his daughter. The man was not moved at all by the fact that the mansion he so desired had simply burned down recently. However, he was moved by the fact that his daughter could not be found among the flames. He was very worried because his daughter had not yet been released, so the man began to ask everyone about her. When he decided that he would urgently go to the mansion to look for the child, the man immediately began to be restrained. He shouted that if he didn't save Lady Evans, his daughter would remain inside and there would be no way to save her. Raymond immediately grabbed Verdict and began to tell him that all attempts to enter could end in tears. To this, the man began to beg him to go and rescue his future wife. But to this, the guy said that since he was not a firefighter, he could do nothing about it. And Zella, who loved Raymond so much, whom she wanted to possess completely, simply did not want to help her. When the guy came down with Karen, he apologized to Verdict for not being able to find his daughter. At the very same moment, the man began to curse the man because he could not save his own daughter. The Evans family invested a lot of money and resources in this guy, but he returned it very badly. At the very same moment, Dulan entered Verdict's office, who came to inform the man about the critical situation. It was Dulan who was able to snatch Lady Sella from the embrace of the flames. It was he who saved Verdict's name. When he started talking about how things could get worse with Isla, the man began to worry even more. However, although the priest was near the victim, he could not describe the lady's condition. Suddenly, Verdict told Dulan that he would make a large donation to his church while he was with his daughter. If he did everything possible to save Lady Evans, the man was willing to give anything. It was on this occasion that the priest asked Verdict to listen to his only request. According to the law of heirs, the title of lord at this time belonged to Dulan, since the previous one had passed away. However, despite this, the priest could not be lord, because all the documents regarding this matter were reduced to ashes. The proposal to adopt Lady Karen was quite profitable for Verdict, which is why he proposed it. Suddenly, Karen wondered if these consequences were due to the actions she had recently taken. Previously, her father finally died, and Dulan was still able to obtain his title of Lord of these lands. However, at that moment, Karen was only Isla's maid, and now she could become the daughter of the Evans family. After this, Karen fully realized that from now on, she was part of the Evans family. Verdict told the lady that the woman's surname had no importance, since in the future she would take it away from her husband. Suddenly, Karen remembered that not even her own daughter was very happy with her future surname. Now Karen could ask her question, which she had been postponing for a long time until a better time. She handed the paper to the man and asked if she was now Isla's younger sister, after which the lady began to ask how the girl fared after the fire, and if she survived. But Verdict did not answer this instead. He told Karen that she would be requested to attend the event. He also warned that there would be no need to prepare much for anything, as few guests were invited at the same time. However, Karen began to shout that she did not understand what the event was and wanted an explanation for it. Suddenly, she said that an engagement ceremony awaited her, because neither of the two girls had debuted in secular society. That's why Karen would wear Isla's outfits and begin to participate in all events where Isla was supposed to be. Lady Hare, who became Lady Evans, found out that she would be engaged to Sir Raymond Cerdas. After a while, when Verdict left the room, Donna asked him if everything would be all right with her mistress. But when he simply passed by, ignoring the maid, she began to think about him, that the man was just pretending to be important. Donna perfectly understood that most likely the man in her lady's room couldn't even say anything good. After which, the girl sat in front of Karen's bed and told her that it was absolutely necessary to eat. When the lady tasted the food, she said it was very rich, which made Donna happy. Karen didn't understand how, even in her case, food continued to provide her with so much pleasure and amazement. However, at that moment the girl felt drawn to the maid and began to talk about how much she felt for her. The maid began to support the lady and tell her that she needed to keep holding on and move on with her life. Karen confirmed that we must keep living and forget about all the money and everything else. At these words, Donna rushed to hug her mistress in tears, surprising her a little. Furthermore, Karen told the maid that from now on, she would be Lord Verdict's adopted daughter. the man had previously planned to marry Isla to Raymond, which made him take very good care of Karen, who replaced his daughter. Donna began to cry because she couldn't believe it all, because the maid knew a certain fact. When Donna told the lady that Lady Isla was alive, she was very surprised. And also horrified. Karen couldn't believe this was possible, so she asked the maid if she was sure about all this. After which, the lady learned that Lady Isla was unconscious. But the priest did something. After which, Karen asked her maid what Doolin told Lord Verdict. Donna said that the gentleman believed he perfectly knew how Lady Isla could be taken care of, for which he offered his help. The boy promised Verdict that he would take care of the lady until she fully recovered and woke up. Lady Karen might have rejected him, but she still went too far. The lady noticed that all the facts happened just as they had happened before, exactly the same as when Karen became a maid. Previously, Doolin had already contacted Verdict, who couldn't understand one fact, trying to find it out as soon as possible. It always seemed to the man that Mr. Priest loved Lady Hare, but now he acted completely differently. But it turned out that the boy never loved his chosen one, but rather hated her throughout his life. That is why he wanted Karen to take care of Lady and Zella until she woke up from her deep sleep. According to him, the ex-wife was destined to become someone's maid, and not to be a lady. Doolin asked Verdict to make Lady Hare's life simply unbearable and difficult. For him, this would be the best revenge for the fact that Karen abandoned him as unnecessary, and her past attitude towards him. In the morning, Karen was already being attended to by maids, one of whom couldn't believe everything that was happening. It seemed to her that no girl could look so beautiful after a long illness and a recent awakening. Lady Hare was so beautiful that it seemed the girl was too pretty even to be a beauty. No one could understand why the lady's eyes were so expressive, even without makeup. Moreover, Karen's hair was much silkier and better than Lady Isla's, even though she spent a fortune on it. The maid knew very well that this girl's family had simply fallen and Karen had nothing else. However, not even the tragedy that occurred could break her. It only adorned the lady. Even the dress that was made specifically for Miss Isla fit Karen perfectly. It gave the feeling that this set found its true owner after some time. Karen was thinking about what kind of maid she was in her previous life with that appearance. If the whole situation changed that time, then the rest of the people had to change too. At that moment, Donna ran into the room and shouted that the man was already here, and that she should hurry. In that very second, Raymond appeared behind the maid, who approached Karen, and told her that the girl needed an escort. He also arrived here to immediately fulfill his duties, now as a stable boy. After a while, Lady Liana handed the boy a box with an engagement ring, for which the gentleman thanked her. At that moment, Karen began to think that she was once again charming an innocent girl, still very young without knowing it. Suddenly, the boy noticed that Lady Hare had a dissatisfied face, which made him decide to ask what happened. When Raymond began to put on the ring, Karen dryly told him that everything was fine with her, and that there was nothing special. After which, Raymond leaned towards the girl's hand and asked with a small smile if she was jealous. Karen snatched her hand from Raymond and told him that there was no reason for jealousy, and that's why it was out of the question. The girl also added that such jealousy would never happen under any circumstances. The man, helping his new wife cut the cake, said it was a terrible shame because he really wanted jealousy from the lady. After all, Lady Karen could legally dispose of Raymond as she wished. He was especially sure of this because recently the girl managed to pull him away from Princess Isla. However, Karen told Raymond that she didn't want to pull him away from the lady in that way at all. Suddenly, Raymond said that it was logical, because not a single person could predict such a situation. When the chosen ones began to be congratulated on the festivity, Lady Liana gave her gift to Karen, for which the girl thanked her. At that moment, Lady Elba also approached the girls, who also wanted to congratulate the beauty on her marriage. However, she did not know whether such a celebration was worth organizing, but at least it would be a great consolation for Karen's father. At this point, the woman reported that Raymond was much more suitable for Lady Hare than the previous priest, after which Elba told the boy that he was very lucky to be engaged to someone who had a higher rank than the previous girl. Moreover, thanks to Karen and Raymond's engagement, Lord Verdict was able to stay afloat, which was somewhat sad. At that moment, Lady Hare realized that the woman had said this so loudly that she only drew more attention. Among those present, half the people were discontented, which Lady Elba involuntarily began to feel. Half the people were on Elba's side and were debtors to verdict, and the other half were the Lord's minions. Karen bowed to the lady and thanked her for attending the entire ceremony, thanks to which she resolved all legal matters. When Lady Elba said that for her it was just a trifle, she asked the girl to simply not forget her words. At that moment, Raymond repeated Elba's words exactly, that marrying such a girl was an uncommon success. Because of this, Karen had to thank the boy for saying these words, after which she took his hand. Raymond felt that such luck was so great that it seemed to him that Lady Hare had been granted to him by destiny itself. However, Karen understood that all this was similar to her past, similar to the true heroine of the novel, where even the ending was writ. She began to feel that this time, the whole story was repeating again, which immediately made her mood start to drop. Karen began to wonder if those murders and dissections that happened, precisely, because of her made any sense. Suddenly, Raymond turned to the lady, who really wanted to ask and clarify some things with the girl. When he asked Karen if she felt comfortable in Lady Isla's place, the girl was very surprised by this question. It turned out that Raymond noticed that Lady Hare was walking very heavily, so he offered to lean on him. Moreover, if a girl had pain in her legs, then she should not move around much, but be more sedentary. At that moment, Karen realized that her fiancé was testing the waters beneath her, which made her very cautious, and she began to think about how much her husband knew. She couldn't understand why the boy was doing this, and what he wanted to find out by doing so. At that moment, Lord Verdict approached the boy and the girl, who greeted him, and they told him how wonderful the day had been. But to this, Raymond told the man that for all of them the day was like a day, and he simply kept his promise. At this point, Verdict said that all this is happening only because he now has his new daughter, Karen Evans. Suddenly, Raymond asked the gentleman if all this interfered with his will, which was a priority over everything else. After which, the boy stated that his younger brother and his father, who until this day perceive him as a child, told him the same thing. At that moment, Karen was completely confused because the stories didn't add up, which raised doubts that this was really the same Raymond she knew. Suddenly, Raymond asked his new wife if everything was all right with her, because she was paler than death. At the very same moment, Lady Hare moved away from him and calmly murmured that everything was fine with her. After which, the lady began to think about how such a noble man could blatantly lie to important people. Suddenly, Raymond told Karen that if it was difficult for her to be in such a crowded place, then they could leave. However, Karen couldn't understand why Raymond was lying, moreover, if at that moment it wasn't for love. At that moment, the girl thought about the feelings Raymond had for her in previous lives. Lady Hare began to think more and more about the feelings the noble gentleman had for her at that moment. Karen began to get more and more confused in her thoughts. She no longer understood if this was really the same love she imagined. It seemed to her that Redmond didn't love her at all during all this time, but only showed false feelings and pretended. The lady began to guess that it was precisely because of all this that she kept returning to her beginning. Since Raymond was more likely to be the culprit, it became increasingly difficult for Karen to contain her hatred and her anger. There was a desire to simply destroy the guy once and for all, to crush his head. After a while, Karen and Raymond were sleeping in their rooms. But at one point, the boy woke up from something unknown, from which the girl also woke up. Raymond, realizing this, apologized to his wife and told her that everything was fine with him, and that there was nothing special. From that moment on, Karen had to periodically listen to Raymond's stories about his participation in the war. However, as everyone knows, even a good story will eventually start to become boring if you listen to it once and again. But Karen's torment lasted more than 10 years, since which the girl began to reassure her husband. After trying once more to calm Raymond, the guy said that this was really something he should stop worrying about. At that moment, Karen should not have taken all this love for granted, because Raymond truly loved the lady. In the morning, Lady Hare returned to caring for Isla, who was sleeping soundly, and asked her about her love for Raymond. Karen couldn't understand if Isla truly loved this boy with all her soul. Care didn't believe the words that if the girl was with the wrong person, she would die alone. It seemed that Isla previously wanted to grow old with Raymond and also see her children happy. Perhaps this was the true and much desired love for Isla, which further confused Karen. Most likely, both girls' ideas about love were very different. So everything got worse. Karen began to wonder if she desired the same love that Lady Sella desired. Then, if the girl could stop the entire series of returns. According to the father, only true love could save the lady after so many lives. Only she could help Karen get out of all the circle of this hell she was going through. However, the girl still reached her underworld, in which she only began to go crazier. After which Karen began to assume that her love for Raymond was not even that. However, she really didn't reach the grand level, and her hopes only fell. After all, Lady Hare all her life only wanted an equal love, which is very difficult to find. She wanted a love that carried the same weight as Karen's own death, a love that wouldn't allow her to be afraid of him. If that love was the real solution to the problem, then the love with Raymond would lead nowhere in the future. After this, Karen told Lady Evans that Raymond had only disliked her entire life. Throughout the 100 years Karen has lived, Raymond has never been able to love Isla, no matter how hard he tried. Moreover, no girl should want a guy who is kind to everyone and everything. Every girl needed someone who would be kind only to her, and no one and nothing else. After which, the lady began to think about what all that meant, and what it led to. A man who would only be kind to Karen Hare is one of two things, which only makes things more difficult. Karen would like to ask Raymond some questions, but lately, they haven't been alone. In fact, there was a high probability that neither returns nor love were the solution to the problem. It could be a mental illness. However, if all of Karen's conjectures are wrong, everything will have to end with her definitive death. At that moment, Karen noticed that the wound she had inflicted on Isla's body had already healed, which gave rise to new thoughts. The lady took a nearby pillow and thought about what would happen if she strangled Lady Evans right now. However, Karen immediately realized that if she did this, there was a very high probability that her own head would be taken from her. When night came, Lady Karen decided to go to her husband, which he did not expect, which was quite surprising. And at the same time, Raymond told Karen that he didn't think decency rules allowed girls to meet boys at such a late hour. Upon hearing the next lecture, the lady's expression immediately changed, but she continued to stand, but immediately began to think whether the boy had forgotten the phrase he had thrown out during the recent vacation. Raymond asked Lady Karen to return to her room, but the girl kept standing. At that moment, the fiancé began to leave the girl, closing the door behind him, and wishing the lady sweet dreams. But in that very second, Lady Hare pressed against him from behind, thus leading him into even greater confusion. The girl carefully turned Raymond's face in her direction with her own hand, after which she told him, with a pretty face, that she loved the boy. However, he removed the girl's hand from his face and asked if she had found a more suitable time for this. Karen immediately said that because they were not left alone after a long time, this needed to be corrected. When the girl entered his room, Raymond said that her words moved him very much, but that this behavior only hurt him, after which he asked Karen if she wanted to drink tea mixed with her own tears. Lady Hare noticed that the furniture in her room screamed that Raymond didn't want to stay in this house for a second longer. Much of this was spoken of by the objects lying in different places, which also remained in Karen's memory. However, the girl couldn't understand if these objects really remained in her head, or if she was simply imagining them. At that moment, Raymond took the floor and said that the issue was not that he didn't trust Lord Verdict, but that this arrangement and staffing were much more convenient for him. Suddenly, Karen admitted to the boy that not a single assumption or thought of that kind had crossed her mind. It was at that moment that Karen finally realized that Sir Raymond was definitely suspicious of something about her. The lady, looking at Raymond, began to think about how much he knew about everything that happened and who she was supposed to be. She also wanted to know what all those words he had told her a couple of days ago really meant. Suddenly, Raymond asked the girl what exactly her thoughts she was thinking so much about were about. When he learned exactly what Karen was talking about, he felt a little disappointed because previously he had talked a lot about love. After which, he told Karen that he was shocked to the very depths of his soul, because it was offensive and painful to hear such a thing. When Karen offered him the opportunity to take off some clothes, Raymond said he would only do her the favor with both hands. But when the girl really decided to do it, the boy immediately began to stop her, telling her that he was just joking, after which he immediately thought about the girl, that she could behave so frivolously, without the slightest shame. At this point, Raymond began to talk about what he knew regarding how both girls had recently argued with each other. He also asked her how she felt, as her leg never recovered normally. He said that he noticed dried blood on Lady Isla's heels, which immediately suggested that someone had been injured in the foot. Moreover, he knew very well that Lady Hare was the last person to see Lady Isla that night. At that moment, Karen realized that Raymond had conducted an interrogation for her that she didn't know how to conduct normally. When the girl answered his question in depth, the boy asked her why she was doing this, because it held no importance. After which, Raymond told the girl that her words were completely different from Dulan's, whom he had recently interrogated. When Karen realized this, she was a little surprised, which made Raymond laugh a little, because this was what was expected. After which, he suggested that all this had been previously planned by Lady Hare and Priest Dulan. Karen sat down and didn't understand what was happening now, because all these words were still nonsense. She couldn't believe that Raymond had talked to Dulan some time ago, nor could she believe that he could tell him something about her. At that moment, the boy took the girl by the shoulder and leaned over her, and told her not to even think about racking her brains so much. After all, now she wasn't even in a position to conduct an interrogation. She should have simply answered. Karen began to realize that Raymond was now 100% sure of what he was doing. He also had every right to declare the lady guilty and thus execute her, but he didn't do it. Raymond is a sniper who kept a poison capsule in his mouth so he could commit suicide at any moment. But just like life, he hated everything Verdict had, including himself and Lady Islo. He was a man who hated his chosen one while confessing his love to another girl and choosing his own love. When Karen told Raymond this, he was surprised. That's why he began to lie and said that he received his well-being only thanks to Verdict. However, Lady Hare clearly remembered the guy who regretted his meaningless sacrifice, after which she told Raymond that she had managed to put an end to the endless war in the White Mountains. At that moment, the boy realized that the lady was about to change the subject, so he asked her why she was doing that. Suddenly, Karen revealed that the guy only needed to cut off the cash flow that Verdict sent to the enemy army commander. Raymond responded by telling the girl that he hated people who didn't really know each other, saying the first thing that came to mind. After which he took her head and repeated his words that she should stop racking her brains because it didn't suit her at all. However, at that moment, Lady Hare reported to her new husband that she hated Verdict with all her heart. After all, according to her, it was he who was to blame for the death of her own father, which only led to greater hatred. The girl didn't care what kind of people she and Raymond were. She was worried about the fact that they had something in common. After which, Karen told the boy that she simply wanted revenge on the gentleman for what happened before. The lady initiated this whole conversation, only so that Raymond could no longer coldly push her against the wall to find out the truth. She also understood very well that revenge was what the heart of a guy like Raymond desired. Moreover, for him who sought true love, the innocent and compassionate Karen was the best option. Most likely, this was exactly Raymond's attitude towards Karen, whom he loved so much all these years. At that moment, Raymond told the lady that he would have to confess to her what he had wanted to tell her for a long time. When he looks at any woman, he sees nothing but their faces, which makes it difficult to find the chosen one. However, this lady managed to attract attention with her innate beauty and character. At that moment, Karen told Raymond that she was beginning to assume that her face could perfectly convince people. She perfectly understood that most likely Raymond loved her precisely for that, and nothing more. After a while, when Karen finally became Lady Evans, many things began to change in her life. She began to be pursued by a luxurious and very colorful life, which she had never dared to dream of before. But everything had to be paid for with a price, for now even the maids began to mock the lady. Mocking her hair color, the daily work of caring for the sick and unconscious Lady Isla caused her various horrors. Verdict very often scolded the lady, because she could accidentally make a mistake using the medicine for Isla. Although time flew by, Karen remained completely mired in all these small matters. And all the time, her thoughts were filled with a single idea. The girl madly wished to destroy Verdict. She also wanted to simply kick both men, the master and Raymond, to get at least a little pleasure. During trips, Karen asked to be calmer because she had just confessed, and she wanted peace. However, one day Raymond told his wife that he had recently started to be attracted to several bracelets. When he asked the girl if she wanted a silver bracelet, Karen assumed there was a hidden meaning to sending her to prison. Suddenly, the girl joked, saying that she knew how to use magic and could put on a real show somewhere. She also suggested that Raymond eagerly await her next performance, because it would be wonderful. After a while, the couple was already in the banquet hall, where the girl was mistaken for her deceased mother. It turned out that the man who mistook Karen for her dead mother was the gentleman Ein, who was very surprised. At that moment, Elba approached him, who told him that Karen really looked a lot like Catherine. When the girl received her mother's name, she was slightly happy and then thought about how familiar this man was to her. That's why she decided to ask him how well he knew her mother, which made the gentleman think a little. Lady Elba informed Karen that most likely Ain knew Karen much better than she did. Afterward, she decided to slightly embarrass the gentleman by saying that he followed Lady Catherine everywhere. The man, a little calmed, murmured that all these were events of his past youth. Now, instead of a luxurious woman like the late Catherine, he preferred something completely different. The man now wanted an almost ordinary girl, so as not to attract attention. At that moment, Karen, after reading everything written on his face, entered a kind of hostility because his desires were vile. But she decided to raise more questions about her mother, and asked if he had loved Catherine before. But at that moment, the conversation was interrupted by Raymond, who decided to congratulate the man on recently giving birth to a wonderful son. When they shook hands, the gentleman told the girl that those questions embarrassed him because he already had a wife. At this point, Lady Elba confirmed that this question was now somewhat tactless in relation to the married gentleman. After this, Lady Hare asked the gentleman to forgive her, because she had really behaved badly. To this, the man said that everything was in order, because all this happened a long time ago, and it wouldn't make sense to be angry about this. However, there was another admirer who loved Catherine, and who to this day could not forget her. This was the Crown Prince, who would definitely be delighted if he saw Karen in this image. At that moment, the lady, embarrassed, asked the gentleman if the man would be present today. Then she turned to Raymond and asked if he knew anything about the Crown Prince. The boy, after thinking for a moment, told his wife that the Crown Prince had served with him in the same detachment for some time. He knew that noble ladies, who knew nothing about this boy and his hobbies, falsely considered him a display of nobility. At that moment, Gentleman Ein wondered if Raymond would tell Karen about all sides of the Crown Prince. Karen had already met the prince in past lives, but he told her nothing about her mother. Lady Hare asked the gentleman what she would have to do to see His Highness herself. Ein was immediately horrified because he perfectly understood that he could not arrange their meeting in the current situation. Because of this, the man invited the lady to play a simple game with him, after which, if she won, he would take her to the prince. He also knew very well that Karen could not lose in such a game, and that her master would be delighted to have such a girl. However, he still suggested that the girl bet a very small amount of money, so that if something happened, she wouldn't deliberately lose. There was a proposal to bet only one coin first, to which Lady Hare happily agreed. Suddenly, Raymond pulled Karen back and told her that there is never anything good in gambling. To this, Lady Elba was indignant with Karen's husband, because it had never happened that another person placed a bet for a player. Miss Hare reassured her husband by telling him that she played cards quite well, and that everything would be fine. To this, Gentleman Ein rejoiced, and also said that women like Lady Karen were lacking in this world. After a few games, the man was surprised because it turned out to be a very bad outcome, and unplanned for him. The host informed the players that the game was over, which worried the gentleman even more. At that moment, the audience began to laugh and jeer, because this lady was calling herself a great player. And it ended like that. Karen, as soon as Donna approached her, began to play the victim and started asking the maid what she had to do now. This was followed by the words. The announcer loudly announced that Lady Hare had miserably lost to Mr. Ein. During this time, Karen thought that people needed to learn to distinguish between winning normally and winning through skills. Only she knew this fact, but it was absolutely useless to others. The girl only needed a historical event and someone who could confirm the incident again. All this was necessary only to prove that the regressions that occurred were not some kind of deception. In any case, the Crown Prince had not given the lady a single sensible answer before, which made everything not so important. Moreover, the Crown Prince was not someone who could meet the standards of Karen's mother, so it was not particularly necessary. If Karen had continued to waste time on useless things, she would have died without really achieving anything. In the evening, Lady Hare sat on the railing and apologized to her fiancé for not being able to achieve anything. Raymond asked his wife to get down as soon as possible, because it was dangerous to sit in that place. At this point, Karen said that this balustrade was strong and that even if she fell, there was a high probability of getting caught on a branch. After this, Lady Hare dared to suggest that Sir Raymond would have saved her this time too, because it wasn't the first time for him. However, the boy told his lover that if she was so curious, she could check this fact. Karen immediately realized that if she decided to check this, during the flight her heart would break once more. When the girl told Raymond that she found it very difficult to be alone, the boy suggested that she take off her shoes and rest. Raymond was immediately indignant because he knew perfectly well that his wife understood perfectly and was simply building ambiguity, also saying that the leg should be more comfortable now. He also drew attention to the fact that the wound on the leg was quite serious in itself, after which Raymond, standing up, asked Karen if Isla had inflicted such a wound on her leg. Karen, in turn, out of shame, asked him to release her leg, so the boy immediately began to apologize for what happened, after which the husband noticed that Lady Isla's shoes were large enough for Lady Hare. Karen, in turn, told Raymond that this was quite logical, because all her things were the property of Lady Evans. The boy thought that Verdict was in shock from the loss of his daughter, although this had never been among his concerns. It would be even more correct to say that Lord Verdict was a cruel man who would not pay due attention to the loss of his daughter. Karen, upon hearing all this, understood that he knew it very well, because from the first years she was aware of the man's character. When Raymond started talking about how the lady previously considered this a miracle, his wife asked him what he was counting on. It turned out that the lover thought that his girlfriend would clean everyone's noses with her gambling skills. But this did not happen. In this way, the girl could well prove her true worth and position. At that moment, Lady Hare decided to ask her husband again if he really wanted her to defeat the gentleman. However, it just seemed so to her, because with so much confidence and talking about skills, few people could rush to the gambling table. At that moment, Lady Karen immediately noticed some offense in the boy's words, so she asked him if he was offended by her. When Raymond told his lover that he was simply in shock, Karen laughed a little, after which the girl carefully leaned towards him and asked if she looked useless in his eyes. When she heard the words that this led to the desire to break off the engagement, Karen began to think that they would not part ways anyway. Neither emotions nor external circumstances, nothing could break the union of Raymond and Lady Karen. At that moment, the lady asked her husband to console her even a little, but he gave her a cold refusal. Since Karen seriously asked again if Raymond was offended, the boy decided to cover his face, after which he also added that he perfectly remembered the girl's words, that she was not going to drink with her wounds. Suddenly, the girl told him that she had already mentioned that she knew how to use her magic, thus reminding him of this. To this, Raymond told his wife that even if she were a witch, she still couldn't guess a single card. However, at this moment, the lady was about to perform a magic demonstration, before asking the boy to confirm that the girl was with him every night. She also reported that the rest of the time she was always surrounded by the servants of Lord Verdi Cadona. At that moment, the girl reported to her husband that this morning the body of a prostitute with her uterus removed was found at the bottom of the river. Raymond was immediately surprised by these words, because he knew very well that this information had not been covered anywhere. However, Lady Hare continued by saying that more women were expected to die in the next month. A journalist who liked to give his own names to criminals, one of whom would have to be called the Jack of Spades. This will all be because the shape of the dagger with which the victim will be killed resembles the suit of spades. But today's victim was not the first either. There was already a corpse in a certain place. The first woman was in a birch forest that belonged to the Evans family estate. Raymond immediately started to leave the girl, warning her that today he would return alone. Karen did not ask him why for a long time and simply accepted this fact, saying goodbye to her husband. In any case, she understood that the culprit Jack of Spades would soon be caught along with his accomplices. All events were predetermined exactly the same way as Lady Hire's death itself. However, now the only most painful thing for the girl was the loss of time, which could soon bring her bad consequences. Soon, Karen began to think that the person who constantly resurrected her was definitely not on her side. That's why the hostile Raymond, who had no choice but to help the lady, was an ideal option for her. And it was possible that someday it would be he who could finally get to the bottom of Lady Hare's true feelings. When the girl arrived at her new possessions, she found an enraged Verdict with a whip soaked in his hands. He told his new daughter that she had started to be very wrong about her new position. Even though she became a daughter, this did not give her the right to spend her father's money the same way as his own daughter. The man immediately ordered his servants to grab the girl so that she couldn't escape anywhere during the punishment. Verdict immediately told Lady Hare that since she had done something wrong, she was now simply obliged to receive her punishment. Donna at that moment began to worry greatly about her mistress and almost started crying because of it. The lady began to break free from the hands of the captive maids, also indicating that she could reach it by her own means. The facts about how cruel Mr. Verdict was in doing this began to be confirmed again in my head. However, in fact, Karen understood that it would be much better if she didn't know. After the punishment was over, the gentleman was helped to put on his new clean jacket, putting her in order as well. At that moment, the man noticed that everyone was now looking at him as the main villain. However, he believed that he did the right thing, because Karen enjoyed everything that lady Incella had while she was in a coma. Everything that by right belonged to her, Karen quietly appropriated, whether it was riches, specialists, Raymond. And with all this, Lady Hare still dared to brazenly spend the money of Mr. Verdict, the father of Lady Evans. But now even the maids, who were accustomed to the whip of their ruler, felt sorry for the injured girl. Moreover, the priest could still feel some affection and feelings for the lady, because they were once relatives. If all these conjectures were confirmed, then the man was ready to destroy all the advantages of his adopted daughter. He suddenly asked Doolin approximately when his real daughter could wake up, to which the boy could barely answer. While hitting the table behind the priest with his whip, the boy thought about how sensitive parents were. After which, Verdict asked the priest if he had frightened him with his blow, to which he received a negative answer. The man reported that Karen began to become insolent before his eyes, so she needed to be punished as much as possible. Since the girl began to spend money recklessly, it was necessary to put an end to the arrogance of girls like her. After which, Verdict asked Doolin if he intended to take revenge on the lady for her terrible past. When the priest asked the man the question, he repeated that today Karen had crossed all boundaries of what was allowed. After which, the man dared to suggest that the boy still felt something for the lady at that time. He also asked the priest if he, like everyone else, believed that he had been too cruel to his daughter. At that moment, Doolin took the gentleman by the shoulder and whispered the words that he would not care about Karen, even if she was on the verge of death. At the same time, Raymond and his assistant wandered through a deserted place in search of clues and hunting. When the hunter shot at his prey, and his weapon, although he hit, he said that he simply missed again. For the guy it was important that his shot would cause instant death to the one he shot. But this did not happen again. The assistant began to console his master, telling him that he had met a lady worthy of his heart, to which Raymond stated that he was actually looking for a person like him and found Karen, who was not a failure. A couple of minutes later, the hunter realized the animal he had wounded, after which he confirmed the opinion that the animal was still breathing. When he asked his companion if the beast was a good gift, he dared to suggest that it would be for Verdict. But Raymond's answer surprised him a little, because it was extremely unexpected that he would want to give the head to his wife. When the man began to offer the boy options for a gift, Raymond said that it seemed to him that the lady would like the head. The assistant was slightly indignant at this, after which he thought that such a guy could still do several stupid things due to his age. After which he asked if it was necessary to send a letter to the Lord's homeland, to which he said that in any case he would return there. When the assistant said that the gentleman eagerly awaited Sir Raymond's wedding, he immediately doubted his words. The man also added that he was simply trying to ensure his son's intentions, because it was not appropriate to doubt in front of the girl. Raymond immediately recognized the fact that probably all people like to have quite strong certainty in their actions. Suddenly, the companion suggested that the boy start returning home, because he also had to deliver the deer. However, at that moment the gentleman said to wait a little, because he needed to check a few things. After a short journey, the boy saw in front of him the body of a girl who had obviously been dead for a long time. When his companion saw the corpse, he was immediately horrified and began to cover his nose, for in that place there was a terrible stench. Suddenly Raymond began to say that, judging by all the circumstances, this corpse was clearly less than 3 days old. The boy asked the man to give him a notebook with a pen, because he had a strong desire to jot down information. The companion was still in shock, although both had seen many human deaths. After which, he carefully handed the notebook to the gentleman, but thinking about how the guy knew that there was a corpse there. At that moment, Raymond began to talk about Lady Hare, which left the man perplexed, and he decided to ask again. The Lord told him that he thought he was truly in love with this girl, adding moreover that a man shouldn't even dare to approach his beloved wife, no matter how much he desires it. It turned out that Raymond believed that for the first time in his life, he had truly fallen in love. Raymond began to believe in true love from the moment the lady was in his arms. He could no longer stop thinking of her as his love for her, because Karen was an exceptionally beautiful girl. The lady was quite witty, so it was very pleasant to talk with her and simply spend time with her. And it seemed to the gentleman that in the presence solely of Karen, his heart began to tremble with enormous force. His madness and his outstretched hand in her direction only attracted him more, so Raymond made a firm decision to grab her. While Raymond reflected on the fact that there was indeed a body in the place where Karen pointed, he also thought about how involved she was in this. He also understood that the lady was trying to manipulate the boy, which she succeeded in for some time. However, Raymond did not understand at what exact moment he managed to so stupidly fall into the trap she had attended to. It was supposed to start from the day they met, and when she called him by his name. It could also have started when she revealed that she had a secret of her own that she would not tell. He immediately remembered that the two women living in the house, near which the lady's carriage stopped, had disappeared. Raymond also understood that the girl's personal maid, who had disappeared from the mansion, was also worth considering. Moreover, Lady Evans was in a terrible state after a recent accident. The guy also couldn't believe that Lord Karen would actually commit suicide. He no longer understood how true the words were, that the lady hated Lord Verdict so much. Raymond was also well aware that Lady Hare was heavily involved in everything that happened. It could also be that the girl was the murderer, but he had no irrefutable evidence. However, Raymond also understood that this trial was probably very misguided. If all this continued in the same spirit, the boy would simply start dancing to the lady's tune. He also understood that it would be better to act according to her intentions for a while, and then think about everything. Raymond should do it as quickly as possible, but he would also definitely find out as much information about the girl as possible. Since the lady was his wife, the man had to take full responsibility for his own conscience, even if it turned against him. Also, if he lost all the fame and riches promised to him. It would also be very bad if Karen suddenly killed for pleasure, without even having principles. If Raymond wanted to maintain his status, he would have to put an end to all her atrocities. After a while, Sir Raymond had already arrived at his wife's house and decided to knock on her door, calling her too. After which he entered the lady's room, looking around a little. He noticed strange things on the bed. There was a pile of bloody bandages on Karen's bed, as well as the treatment, and other bandages on the nightstand. Moving closer and looking around more, also assuming that some person was injured, and also received medical attention, he began to assume that because of his absence, Karen had already done something wrong and had no time to prevent it all. At the very same moment, Donna called him, who shouted through tears for the gentleman to help as soon as possible. Raymond immediately began to ask the maid where Lady Hare was now, and what had happened here. At this point, Donna began to tell the boy what had happened, in addition to talking about where the lady was. The maid also told Mr. Raymond that recently Mr. Verdict had punished Karen with a whip. Raymond began to realize that the blood on the bed probably belonged to Karen. Suddenly, Donna knelt down in front of the master and began to shout louder for him to help his mistress. A few minutes later, the boy was already near Lady Isla's room, while thinking about what might have happened. However, when he entered the chamber, Raymond immediately saw Karen standing next to Isla, about to stab her with scissors, after which the boy immediately rushed to stop the lady, because this was too much even for him. At this point, Karen asked how much Raymond loved Isla anyway. When the boy saw the bloodstain, he immediately assumed he had been late in rescuing the princess, so he immediately decided to check it. But when I opened the girl, I immediately realized that she didn't have a scratch, which made me calm down a bit. Raymond also recalled the words with which Verdict punished Lady Karen, after which he looked at the devastated lady. Taking the girl's shoulder, he turned her back, also seeing a large number of wounds on her back, after which he immediately realized that Lord Verdict had only lost a couple of copes. but he decided to punish the girl so much. At that moment, Karen turned to him with tears in her eyes, asking him to help her somehow. Stunned, Raymond immediately realized that he now only felt regret for his wife. He also understood that from now on his opinion and desire had changed a lot. Because before he had come to eliminate her, a few hours earlier, Donna had been very worried about her mistress, also tending to the wounds she had received. At that moment, Lady Hare immediately began to cry into her pillow, thus greatly frightening the maid. One of Verdict's maids entered the room and reported that Karen had been ordered to go take care of Isla. Donna immediately began to say that they could not force the girl to work after what she did. Karen said she was ready to assume the duties of a lady at this moment. Karen noticed that her new maid was one of the most honest and kind maids she had. At that moment, the Vertica maid told the sick lady that her job was to take care of the sick one. In Sella, however, Donna still tried to persuade the girl to forgive her mistress and give her time to rest. It was at that moment that Lady Hare got up from her bed and informed the maid that she herself would go to do her job. She also added that she was completely fine and could cope with everything despite the discomfort in her back. After a while, Karen was already in Lady Isla's quarters, also talking a little with her. Karen understood that this girl was now much more beautiful than her and simply relaxed without any discomfort. And after the girl woke up, she, as if nothing had happened, would begin to build her story even more. Lady Hare began to cry and say that she hated Mr. Verdict with all her heart for everything he did. Hare did not understand why she had to endure all the pain she went through every time. She also did not understand why she always had to remain alone and be a good heroine without showing my sides. She knew that her story had already taken a turn a long time ago, but she still kept waking up in this world. At that moment, the lady thought about how angry Mr. Verdict would be if he found out his daughter was dead. Lady Hare attacked Lady Ansello, but with the scissors deliberately hit only the mattress and the pipe. After this, the girl began to go crazy and wonder if Evan would still sleep so soundly after her death. Karen understood that it would be much more correct to send Isla's soul to heaven while she was in the dark. She also did not yet know what would happen after the son of the family's main enemy died. Returning to the present, Karen decided to ask her husband if he had checked the forest for a corpse. The boy answered positively and then helped his wife sit in a chair to feel better. Suddenly, tears began to well up in the girl's eyes. She nervously shouted that this was a real relief for her. At that moment, the lady was 100% sure that she was in a time loop. She understood that even if Nancy managed to direct her memory in the right direction, she couldn't correct the events of the future. Karen, who was sitting, said that she had to confess something to her husband because that information was important. At that moment, a surprised Raymond listened to his wife's words that this whole world was just the story of a book. However, the girl perfectly understood that most likely all her words sounded deceptive to him and unnatural, but for her all this was a real and harsh reality that she had already lived many times. It was in this book that the girl died again and again in various ways that could not be avoided. As soon as her story ended with death, the girl immediately returned to its beginning, where she was already 100% happy. At that moment, Raymond asked his wife to stop talking about all this nonsense, but the girl stood firm. After that, she started shouting that there was no way she could take care of Isla better than a nurse. Karen, shouting, asked Raymond how he could know about all the murders that would happen in the future. Suddenly, the girl told her husband that if he still didn't believe her, then she was willing to do worse things than this. However, she was also sure that Raymond trusted her, because he had always said so before. He often said that the girl should not be afraid of anything, because he was willing to protect her at any cost. Even if they met again someday, the boy would definitely love her then. But despite all these words, Lady Hare was well aware that, no matter how hard she tried, Raymond could never remember her. She understood that now that she had killed a man, most likely the guy would start guessing about it. When he took the girl by the shoulder, he informed her that Mr. Verdict had killed her many times in the past. After these words, he expected that it would be much harder for the boy to love her, and that everything would be completely different. However, the girl continued to speak carefully and tearfully about Raymond helping her somehow. In this case, she could gain at least some sympathy from his side, so that he would gradually distance himself from her. Raymond, in turn, could not believe what the maid was saying, but he could not ignore her words so calmly. After a while, everyone at the Metropolitan Police Station began to work on the issue of the found corpse. The boy decided to go there to see how things were going, but Albert immediately pounced on him, who missed him. After which, he asked his assistants if the case of the girl from 7th Street had been accepted. Suddenly, Raymond asked about the situation of the corpse he found this morning. Albert told the boy not to meddle in matters that were not his, because specialists were working on it at that moment. When Raymond announced that he wanted to cooperate with them, Albert was perplexed, as it was unexpected. However, at that moment, the man told the guy that he was the main suspect who could have done this. After which, Alberto informed him that this place was a city and not a military camp where he could command. He also tried to explain the fact that, no matter how much he wanted, he would not have been accepted to solve this case. Raymond, as soon as he realized that he was not especially welcome here, immediately decided to leave so as not to waste much more time. At that moment, he remembered Karen's words that the next corpse would be found on 7th Street. The culprit of all the murders will be a serial killer, who will have to be called Baron Ein. At that moment, Raymond began to think that he could not stand aside from such accusations, even if he didn't believe Karen. After a while, Raymond and his companion were already on the indicated street and awaited a new event. However, at that moment the boy saw Lady Hare's maid in the distance, which the man confirmed. The gentleman immediately announced that he needed to leave for a while, after which he immediately followed the girl. He knew very well that his own wife never left her mansion alone. However, despite this, the girl always knew absolutely precise information about the upcoming murders. After this, the boy suggested that it was the maid who was involved in this whole story. Observing Donna, Raymond noticed that she was approaching a boy, after which they began to shout loudly. At the very same moment, the boy attacked Donna, probably because she denied him something. Raymond immediately reacted to this and began to draw his weapon, shouting at him to stay away from the girl. At the same moment, the stunned boy began to say that the gentleman understood everything completely differently than it was. However, Raymond was not going to give up and pressed him against the wall, ordering him at the same time to tell his name and place of service. When it turned out that this man served Gentleman Ein, the gentleman immediately remembered Karen's words about it. Raymond immediately asked Jill if he had been involved in a recent murder in the area. But it turned out that not everything was so simple with the gentleman. He just really liked this maid, so he wanted to play with her to his liking. Raymond put his finger on the trigger and then ordered the guy to tell only the truth. However, Jill continued to deny most of the facts, and at the same time asked him to simply take the master's card out of his pocket. At that moment, Raymond turned to Donna and told her to help him and simply take the card out of his pocket. After that, the girl simply listened to the boy and found a card in his pocket, which actually bore the gentleman's seal. Donna read the letter herself first, after which she was asked to read it aloud so that everything made sense. The letter was addressed to Lady Karen, who probably lost a significant amount of money. The gentleman was willing to return the total amount she had lost to the girl, but in return, he wanted to borrow Donna for a couple of days. After this, Raymond immediately apologized to Giles, which made him even more unhappy. At the very same moment, he immediately began to walk away from this place, also shouting that they would both regret what they had done. Raymond immediately thought that most murders were committed by people who could satisfy their desires. However, Boer was not the last person in society, so he needed to save face, which in theory did not clear him of suspicion. Immediately, Raymond wondered what would have happened if he had simply continued observing instead of saving the maid. If he became a witness, the police would have to initiate an investigation even against this aristocrat. At that moment, Donna drew attention and then simply thanked the gentleman for saving her. The boy immediately realized that if he hadn't helped the girl, then there was a high chance that she would have simply died. Raymond realized that he was beginning to lose his mind, trying to find more information about Lady Hare. When the boy and the girl returned to the mansion, the maid asked Raymond not to tell the lady what happened today. After this, Donna informed him that she did not want to go, not even for a couple of days, to Gentleman Ein. However, she perfectly understood that if she didn't go, the mistress would most likely suffer even more. Raymond was immediately surprised by what the maid was thinking, because the idea of selling a body in exchange for not hurting herself was quite far-fetched. Donna was surprised at that moment. It seemed to her that the gentleman also did not want to harm his wife, but his facial expression cast doubt. The maid became even more worried because she believed that Sir Raymond truly loved Karen. Raymond, in turn, wondered if he should have been angry with the girl if he truly loved the lady. When both arrived in Isla's room, where Karen was supposed to be, they immediately saw the girl lying on the floor. At the very same moment, Raymond and Donna rushed to her horrified, trying to understand what had happened here. Suddenly, Raymond shouted at the maid to call the priest as soon as possible. Who would help the lady? This had to be done as quickly as possible, because Lady Hare was almost breathless, which was a pity. However, after a few seconds, he realized that the girl was still breathing, but he could barely feel it. The girl breathed very slowly, and her body was so cold that it seemed as if it had turned to ice. At that moment, Raymond immediately thought about what he wanted at that moment. When Donna ran back into the room, the boy assumed that the priest was simply not in his place. However, everything turned out to be completely different. Now he was in Mr. Verdick's room, where an important conversation was taking place. Donna also said that most likely Raymond, like her, would not be allowed to be there now. After a while, the boy and the girl were again near Mr. Verdick's room, but there were guards there. After this, they were informed that on no account should he be allowed into the room, because it was an order. But due to the fact that the guy stood his ground very well, one of the security members said that he would try to ask if it would be possible to let them in. However, at that moment, words were heard telling both of them to immediately move away from this room. Raymond, in turn, reacted immediately and opened the doors to Verdick's room, after which he entered. He immediately began to talk about how his wife urgently needed a doctor, because the girl was feeling unwell now. However, at the very same moment, the tired Verdick asked Sir Raymond to leave his room, since there were more important things to do now. Raymond, in turn, ignored these words and asked the priest if he could help. At that very second, Verdick abruptly got up from his chair and began shouting at the boy to leave the room immediately. The boy also continued to inform the priest about what was happening with the girl, but he paid him no attention, after which he asked Raymond if he really needed to go to this girl for help. After all, Karen personally said earlier that he shouldn't even think about interfering in her affairs after their engagement broke. Raymond grabbed Dulan and began shouting that at least now he should perform the duties of a priest and doctor. However, Dulan replied that he did not consider the position of doctor to be his own obligation. Raymond began to understand that he did not want to sympathize with the girl at all. But at that moment, everything was completely the opposite. Suddenly, the priest told the gentleman that no matter what Karen did, she would not die at that moment. However, Raymond repeated his words that the girl could not breathe and therefore needed help. But if the girl was already dead, then it would make no sense for the priest to go anywhere, because in this way, he would only waste time. Raymond immediately said that if the priest didn't go now, he would strangle him right there. He also asked Dulan about what he hadn't heard, because now even the girl who abandoned him could die. The guy grabbed the priest by the shirt and was about to drag him, but he began to resist. Verdick began to ask Raymond what he had done in his room. The guy said that he had long since paid his own debt in a much larger amount, also fulfilling his part of the contract. At that moment, Karen Hare became his own daughter and the fiancée of Sir Raymond himself. That's why the guy asked Mr. Verdick to show at least some respect for Lady Karen. The gentleman thought how this guy dares to mention all the consumables obtained thanks to Isla. Verdick wished that in the end, he would give everything Sir Raymond had without any shame, whether property or even love. Some time ago, Karen, being next to Isla, was interested to know if Raymond would believe her. Lady Hare also understood that, until recently, there had never been a fire in the mansion, and every time the girl tried to light it alone, all the servants came running, after which the fire immediately went out. However, now the traumatized woman could not understand how this could have happened this time. Karen perfectly understood that all this could well have been planned by one person, which was Dulan. By then, the priest and Raymond had already put Karen to bed and also put an IV drip in her. Most likely, the girl suffered severe shock caused by improper medication. Now the lady should have been forbidden from taking care of the sick Isla, because her medicine did not suit Karen at all. Raymond immediately realized that this would be great news for Lady Hare, which would also save her. The boy could not understand all the information received, which unsettled his soul. Raymond would also be much more comfortable and better if Dulan challenged him to a duel. Moreover, Sir could not remember if Karen mentioned this priest in her words. It was unclear whether the girl truly loved Dulan or completely hated this man. Raymond informed the priest that he and Lady Hare were just employees, and nothing more. The boy also respected the girl, so it didn't matter who she trusted, and with whom she became fond of, Raymond would not interfere. The man also hoped that the priest would also do his job conscientiously regarding the lady. The priest noticed that Karen's fever began to gradually subside, and she would wake up soon. Dulan spent most of his time trying to avoid meeting the girl, but now he was simply dragged towards her. Raymond, at that moment, said that most likely he would have to go alone to today's meeting. While Karen was getting Lady Isla's IV drip, everything began to blur significantly before her eyes. After a while, Lady Hare woke up, initially not understanding what had happened. When the girl saw Dunnel in front of her, she coldly told the priest that he should have perfectly known the reason for the fainting, under the understanding that things could turn out quite badly for Dulan if Verdict found out about this. If the lady was beaten just for spending a little money, then what would happen when the truth about the sleeping pills was revealed? If he had found out about Father Verdict's affairs, he would most likely have lost his head. At that moment, Dulan told the girl that she would definitely see what would happen to him in her next life. Karen could not understand why Dulan so naively believed all her words about returning to the past. Just as she couldn't understand what thoughts were in her ex's head, the girl's mood only became more furious. Care began to ask the priest why he had been putting the princess to sleep all this time. He told the girl that, since there was no need for her death, her life could simply be suspended, which would favor Karen. However, Lady Evans saw very well that the girl had killed her own father, whom, when he woke up, she would definitely want to kill. After that, Dulan asked the girl to leave her completely alone, because now he would not interfere in any way. Karen asked her ex if he was putting the princess to sleep for her greater protection. When the girl asked him if he was afraid to die, the priest asked her to simply mind her own business. After all, for Lady Hare, in any case, everything will start again from the beginning very soon, whatever it may be. Suddenly, the girl asked him if she only needed to live, but try not to kill anyone else. And most likely, Dulan had turned Islo into a vegetable just to make his own idea come true. The girl could not understand why the boy considered his actions moral and correct. Karen didn't care what he did behind the scenes, but she didn't want to give up her fun. If the priest truly believed that she was resurrecting, then he should have believed that everything would return to normal. Then, in any case, all the girl's crimes would simply disappear after a while, and she would have at least some pleasure. Lady Hare asked Father Dulan not to stop her from killing this girl. However, Dulan still said that Karen could not kill this girl, which hurt her even more. In one of the most unpleasant cases, because of a murder, the girl could simply sin, which she would then suffer for. As soon as her ex stopped the murder, Karen began to shout that he didn't even have a reason to stop her. However, he believed that the lady had no valid and weighty reasons to kill the princess. Because the girl had been dying of boredom for 100 years, she wished to kill. And since she couldn't do this with Isla, then the priest could die too. Suddenly, he asked his ex-fiancée exactly how she wanted him to die. Karen began to realize that Dulan truly believed her. She wanted to be dead instead of Isla, whom she despised. Clearly, this was not for love. The point is that Dulan was firmly convinced of Lady Hare's words. Karen began to realize that all this was clearly for a reason. She decided to ask the priest how much he knew. Karen asked Dulan to tell her what he believed, and, in general, what he thought with such confidence. After all, before a priest had never made such serious sacrifices, without a reason justified by him. The boy tried to insist that he really didn't know anything, but Lady Hare didn't believe him. At that moment, the lady began to go even crazier. She asked Dulan what he wanted at that moment. Karen perfectly understood that perhaps one of the boy's desires was to sleep with her, which she said he might also have wanted to take the girl to the temple, where not even Raymond could have taken her, let alone arrest her. If all this was not in his desires, then the lady could give him money, the amount that he alone could desire for himself. If the priest wanted fame and a higher rank, Karen could promote him to the rank of bishop. She had also agreed to marry him if necessary, but she wanted something in return for all this. For this, you only had to tell the girl how much Dulan knew about her. According to the girl, she would be happy even with the slightest guess, so she simply prayed that he would give her an answer. The priest began to ask the girl to finally come to her senses and start behaving properly, and not like a crazy person. Upon hearing these words, Karen began to shout because she, thus, began to behave as best as possible. but she couldn't do it anymore. Karen said that in 100 years, she had managed to find at least some clue and flew at Dulan. At that very moment, the lady began to say that she perfectly understood that the boy desired her madly. Suddenly, Dulan, ashamed, told the girl that she didn't even love him, which made those things very strange. Lady Hare was a little surprised and began to ask the boy if he was thinking about this with all seriousness. However, this didn't matter to her at all now. Neither he nor Raymond were important to her. The girl immediately approached Dulan and shouted that the boy was indeed quite stupid. Karen desperately asked the priest to tell her all his knowledge, but nothing came out. She was already willing to fulfill any possible wish of the priest for the sake of this information. At that very second, the girl began to cry and ask for help to die, as all this was already unbearable for her. The priest perfectly understood that Lady Hare would be an eternally young maiden, and youthful, but she would go crazy very soon. Dulan began to think that he had really failed if things were like this at that moment. At that very moment, he threw the lady away from him, greatly surprising her because everything seemed completely different to her. Suddenly, he began to ask Karen if she really hadn't loved anyone for many years, and if it was always like this before this moment, because otherwise there will be less truthful words. Karen didn't understand at all how he dared to say that in her presence, because in reality, she didn't even know anything. She couldn't even imagine what the girl had to go through for all these 100 years. Karen began to think that she should have put the priest on the torture chair from the beginning. That's why Lady Hare's first priority in her next life was to deal with Dulan's death. At that moment, the boy said that he really didn't know much and couldn't help in any way. Karen could remain as always or repent everything before God and find her love. After this, Dulan was ready to share information with the girl if he could see that she truly fell in love with someone. At that moment, Karen told him to stop playing meaningless games related to feelings. She could have just slept with him and then told him everything he knew. But it would have been better if he had told her straightforwardly. But to this, the priest said that the girl would simply need to fall in love so much that he himself could recognize these feelings. All this time, Raymond remained outside the door, listening to the conversation between the man and his wife, after which he realized that she had not killed anyone. However, the gentleman could not believe that someone close to God could believe that this world is like a book. Raymond began to realize that even if the lady was lying, now was not the best time to ask questions. At best, she would have to be watched carefully and securely if any information was needed. After that, Raymond began to move away from the room, thinking about which family would be better to turn to. Before going to bed, Karen mentally reviewed all the priest's words again and tried to understand them as best as possible. It seemed to her that it would be almost impossible to sincerely love someone with maximum feelings. Previously, even Raymond approached her according to a previously prepared scenario, which practically was not violated. At that moment, the lady noticed the silhouette of someone at her window, which immediately made her decide to check who was there. As soon as she opened the window, she saw Raymond standing in front of her, who was clearly serious. After that, the girl sat down and told her husband that it was tactless of him to enter her room in the middle of the night. But Raymond told the girl that he did it because she had previously done the same thing as him. When he asked about the lady's well-being, she told him that she had taken a mountain of medication to at least slightly reduce the pain. After which, the boy sat the girl at the table, and she asked him if he had brought Dulan to help this time. At the same time, Karen Hare thanked Raymond for doing this, because otherwise it would have been very bad. The lady, after thinking a little, asked her husband with a smile if he truly loved her. When the boy answered dryly and affirmatively, Karen covered her face with her hand and said quietly that the report was expected. Suddenly, Raymond got up and approached the girl, telling her that very soon the cold days would begin. After which, he asked the girl why she needed him to tell her that he loved her. Karen almost tearfully asked the boy to do it again, because saying a few words was not difficult at all. Raymond, without thinking for a long time, finally decided to do this to at least cheer up his wife a little. At that moment, Lady Hare thought it would be very nice if this confession were real. Then, most likely, she could move at least a couple of steps closer to her much-desired truth. Suddenly, Karen asked her husband if he could do the same, but only in front of Father Dulan. The lady, in turn, was a little stunned by Raymond's answer, because the boy didn't even know the reason for such a request. However, Karen perfectly understood that torture was truly the best way to get information from Dulan. She was also afraid to imagine what would happen if her most secret secrets about murders were discovered about her. At that moment, Raymond drew the girl's attention, telling her to leave everything clean, since he did not like complexity. When the girl began her story of rebirth again, he immediately changed his mind and simply listened. After this, Karen asked what the boy's attitude towards her was, to which he said that if everything had gone wrong, then this cooperation would not have happened. Karen realized at that moment that Raymond had been quite cold to her for most of her life. The same happened in past lives. Her love could not be called sensual and beautiful. Because the girl raised this topic, Raymond already wanted to hear with some interest what else happened. The lady began to tell how they had married before, which led to nothing good. As soon as the boy found out what he had previously promised the girl to love her and protect her always, he clenched his hand into a fist. However, despite his promises, Raymond could never keep them, which made him start to relax. However, at that moment, Karen said that his reaction was expected, although he said he didn't believe the girl was crazy. The lady perfectly understood that if she hadn't messed things up in the mansion, Raymond would never have believed her now. Although the girl also perfectly remembered the best and warm moments spent with her current husband. After all, at first he behaved exactly like that, often speaking sincere words about love and other feelings. However, this time Raymond repeated the words that he did not like complicated matters as much as possible. And the gentleman was not at all interested or concerned about breaking a promise. But the boy perfectly understood her desires. Why did he want his wife so much to make a bet with gentleman Ein? He asked the girl to crush this man with all her might, showing an undeniable result. As he understood that the lady's back had not healed, he offered his own salary that she could spend. If the girl agreed to play them, Raymond could finally convince himself of Lady Hare's words. However, the main condition will be that the girl no longer dares to joke about corpses, no matter how much she likes it. Raymond also told Karen that he had recently placed a spy on this gentleman, but he hadn't noticed anything yet. Whereupon, at that moment, Sir could barely believe the lady's words. But if she defeated Ein at the gaming table, then Raymond was willing to help her at least as much as possible. At that moment, the boy and the girl reached an agreement between themselves that no one would dare to break. The next day, the lady was already sitting at the gaming table, where she remembered how bored she was with card games. The girl also heard words behind her back that many were ashamed of her, since she dared to make a new statement after such a devastating loss. Suddenly, she was asked if she would start regretting her decision. At that moment, the girl asked Gentleman Ein if he now trusted his next victory. The game began. The first bet was 600 gold coins, after which the card battle began. Raymond listened to the conversation between Lady Karen and the gentleman about how the girl should look at the cards. But he also noticed that the crown prince, who had just arrived here, began to show interest in this game. When Care got a pair, the gentleman asked the girl if she was going to continue playing after that. At the very same moment, Karen increased her bet without even looking at the cards, which greatly surprised most of the attendees. And Raymond began to wonder if his wife would be able to win this battle at this rate. He understood that Karen was very unlucky, because if it hadn't been so, she wouldn't have gone through so much. The girl would also never have crossed paths with a boy who wanted to use her so much. Although Raymond himself was unlucky, he simply considered the girl a beautiful noblewoman from a bankrupt family. However, the guy never expected Karen Hare to be at the center of murder cases. This could also be the main reason why her whole life took such a bad turn for her. He couldn't believe that both of them, deprived of luck and married, felt even more unhappy after meeting. Raymond began to recall the words Karen had previously asked him for at least a few words about his love for her. He understood that everything was like a common dream, which he could not fully comprehend or accept. When the organizer asked the players to open the taps, Gentleman Ein was shocked by what had happened. It was immediately heard that Lady Hare had once again achieved a straight, which meant another victory for the girl. Gentleman Ein immediately shouted that the lady was cheating if she won so many games in a row. Lady Elba, who was in the crowd, began to tell the man that he should simply accept his own defeat. However, this person began to shout at the organizer to confirm the fraud by Karen. The entire audience was aware of the improbability of the situation, because she had won 21 times in a single run. The winnings at that time exceeded the initial bet by 77 times, which makes the amount quite fabulous. Karen had once again shown all the people that she was truly the daughter of Lady Catherine. She was a woman who, at that moment, could look down on everyone from her own pedestal. And Raymond began to wonder if she was really the girl who recently begged for love. At that moment, more and more people began to surround the girl and ask many questions about her. But Karen was looking for only one person, scanning the crowd with her eyes. Raymond was well aware that his wife was truly looking for him with her own eyes. However, the boy could not understand why the girl was trying so hard to find him. When the girl finally found him, Raymond thought about how sincere her words were. At that very second, Lady Hare ran into his arms, which greatly surprised Sarah. At the same moment, the girl burst into the sweetest and most sincere smile, also talking about her winnings. Raymond decided to return the hug to the girl, also smiling at her and congratulating her on her victory. After a while, Raymond began to think about it. Then he really began to believe the girl as he had promised before. He also told the girl that he would fulfill his part of the promise and really become Verdict's enemy. Suddenly Karen, looking at her husband, told him that this situation was very similar to the elopement of lovers. Raymond was not going to argue with the girl, so he told her that he was willing to accept any of her decisions. Karen has come a long way to take a single trophy after becoming Lady Evans. Raymond once again became her hero, who slept with Lady Hare of Verdict for the umpteenth time. The guy remained the same gentleman from Delhi to this day, saving her once. And again, the girl perfectly understood that those watching them probably considered them the most sensual couple. Although the lady did not believe in true love, she was willing to show Doolan her feelings. Karen could not know for sure if Sir Raymond would ever truly love her. However, now the girl felt warmed by the heat of his palm that was in her hand. At that moment, the girl began to think that in this life she might achieve what she hadn't received before. After a while, the boy and the girl were already decorating the room, where the lady told them what to do, and what was the best way to do it. When Raymond again asked his wife in which direction to tilt the painting, the girl looked at him with admiration. After the work was completed, Lady Hare thanked Raymond for his help, which did not make him very happy. At that moment, the boy began to say that a man's goal in life was to alleviate the difficulties of women in every possible way. Based on this answer, the lady said that Raymond himself gave an answer for other men to follow. Suddenly, the boy admitted that he was really not particularly happy to have to help. He also said that it would be much better if Karen knew the true joy of work and the value of everyday life. At that moment, Karen said that he should not reproach her for her love of luxury items. However, Raymond could understand if the girl bought herself similar dresses and jewelry, but her purchases were incomprehensible. Comprehensible. After all, even antiques must have a corresponding value that could not be given to these paintings. Lady Hare began to talk about her desire to buy as many things related to her bloodline as possible. Karen wanted to know what her grandmothers and great-grandmothers were like, if she resembled her mother. The lady also understood that she could not fully rely on Doolan and had to look for information herself. Suddenly, Raymond informed Lady Hare that a lawyer handling the case would come in the afternoon. At that moment, Raymond told the girl that he had received a letter from the gentleman asking permission to pay his loss in installments. The lady told Ayn to start paying off the debt little by little, although in this case it would take a whole year to pay off. This information could have been at least some comfort to the gentleman after his bankruptcy. Suddenly, the lady asked her husband if he regretted everything that had happened, because the first bet was from his money, but it turned out that the boy simply did not expect the winnings to be so large. However, Karen began to be alarmed by the fact that after what happened, Raymond began to treat her with even greater suspicion, although they should have disappeared. Most likely, it would be better to follow the path she had in mind from the beginning to gain his sympathy. Karen also thought that she should have lived kindly from the beginning for everything to be normal. The lady also perfectly understood that if she had not messed things up in the mansion, Raymond would probably never have believed her now. Although the girl also perfectly remembered the best and warm moments spent with her current husband. Suddenly, the girl was caught by Raymond's gaze, which immediately made her uncomfortable because he was too cautious. Previously, whenever the gentleman looked at her, his face lit up with a soft smile. And gentle, which was completely inappropriate now. And because at that moment, everyone treated Karen only with suspicion, the lady felt increasingly uncomfortable. The desire to simply commit suicide and finally start the year anew began to appear in my head. The lady was pulled out of her stream of thoughts by Raymond, who took her by the shoulders and rubbed her a little, repeating her name several times. The boy leaned towards her and carefully asked if she had any problems. He began to think this way only because the girl suddenly became very pale. Suddenly, the lady began to make excuses about this, saying that she was simply distracted by strange thoughts. Raymond began to lead the girl to the chair, also inviting her to start studying documents related to her family, since she was very interested in it. When he suggested that the lady go to the library, the girl was a little surprised. However, Raymond explained to the lady that this was only necessary to look at her family tree. Moreover, this could be a very productive activity that could provide a lot of necessary information. At that moment, Gentleman Ein had a lawyer who was going to take away the dog, which belonged to the aristocrat, whereupon the man began to shout at him, as he regretted having given away his pet. However, the visitor calmly said that, in any case, he would have to sell everything that could generate money. The gentleman had already sold all his ancient paintings on this occasion, but this was not enough to cover the loss. When the lawyer and his assistant left Ein's room, he began to think about simply dying and not paying anything. His wife and son had already left for their father's house, also sending him documents for a recently filed divorce. Having lost his entire fortune in a casino, the man became the laughingstock among high society, which was very sad. The gentleman could not understand how this happened to him, and moreover, Lady Hare used a technique completely unknown to him. He remembered very well that Karen did not hesitate at all, and did not even receive a single clue in each of the rounds. However, he knew that this was not the first time he had seen such a technique, but he couldn't fully understand it. Ein remembered very well that both Catherine and Karen's great-grandmother, Archduchess Carla, behaved exactly the same. Thoughts and desires began to appear in my head to simply finish off the entire Lady Hare family forever. At that very moment, the gentleman began to shout that they must call his closest man, Gil. After a while, the boy was already at Crown Prince Grail's palace, also handing him the letter he had received. The letter spoke of Lady Hare, who later became Verdict's daughter, and received a new surname, Evans. The man began to realize that this girl was Catherine's own daughter. Because of this, memories began to appear in my head of how that woman began to chase the prince away during pregnancy. This was because Catherine knew that there was no way this person could make her heart feel satisfied. The crown prince began to think that Karen Hare was a gift left to him by his mother several years ago. In the evening, Lady Hare and her husband were already in the library, trying to find as much information as possible about the family. However, now the girl understood that in this place there was only more chatter, in which everything was mixed up. There were almost no records in the libraries about women from rich and aristocratic families. Lady Hare knew very well that due to frequent wars, a large number of sources where information could be found were burned. At least significant records of Lady Karen's grandmother and great-grandmother have been preserved. Suddenly, the girl said that buying portraits was much more useful than going to the library, because people are more interested in beautiful faces. Raymond told the girl that he had heard that all the lady's maternal ancestors were very beautiful. At that moment, Lady Hare leaned towards Raymond and told him that she had no relatives more beautiful than her. Raymond told his wife that he had never met a girl with such self-confidence. Lady Hare initiated a conversation about how love is a feeling that appears between people with good external indicators. Raymond, without thinking twice, told his wife that he was willing to take into account the information she had given him. Karen, however, decided to act immediately and asked Raymond to confess his love for her in front of the priest. Furthermore, the lady perfectly understood that most likely other people would not believe that the boy truly loved the lady. As soon as the girl noticed the gentleman leaning over and covering his face with his hand, she immediately turned around and asked what he wanted now. Suddenly, the girl asked Raymond to simplify his face, since he decided to believe her words. The boy and the girl began to talk about what happened to the girl, that she started having a life like this. Raymond suggested that this was happening to the girl only because she was a deceitful person and unscrupulous. He nervously repeated the girl's words, that he would have to confess his feelings to Dulan himself. At this point, Lady Hare admitted that Raymond's confession would probably make her want to cry. Seer said he would be willing to do everything possible to fulfill her wishes and help her somehow. At that moment, the girl thought that Raymond could have anything in his soul. but he still continued to help her. Even in the past, everything was very similar. The boy only did everything possible to console the lady. Just one of those thoughts made Karen want to hit Sir Raymond more and more. In that very second, the girl threw the book at her husband, thinking that afterwards he would simply say that she was wrong. However, the boy stopped her at the same moment, telling her that it would be better for her to restrain her own desire. Karen seemed innocent when she started talking about thinking that the girl wanted to throw a book at him. At the same time, the lady began to curse all the books, because she could not find anything really important for her in them. Most of the records were kept only in the paternal line and not in the maternal line, which was completely unsuitable for the girl. If a woman even married a foreigner or a commoner, then there was no record of her. That is why Lady Hare, even though she had been in the library for a long time, still hadn't found anything worthwhile. Thoughts began to arise in my head about why the girl was born a woman and not a boy. At that moment, Raymond approached Karen and asked if the book she held in her hands was the last one. It turned out that Karen had the records of Archduchess Carla's family tree. Who is her grandmother? When she realized this, she was a little surprised that Sir Raymond actually noticed it. After she started going down the stairs, the boy offered Karen his help so that she too could go down. As soon as the lady was on the floor, she began to say that she had never checked documents in the library before. Although she had already lived a rather long life, in all her time she had never done this. It turned out that it was only possible to enter the 5th floor of the Royal Library if one had special permission to do so. At that moment, Raymond began to ask Crane about what she had been doing lately in her life. Lady Hare immediately began to recall what the boy did for her. Did he help the girl during her anxiety and fear attacks? Unlike her current life, the boy looked at her with an incredibly tender gaze, and affectionate that suspected nothing. However, there were also cases when Raymond, wrapped up in obligations and contracts, showed a completely different side. It was because of this that the appearance of the past began to seem unnatural and false to Karen. But now it was no longer so important, because even their current relationship could hardly be called sincere. Suddenly, the lady approached Raymond, carefully and gently took his hand, and told him that she was already tired of all this. However, in her head, only thoughts swirled that she somehow needed to force her husband to sincerely confess his feelings in front of the priest. No matter how much she wanted a boy to recognize his feelings for Raymond, and for her to start living a happy life, it would be too difficult. After a while, when the lady was looking for information in the books she had received, Donna looked into the room and informed her that her husband had come to see her. At that moment, Raymond himself approached Karen and handed her a still very fresh bouquet of flowers, also greeting the lady, after which the gentleman asked Karen if she had managed to find at least some information in these books during the long night. At that very moment, the lady looked at the invitations she had received, after which she announced that due to lack of time, she was forced to refuse everything. Suddenly, Raymond lifted the lady into his arms and told her that now, first of all, the girl needed to eat. Suddenly, the boy also began to say that your loved one was the one for whom you were willing to give your best without any regrets. However, Lady Hare immediately guessed that Sir Raymond did not really believe everything the girl said. In response to this, Raymond told his wife that he was doing his best to believe the words she had recently said. If she and her mother had the same symptoms, then it was logical to assume that her grandmother had gone through the same thing. The thought went through my head whether Raymond was also doing his best to love the girl, after which he thought that most likely, if he tried to do this, it was only for the promise he had made. It turned out that all this really was like that, and Sir Raymond did not want to believe that this whole world was a novel. Suddenly, Lady Hare asked if Raymond saw any serious problem in this fact, because, even if so, it was very romantic. But it turned out that all this was due to the fact that the boy considered all these words to be simply childish nonsense, because such a thing was impossible. To him, the whole world was absurd, wars did not cease, and according to the girl, she simply kept dying. It would be too cruel that to solve the problem, you only had to find your true love. At this point, Karen again asked if Raymond could really love a girl, but it turned out that this is why he tried every day, although it was not so noticeable. And if we were honest, most likely it wouldn't have been so difficult for the boy to love Lady Hare. Suddenly, Raymond told Karen that when he did this in past lives, she had the exact same face as now. It turned out that the boy was telling the truth, because he had never met such beautiful girls before. if truly the reasons for all the lady's resurrections resided solely in Raymond's love for her. Then he was ready to love her. After all, when he dies, he will no longer be able to feel anything, and then her wish will come true. But it turned out that Raymond doubted that the value of his love was really that high. If only Karen knew what standards must be met to receive recognition, she wouldn't be wasting time. Thoughts began to appear in my head about simply attacking Raymond and remaining a murderer. At that moment, Raymond told his wife that he could not refuse at least one invitation. When the girl picked up the envelope containing it, she wondered who it could be from. It turned out that this invitation was sent by Crown Prince Giza, which really could not be refused. A week later, the boy and the girl had already arrived at the Crown Prince's domain, talking on the way about what had happened recently. It turned out that Karen was talking to someone who often attended such meetings, from whom she learned that Prince Louis was opening them. Moreover, the lady for a long time did not know what would be best for her to wear at such an event. Suddenly, Raymond asked his wife if it was too cruel to leave her for a whole week, choosing only one outfit. After that, the boy moved a little away from the girl, and in an offended voice said that he understood that they only had a contractual relationship. But the girl simply informed her husband that at least in any case, he would have to return victorious. Since these words seemed quite comforting to Raymond, Karen decided to ask where he would be sent this time. However, the gentleman did not want to talk about such things and also understood that most likely the girl knew where she was going. After which Raymond asked the lady to tell him what she still didn't know, to then be able to act more decisively. In the end, it turned out that the army was about to start testing a new weapon with a silencer, so they had to take the guy away for 3 weeks. Raymond began to ask his wife to tell him everything she knew in as much detail as possible. Since the lady refused to give the boy information, he said quietly that it was quite obvious that his work would be related to the army, and even if he hadn't been overloaded with work, he hardly would have been able to attend the meeting with Lady Hare. He couldn't do this just because Sin was originally intended exclusively for Karen. Moreover, no matter how you look at this invitation, it is immediately clear that the Crown Prince himself will be present at the meeting. Raymond had already met him a couple of times in his life. He was someone to whom he would never hand over his beloved. Suddenly, he asked the lady if she knew the reason why the Crown Prince himself invited her to the meeting. But instead of a clear answer, the lady spoke about how the prince had previously had a relationship with her mother, and also asked the boy if Giza valued him. However, it turned out that the Crown Prince hated Sir Raymond with all his soul for certain reasons, and he was precisely one of those who would happily embrace the daughter of his first love in his arms. And above all, Raymond did not like the fact that all this was going to happen exactly when he was at work. Next to Karen will only remain Verdict, with whom he had a terrible relationship, and Lady Elba, who considered Karen an accomplice. He perfectly understood that if he died, from that moment, there would be no one else to protect the lady either. Raymond also informed Hare that, in any case, she would inherit his pension. However, at that moment, Karen reached out her hand to the boy and carefully told him that under no circumstances would he die. Raymond, because he could not believe his wife, said with some indignation that she was a true master at calming down. Lady Hare understood this very well, but still decided to ask Raymond to trust her at least a little. After which, she again, clinging to the boy, repeated the words that he would never die that day. With the highest degree of probability, he would have remained safe and sound even if something had happened. As soon as the lady said this, she began to understand more and more that this whole situation was actually a prophecy that could not be changed. She knew very well that no matter what dangers Raymond encountered on his way, he could not die. Some time later, before the meeting, Karen was already diligently preparing and getting ready for it. That day, the lady began to realize that most likely she had gained weight, because she hadn't worried about her appearance for a long time. As Karen knew that her main weapon was beauty, she was well aware that, otherwise, Raymond would not approach her. At that moment, Donna was next to the lady, who began to admire her lover more and more. When the maid began to say that her lady really looked very much like her mother, it turned out that the girl remembered very well that Madame Catherine quite often came to the village to help the poor. Karen also tried to do this, but it didn't give her the answer she needed. But her mother was still able to get out of the vicious circle. It turned out that with the help of the money Catherine distributed, the maid's family was able to pay off most of their debts. At that moment, Karen suggested that in her life, her mother was a very kind person and sincere. However, the thought spun in my head about why. If Catherine was so kind to everyone, she didn't leave a single clue for her daughter. At that moment, Lady Hare thanked her maid for remembering Madame Catherine so fondly. But immediately, the maid ran up to her mistress and began to lament that this had happened to Corinne's mother so early. Donna trusted that Corinne would live happily ever after with her husband Raymond. However, Lady Hare perfectly understood that if everything could be resolved this way, life would be much simpler. Everything would be much better if the lady knew how to put an end to this whole series of repeated years. Corinne's immediate plans were to go to the designated place and initially also fire Raymond. Donna began to ask the lady where her husband was going, hoping that place would not be dangerous. When Corinne explained that she didn't know anything about this, the maid was surprised. Suddenly, the masters asked their maid if she liked being there. After Lady Hare received a positive answer, she immediately thought that, if the maid had difficulties, she would report it. Soon the girl told Donna that it was time to hit the road. When the boy and the girl were already approaching the carriage, Corinne asked Raymond not to expect much from her. In the girl's head, there was only one thing, like her mother did not get involved with the crown prince. Then she didn't need him either. Since nothing special has happened so far, everything will probably be the same again in the near future. However, Raymond warned the girl not to get too close to the man. As Corinne said that he was the one who needed help, the guy said that he had already left a will to a lawyer. At the same moment, Lady Hare repeated her words again that Sir Raymond would not die under any circumstances. The boy did not understand why so many trials befell him if he was born to love. Raymond was well aware that there was a very high probability that his wife's words were just a childish illusion. But now the lady stood firm and said that she would return home in 3 days. Raymond, looking at Corinne's face, confident in her words, wanted to believe that everything would be so. There was a very strong feeling, as if the girl was saying that she was ready to do whatever he wanted, even if the boy's request was as crazy as a madman's request. However, as soon as Raymond approached Corinne, the girl immediately hit him on the arm and told him that any contact was prohibited. She only did this because she spent more than 6 hours of her life combing her hair. But in return, the girl was willing to pat the boy on the head, since he desired it very much. After the girl began to carefully touch her husband's hair, he thought that, just like her, he had spent a lot of time combing his hair. It seemed to him that the girl still didn't know how much effort men can put into hair care. Raymond began to understand that most likely life for 100 years was just an illusion of the girl. However, despite this, Sir Raymond began to want to believe that this was actually the case. When it was time to leave, Lady Hare asked her husband to be more careful. In response to this, the emotional husband asked the girl to also try to take care of herself. But in his head, the boy perfectly understood that he could not afford to believe that they were having an affair. The night Corinne lost consciousness, Dulin, who provided her with medical assistance, denied everything the girl said. Even if we accept the idea that the girl was a murderer, then the priest himself could do it too. After all, before it was his servant who reported the fire in the mansion to everyone and tried to keep the whole situation under control. Although the fact that Dulin rushed into a burning building to save a person's life deflects accusations. Throughout all this, Sir Raymond noticed many emotions imprinted on the priest's face. When Raymond started working, his assistant told him that he thought the Lord would not come on this mission. But at one point, the partner joked that the boy was destined to die a bachelor, after which he said that they would have to wait about 6 hours on the road, also talking about incidental matters. At that moment, Raymond sat in the seat and began to think that he was a soldier, and that he could do nothing without suspicion. In the head of any employee, there should only be one thought about how to complete the mission with greater success. During a discussion about the planned route, Raymond asked the boy how many locals he expected to meet. But unfortunately, the assistant did not have this information, which made him quite troublesome. The gentleman began to ask in more detail about the upcoming route, as he needed a detailed drawing of the area. It turned out that he wanted to minimize the number of people he might encounter on the way. After a short discussion about the new route and plan of action, the assistant said that he would draw a map. He also asked his commander to take some things. At that moment, Raymond remembered what Corinne had said about testing a new weapon, which turned out to be true. When he realized that the new weapon was not an invention, the boy began to think that her words were not nonsense. At that moment, Lady Hare had already met Prince Louis, who opened the event. The girl tried to behave as best as possible, so as not to look like a rude girl and ill-mannered. When the lady noticed that there was a large number of the prince's companions at the meeting, she began to understand his popularity. However, the girl could only afford to fantasize about how she would strangle this person in the future. A couple of minutes later, the prince asked the girl why her fiancé did not come to the meeting with her, to which Karen told him the whole truth. Suddenly, Louis felt a little sad, because he did not believe that there was anything more important than the call of the royal family. However, the only thing going through the girl's head was that her husband's intuition apparently did not deceive him this time either. The prince began to tell Karen that he was not happy that the girl came to him alone, but he also added that just by looking at her face, he wanted to ask the girl to dance more and more. At that moment, the lady politely began to tell the prince that over time she would not only get older, but it seemed to her that this was not a problem. At the very same moment, Elba entered the conversation and told Louis that such an act would be ugly on his part, because Karen was already engaged. At that moment, Lady Liana entered the conversation, who was unhappy that the prince wanted to break his promise. Suddenly, the father of another girl got involved, who was sure that the boy had made a similar promise to his daughter 5 years ago. After which, he said that the boy should not even dare to say that he forgot about it, because it was too small. However, Prince Louis was smarter and immediately changed the topic, and Lady Hare told her own love story with Raymond. Immediately, the girl was bombarded with questions from young people about how she met Raymond. However, at that moment Karen began to think about how many details this story should have told, after which she decided not to say much and simply said that it happened when she left the residence and got lost. Since the girls were still children, Lady Hare knew that she would have to add more romance to please them. After a couple of minutes, Karen continued her own story, adding more interesting points to the real story. When the girl finished her story, everyone around her was delighted with her, after which they began to praise the gentleman. Suddenly, one of the children asked Lady Hare when the gentleman verdict was supposed to die, which surprised Karen. After this, other children joined in with questions about why this person didn't die. Because he was a villain. Lady Liana asked the prince if he could find a use for all of Verdict's wealth if he died. But when Louis gave no clear answer to this question, the girls began to resent him. When the prince started telling his idea, he was interrupted a little by another boy who wanted to clarify some nuances. At that moment, Lady Hare began to understand that, in her 10 years, she hadn't done anything similar to what this prince was doing. Talking with the boy, the question of how all this was supposed to happen began to arise in Karen's head. And the idea also arose in my head, whether there was any meaning in the way a person's life unfolded. The lady perfectly understood that since her time had stopped, everyone else here would not reach adulthood. Suddenly, Louis shouted at the girl and asked what she liked most about Raymond, after which he asked the girl not to answer immediately, because now she wondered if someone could guess it. Suddenly, a guy said that most likely Raymond was a man with numerous feats. It wasn't for nothing that they said throughout the country that their area always needed guys with a healthy body and a strong spirit. At that moment, a girl reached out her hand, saying that since childhood Karen understood much better. Liana began to say that most likely the matter was specifically in the person of Sir Raymond. Prince Louis reacted and told the girl that this was a very bold statement. Suddenly, Soya told Liana that it was impossible to judge a person only by their appearance, because there are many more qualities. It turned out that for the second girl, the most important thing was power, however strange that was. Suddenly, Louis asked this girl if she liked him because he had so much power, to which she received a positive answer. After that, he immediately realized that if he had no power, then the lady would no longer like him. At that moment, the boy learned something that few people mentally like. Everyone only liked appearance and power with wealth. Suddenly, the boy again asked Lady Hare who and what opinion she would gain from his question. But Lady Karen thought about this, because she perfectly understood the fact that she didn't even love Raymond himself. However, because she didn't answer for a long time, Louis said he was very interested in knowing this information, because the girl connected her life with the boy. Immediately after this, the prince told Karen not to think too much because finally, and after all, it was about ruling his country. In the same second, the crown prince himself appeared, who was not very happy with his son's statement, but he still went to him. Jisa asked Louis if he considered all those possessions his too soon, since he was only 10 years old. When the crown prince himself came to visit the guests, the time when all the children were the center of attention came to an end. From now on, the host of the entire event was not Prince Louis, but Lord Guise himself. At that moment, the waiter approached the girl and told her that that place was not hers, which surprised Karen. After this, the man pointed the girl towards a place located to the left of His Highness. However, when Karen moved to her seat, she began to think that this was not her place at all. The girl could not understand what prompted the prince to seat her so close to him. And before this meeting, the man had not looked at Karen with such attention. Suddenly, the crown prince told the lady that she looked a lot like her mother, for which the girl thanked the man. At that moment, Louis drew his father's attention to himself, telling him that due to his father's long absence, he was immensely happy to see him now. It turned out that the current king had not yet handed over the throne to Guise, as he did not especially favor his son's entourage. Louis looked much more like the current king than Guise, which is why the grandfather loved his grandson more than his son. However, even if the current king dies, it will be the crown prince, and not Prince Louis, who will ascend the throne. But this could also change if a rebellion arose against the crown prince, and protests began in his direction. Suddenly, the man asked his son if he thought Lady Hare was too old to be friends with her, after which he immediately turned to the lady and asked if she liked the food she received. Karen, a little confused, but realizing the situation, calmly replied to the prince that the food was very tasty. At that moment, the crown prince again mentioned that the girl was an exact copy of her mother, which was a rather rare case. After this, the man told the lady not to even think about getting distracted from the food at that moment. The girl also didn't have to answer every question and word he said. At the same moment, due to the boy's gaze, Karen began to experience increasing emotion. When the girl stopped answering the crown prince, most people recognized such a young lady as an exact copy of Catherine, as if she had resurrected. Suddenly, the crown prince told everyone to keep eating once we started. Nothing distracted us anymore. After these words, the man walked around all his guests in a circle, saying a few words to some, and he also told Karen not to be distracted by anything. As soon as he started shaking the girl's neck, she wanted to answer him, but he asked her to be quiet. Suddenly, he told Lady Hare that in his opinion, an element was missing on the girl's neck. Guise also told Karen that at some point, he had prepared something for Catherine that would probably have pleased her daughter. Suddenly, Prince Louis again drew attention and asked his father how much he knew about Karen's mother. However, the lady at that moment realized that her son had completely disturbed her own father's tranquility with his question. After asking to get to know the girl's mother better, the crown prince leaned into Karen's ear and told everyone that he himself wanted to know Catherine as deeply as possible. Due to his father's stern expression, the boy immediately began to apologize for his inappropriate question. The man agreed with these words and added that it was too early for the boy to say such a thing. After a while, Karen was shouting about how her mother managed to get along with a person like the crown prince. The girl thought that her mother needed to deal with her suitors first, and only then leave. The lady could not understand why her mother left this whole situation to chance, and also deigned not to leave at least basic records about her life. The only thing the woman bothered to leave as an inheritance to her daughter was the only one, an abstract word love, after which Karen began to try to calm down by thinking that finding a royal partner was very interesting. However, even after this, the lady began to shout that getting involved with her mother's ex-admirer was too much. But then the girl realized that the man was not the true love, because he was even older than the girl's father. Karen began to wonder if she would have to deal with this whole cliché or not. After which, the lady immediately began to pray for fate to eliminate this person from the entire list, because he was disgusting. Suddenly, the girl turned again to her mother and said that not even she had chosen him. And moreover, Karen would not even dare to say in front of Dulan that she fell in love with this man. If Karen didn't know if she even loved Raymond, then she definitely didn't like the crown prince. It was much better for her to simply beg her Raymond for a little love. However, she was also sure that soon he would tell her to go play sports instead of reading all those books. Karen understood that Raymond's insensitive prospect could also benefit from a long-distance relationship. And when she returned to her wife, she wanted to talk to him very seriously about the crown prince. But unfortunately, real life took a completely different path, regardless of expectations. Lady Hare again received an invitation from Mr. Geese, which began to stress her even more. Some time ago, Sir Raymond encountered several people on his way, as he had previously expected. He almost immediately encountered the first people right after leaving the tunnel, which caused him some difficulties. When the boy overcame the first obstacle, he noticed that another girl witnessed this event, after which Raymond immediately ran towards her and grabbed her tightly, twisting the young woman's neck as well. Suddenly, he heard more footsteps behind him. It turned out that another man with a gun was running towards the guy, but the guy managed to react to this, so he immediately ran towards him and turned the gun in the opposite direction. And as soon as he started to fall, Raymond took a dagger out of his pocket and plunged it directly into his throat. After that, he thought about the fact that he had the task of killing Duke Lutella alone, which scared him a little. He understood the fact that no matter how silent the weapon they gave him was, the sound of a person's death would not disappear in any case. And besides, the number of bullets they could carry on this run was very limited. But even despite this, Sir Raymond was ready to test how effective this pistol would be. Lady Hare's words began to appear in my head again, which made my soul feel uncomfortable. But the boy tried to push them away, after which Raymond clearly decided that it was time to go to the Duke's room to end his life. A few minutes later, when Lutilo was sitting at the table having tea, the sniper asked him his last words from behind. However, the man replied to this by telling him that he never expected that they would come to kill him alone, after which he added that most likely Raymond wouldn't even survive his mission, because there were many people in the castle. When the man finished his words, Raymond immediately pushed his head to the floor and told him not to be so kind. Suddenly, the Duke began to say that most of the heirs to this throne died precisely at the hands of Raymond. In the end, it turned out that this person himself had previously assumed that one day he would be killed by him. When Raymond said to ask his last wish, the man told him that he no longer had time to write a will. The guy said that, if the Duke was going to buy time, then there was no need, because he was about to die. Even if he left a will, it would have no legal force, as there is no executor for his last will. Moreover, even though the guy did not yet have the rank of senior officer, this was not significant for his bullet. At this point, the Duke suggested to Raymond that he let him go, and in return, promoted him to general. The man also began to ask him why he needed all this, and why he interfered in these matters. Raymond began to understand that this man was simply going to fill his head with these statements. It was also difficult to believe that a man who survived thanks to language was trying by all means to reach a compromise. However, the boy perfectly understood that he could not trust this person, so that everything would be useless. Since he still had some time left, Raymond was able to think things through and listen to what the Duke had to say. At that moment, the man asked the sniper if Verdict had betrayed him, since he had to die now, after which he began to demand that the boy immediately answer the question he was asked. However, after this, Raymond simply fired the new weapon, after which he realized that the words about him were not a lie, after which he prepared to go to another room, thinking that he was very lucky. This is probably why he was still alive in a place where new weapons constantly appeared, and where blood was shed. But Raymond also did not know how long he would continue to behave this way, although his luck did not fail him. At that moment, he saw in the reflection of the mirror a girl holding the barrel of a gun directly in his direction. Raymond was immediately horrified. Fear entered his head, but he immediately decided to move from his place. He immediately shouted that there was an enemy in this place, and then fired. However, the sniper managed to dodge an inept pistol shot again, causing the bullet to simply break the glass. Raymond took advantage of this. He immediately grabbed the fragment and threw it directly into the girl's throat, making her fall. After this, the sniper wondered what such a young girl could have forgotten in the Duke's room. When he started approaching her, the lady began to shout at him to get away from her, also threatening him with a gun. At that moment, Raymond only thought about who this girl was to the Duke himself. Since most of the relatives were already dead, the guy started quietly leaving there, because now it was important to take care of the cartridges. As the lady relaxed, Raymond bumped into her, startling her even more, after which he began to realize that this girl was at most 15 years old. The girl also received a necklace completely unsuitable for her age as a gift. It was also possible that it was the Duke's hand that could tear the nightgown the girl was wearing. Raymond noticed that the gun was cheap and only had one bullet, so such a thing could be suitable for suicide. Suddenly, memories of the Duke's words returned to my head, which made my soul feel heavier and heavier. However, in that very second, these thoughts left him upon realizing that the Duke had spent his last moments of life with a prostitute. Immediately, the boy began to force himself to stop thinking about all this, because it would no longer serve him any purpose. Insubordination at work is in any case punished by death or by dismissal with great disgrace. Even if Raymond hadn't been involved in this matter, the first thing they would have done would have been to send a spy. But in any case, it would have been him who was sent, because only the commander could be 10 times more people than a spy. Suddenly, Raymond's assistant entered the Duke's room and thanked him for what he had done, after which he immediately noticed the dead ruler, which only made him admire the commander even more. And the spy at the same moment reported that they were supposed to have beef for dinner that day. The moment Raymond picked up the dead girl, the assistant thought that this old man was really strong. In the end, it turned out that the boy wanted at least to take care of the girl somehow. Because she was quite cute and still small, he perfectly understood that for a girl who was at rock bottom, her body was quite well cared for. It also became clear that most likely this girl was definitely not this old man's prostitute. However, Raymond became more interested in what the man expected from him. The Duke might have thought that if the conversation was about a prostitute and not about his granddaughter, then the guy would take pity on him. This opinion might have formed due to the fact that in society, many considered Raymond a gentleman. Even if, according to his plan, the sniper had shown sympathy, the Duke would have died anyway. Suddenly, Raymond began to tell himself mentally that he should stop thinking about all this. After all, it would be much better if he distracted himself with more comfortable thoughts. And pleasant ones. After a while, the guys were already on the train, where one of them had already received his lunch, and the other did not want to eat. As soon as the spy said that the piece of meat looked like a 17-year-old girl, Raymond was a little surprised. Suddenly, the sniper asked his companion if he looked like a young man in love, as many had told him. However, when I heard that the second boy jokingly translated it, I immediately became cautious, because whoever he asked, everyone reacted the same way. After which, Raymond said that he needed to write a report, after which he asked the spy for ink. But because of his reaction, the boy began to believe that he was too dedicated to work, even though he would soon retire. Suddenly, the spy told his captain that they would be there soon, so he asked Raymond to at least eat a salad. However, the guy simply ignored these words and simply decided to write his report on the new weapon. In his opinion, it had a rather low efficiency, although it had a low noise level. Raymond also understood that he survived only because the weapon was not better, but because the enemy was weaker. Karen's words began to appear in his head that he would definitely survive, which made his body tense up even more. Although he managed to achieve a surprising result, he understood that in a moment his knowledge would simply disappear, and he would die. At that moment, the train shook violently, causing the inkwell to fall directly onto the sheet with the written report. At that very moment, Raymond realized that he would have to clean up himself, since there were no servants on the train. As soon as he looked at his companion, he was horrified by what had happened. Blood began to flow from the spy's mouth. The guy began to try to cough, but it only made things worse. At that moment, Karen accepted the gifts she received from the crown prince, which were completely unsuitable for her. Now the girl was in a position where she would have to adjust her figure to the size of this dress. Moreover, the design of this type of clothing was popular about 20 years ago, although it was expensive. No matter how much she wanted to refuse the meeting, she couldn't do it, at least because the man wasn't that scary. At that moment, Donna took out a rather expensive necklace from another box and asked the lady if she liked it. However, at that moment, the lady began to think that if her mother had received such an award, she wouldn't have been in debt to Verdict. At his prices, only a person who was a member of the royal family could afford this necklace. Moreover, he could only present it to his concubine, which made it unclear why the prince's gaze was fixed on the lady. Karen sat in a chair and began to wonder if she would now have time to deal with the crown prince. Suddenly, Donna began to speculate about why the man was so interested in the lady, offering some quite reasonable ideas. But Lady Hare told the maid that she only thought so because she herself had not encountered the prince. No matter how much power was concentrated in the hands of a certain person, nor what external characteristics he possessed, the mother lady was not the one who would choose that person. To put it another way, this man was not the main character who could definitely answer all the questions. However, with each of these thoughts, the girl became more and more anxious in her soul. She also had no similar prior experience, which made her act much more carefully. The lady understood that too many new actors had appeared on her stage, so she began to want to withdraw more and more. After which, she asked the maid if she had any news from Sir Raymond himself. Because there were no telegrams from him, the lady began to get tense, because basically he always sent them. Karen didn't understand why the crown prince himself wrote in his letter what would happen when the gentleman returned. After a while, Lady Karen was already in the prince's palace, where he happily met her, and began to congratulate her. The man immediately started a dialogue about Karen's mother, also telling her how Catherine made her debut. It turned out that soon, when the wedding day was supposed to be, the girl simply returned all the gifts to him and left. At that moment, the man looked at Karen with a stern look and told her not to dare to do the same. A couple of minutes later, the crown prince told the lady that he would send her several sets again soon, after which he noticed that the girl was shaking all over, which surprised him. Suddenly, the girl thought that if she slept with the prince at that moment, in this case, she would deceive Raymond. Thoughts began to arise that these feelings and thoughts were the lady's love for her husband. However, it seemed to her that this was completely wrong, because she had never experienced this before, not even under different influences. The lady understood that it wasn't even about fear or age difference, nor was it about love for Raymond. Karen immediately pushed Giza upon realizing that this feeling arose because of the man himself. The only person in this world who could also return infinitely to the beginning like a lady was her mother. The girl absolutely did not want to carry and eat the leftovers of everything from a person who had already died. Suddenly, after Karen said the same thing, the crown prince only approached her and also said that Verdict had visited him before. It turned out that the man asked to scold the bad daughter as much as possible, along with the son-in-law himself. After which, he asked the girl what she thought was the reason why Raymond was sent on a mission just a couple of days before his retirement. At that moment, Karen realized that her husband was right about Mr. Verdict wanting to destroy them. The lady began to wonder what would be best for her if Sir Raymond really did not return. The crown prince, who was going to take care of her, began to put the girl in a more depressing situation. Her head began to fill more and more with the thought of what would happen next if her husband died. There was also a solution to this situation. Karen could simply hold out until her own death, and that's it. After all, in any case, she didn't have much time left until this moment, because she would soon turn 18. And even if Sir Raymond had not returned, the crown prince was definitely not the one the girl needed. As the man began to annoy the lady, she began to tell him to stop doing all this. Karen began to push Jis away and shout that she actually only loved her husband. However, the man did not want to listen to all these words, so he began to hug Karen and also bite her on the neck. Suddenly, the girl began to think about how she could kill this person so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion. She could simply shoot him or slit his throat while he slept, and also poison his food. Suddenly, the crown prince noticed that this lady was looking at him with a very strange look. But then he asked Karen if she was older than the age she appeared now. At the same time, the lady began to think about why her mother broke up with the prince. In the first place, if they had a rather close relationship. However, the crown prince told the lady that what happened between him and her mother was of no importance. In her own head, Karen began to shout about why she considered this information unimportant. When the man pushed the lady onto her back, some people began to knock on the door, which enraged the prince. In the end, it turned out that the assistant came to inform his master that Sir Cerdas himself had visited him. Previously, the boy was told that there was no way to save his companion because the injury was too serious. Because the spy's lungs are already starting to stop functioning normally, it will be impossible to restore them. At that moment, Raymond began to understand that all this probably happened only because of his own fault. After all, initially this steak, which the partner ate, was intended only for the captain. Since the guys had almost reached the place, he asked the spy not to speak because there was a possibility of finding another doctor. However, it turned out that the spy simply wanted to be allowed to confess before his death. At that moment, when Sir Raymond arrived, the crown prince looked at him for a while, wondering what to do next. As soon as the guy started trying to enter Giza's room, he immediately ordered him to leave this place. However, Raymond calmly told the gentleman that he would leave immediately after taking his girlfriend. It turned out that he brilliantly completed the mission entrusted to him, which is why he returned for his lady hair. That's why the boy wanted to return home as soon as possible, since this was now possible. Raymond wanted to return home with his girlfriend, who was now under the man's command. Suddenly, the crown prince asked Raymond how he dared to speak to him with such impudence. However, the boy thought his reaction was quite normal, since human feelings were at stake at that moment. Suddenly, the man shouted, asking who dared to let this man into the room. But then he saw that his son was standing outside the door, and since he was a member of the royal family, no one could stop him. Only the king himself could refuse an audience, which did not happen, so the boy brought the guy. As for the crown prince and Prince Louis, their authority was completely equal. At that moment, Louis ordered his brother to let Raymond and Karen return home, since Jisa had no right to contradict and also did not want to waste energy on it. He simply withdrew from everything, after which Raymond dressed the girl in his jacket and carefully told her to leave this place as soon as possible. After a while, Karen reminded her savior that he was right in saying that he would return. The girl also decided to ask her husband if the mission entrusted to her was difficult, to which he replied affirmatively. When the lady thanked Raymond for coming to her, he said those words were unnecessary. After all, most likely, if it weren't for the man, Karen wouldn't even have needed to visit the crown prince's palace. Suddenly, the lady told her boyfriend that he had been right before, because this man was what both mother and daughter desired. Moreover, it turned out that Mr. Verdict himself added fuel to the fire, which made Raymond not blame himself for what happened. However, Karen understood that most likely the being was completely absorbed in this incident, as evidenced by her condition. At that moment, Lady Hare asked her boyfriend for a handkerchief, which surprised her a little. In the end, it turned out that the boy initially thought that all people carried this with them, but only men did. After this, Raymond asked the girl if she had kissed the crown prince, to which she received a negative answer. But at that moment, the lady began to think about why her mother rejected all the luxuries she could get from Giza. Suddenly, at that moment, Raymond asked his wife if she was hurt while she was at the palace. However, Karen was in her own thoughts, wondering if she would need Raymond. Since the lady murmured something in response to the boy's question, he was happy even with that answer. Karen believed that Raymond was the kind of man who would never allow a woman to be trampled before his eyes. The guy did not allow this to happen even with the lady, although he assumed that she was actually a killer. That's why the girl bet in the form of her own love for this noble gentleman who did the right thing. However, even at that moment, Karen was being watched by the crown prince himself, who had already missed the woman he loved once. When the lady wanted to kiss Raymond out of spite, he immediately stopped her, because they weren't that close yet. The girl did not expect such an answer, because of which she told the boy that he had hurt her to the depths of her soul. And the fact that the crown prince could see this was part of Lady Hare's plans, which amazed Raymond. After both of them got into the carriage, the guy pressed himself against Karen and told her that he didn't want the man to see everything. However, as soon as he said this, both became locked in a passionate kiss, which was visible even from the palace windows. After a while, Raymond was already at the temple, where the prayer to God was being held. He stood up and wondered if these prayers would even reach God's ears, and if they would come true. Raymond began to be overwhelmed by the fear that the test would fail if no one got the desired answer. The sniper couldn't shake the feeling that he was still in some kind of important examination. At that moment, Dulan approached him, whom the Lord approached gratefully because he had saved the spy. However, the priest was not happy that Raymond had made it this far, even if they told him everything anyway. After which, Dulan dared to suggest that they brought the sniper for a completely different reason. Suddenly, Sirza Erdes announced that he wanted to confess in the church, because his soul was quite restless. Since the priest was still busy, the guy was willing to wait until he was free and be able to help. After all, Raymond wanted to confess to Dulan, because the matter also concerned him. While Dulan was busy with his own affairs, the sniper thought about how he should have behaved towards a man who was closely associated with Karen. In their first encounter, the being gave him no importance, but now everything was completely different. Over time, his behavior began to change a lot, so the boy began to arouse more and more suspicion. It was for this reason that Raymond wanted to test something through confession. When both guys were already where they should be, the sniper said with a serious face that he had committed a sin. After which, Raymond told the priest that the sin was killing a person. To this, Dulan told the sniper that although murder was the most serious sin for people working on it, it was not, but in addition to the fact that there was a total murder, the boy's soul was also consumed by suspicions related to one person. At that moment, the already nervous priest, with strong suspicion, asked Raymond who he suspected. After came the answer that the sniper had long suspected the priest. Raymond believed that it was Dulan who killed the man while helping Karen and started a fire in his mansion in an attempt to hide the body. After these words, the boy asked the priest if he could forgive all those sins he was suspected of. To this, Dulan informed the sniper that he should not have asked for absolution, because all suspicions were quite reasonable. At that moment, Raymond began to realize that his assumption that forces of nature were not behind the fire was confirmed. But despite this, it was quite unexpected, because it seemed like there would be a completely different answer. At that moment, the priest asked Raymond if he had anything else he wanted to confess. The sniper simply asked Dulan to forgive him for doubting him so much. Raymond believed that Dulan's attitude still left many questions. However, he was determined to hide everything and remain silent in any such situation. But in any case, the sniper managed to find out what he wanted to know earlier for himself. Most likely, the priest really tried to somehow protect Lady Hare. In any case, he wished that God himself would forgive all the sins committed by the boy, even those of which he was unaware. When Raymond was about to leave the place, he asked Dulan for forgiveness for doubting him so much. After all, the priest himself was not the person capable of harming another person in any way. Raymond also thanked him for giving him the opportunity to confess his doubts. When the boy had already left the room, Dulan ran towards him and grabbed his hand, and asked him why he had come to him. But Raymond did not understand this question, so he said that he simply wanted to repent for all his sins. However, the priest remained firm because everything Raymond said was in no way considered a sin in his case. It was also not a sin to suspect someone of something, even if it seemed so to him. Raymond perfectly understood why the priest believed that his doubts were something natural. After that, the boy began to remove his hand and tell him that, unfortunately, he could not believe his words. Dulan dared to suggest that all this was happening now because he saved that very soldier who was a spy. Suddenly, he asked why the sniper believed that the priest was incapable of doing anything bad to a person. At the same moment, Raymond asked him if he regretted saving a person earlier, after which he placed his hand on the priest's shoulder and said that it would be much better to speak half a tone lower. Moreover, he should not worry too much about all this matter, even if he really wanted to. After all, in any case, all of Karen's sins would eventually begin to belong to Raymond himself. Raymond Serta's standards for women were quite simple. Only appearance mattered. The boy remembered very well how he spent time with his mother and father when he was a child. I remember how they praised and hugged him. They talked about how fast he grew up and were interested in his life. They periodically compared him to his own older brother, who looked much worse than Raymond. They also told him that after he turned 15, he most likely wouldn't have an end to women. After all, in this whole world, life for a handsome man was quite difficult, but also beautiful. The mother asked her son to sew for pleasure and try not to follow anyone's example. For such a child, these times were incredibly wonderful, until everything started going downhill. Very strange things began to happen to Raymond's mother. She wasn't even allowed to enter his room. They gave the excuse that he was still too young to look at such things, which is why he should have stayed outside. At that time, in many provinces, a large number of patients increased, and the temperature gave no rest to anyone. The boy began to attend church more and more. He believed that if you do good deeds, you can never die. Good people were supposed to be blessed, and bad people punished, but Raymond's parents died anyway. After this, the boy's soul was very uneasy. He understood that he would never see his parents again. Since they died due to an infectious disease, their appearance changed a lot. Raymond asked that even despite this, he be given at least a little time to say goodbye to them. However, they did not want to let the boy near the infectious bodies, because in this case, he would also run the risk of dying. They could only bring him home after his parents were buried, and his house was completely cleaned. After returning home, he realized that the entire interior had changed a lot after the epidemic. After a while, the boy managed to meet his older brother, who was also injured. Even though his brother's appearance was very spoiled, Raymond immediately ran towards him and hugged him tightly. He said that he was incredibly happy that at least he was alive after this whole epidemic. However, on the first day of the meeting, Raymond realized that his relative's behavior had changed a lot. He was also informed that the mail would soon have to recover, and everything would have to return to its place. In times like these, it would be much better if the brothers helped each other. After a while, my brother sorted through a large number of letters from various women, and I threw away most of them. One woman most frequently sent him a letter written in at least 3 pages. As soon as the boy was mentioned about his appearance, he began to receive more and more frank confessions that changed his own opinion. However, Raymond reminded his brother that he needed to think about how to recover soon, and not about several women. Moreover, everyone had to deal with the accumulated cases that they could not solve on their own. Most of the cattle were not in the best condition, and there were many complaints about the lambs that were born dead. Raymond believed that it was necessary to tour all the territories and check everything, also holding meetings with the lords. However, at the same moment, the boy asked his brother to be quiet and not to interfere with the letters he had received. He started shouting about how Raymond had falsely thought that he had become a lord. But even then, he tried to pretend to be a male, but he was just an ordinary puppy who was simply allowed to be in these possessions, and nothing more. And this pathetic boy didn't even know how to be noble to his older brother. The brother already knew people like Raymond. First they get wealth and power, and then they show their true colors. The little one could still be so smart only because in him everything was still in perfect order, both externally and characteristically. Raymond began to remember that when his brother lost his temper in the past, his parents immediately calmed his anger. But now the brother has completely changed, as his parents have already left this world. However, Raymond had no other choice, because his only guardian could only be his older brother. One day, Raymond met Jenon, who wanted to tell the male something personally. The boy asked if it was necessary to hold this meeting today, because the stand was not in a good mood at that moment. It turned out that the matter was urgent, because the minions of the Evans family had arrived, and they took away the entire budget for this month, claiming it was interest. But Raymond did not need to worry about all this, as he was still too small. There was also news that Count Landon himself had sent the letter to him, and not to the male. It turned out that the brother himself broke the first letter, but Sir Raymond's name appeared again. The boy could not understand why his godfather considered him a true successor, if he was still too young. That's why Raymond didn't want to appropriate his brother's share, however strange it was. In any case, James himself will soon have to tell the boy about it. God only tested those whom he truly loved and valued. Raymond assumed that the deity sent such a test to his brother only because he loved him. However, the brother's will was so incomprehensible that even priests found it very difficult to understand. After all, the tests he set were so difficult that people could only pray. At that moment, Raymond assumed that his parents simply could not cope with the test, which is why they died. However, the thing was completely different. Good people always died much earlier, as there is a lot of work in paradise. But in this case, it turned out that both Raymond and his brother were sinners if they were still alive. Most likely, the boy would not have experienced so much pain if he had been buried with his parents. Suddenly, the priest began to shake him and tell him that thinking about death was a rather grave sin. If he began to abuse the blessed life that God gave him, he would certainly end up in hell. However, the boy did not understand why the desire to go to the people he loved before was considered a sin. Since the male was now sick, it would be good for Raymond to help his relative. The boy believed that there must be a reason why everything happened this way. Also one that was difficult for people to understand. Moreover, it made no sense to fall into despair so soon, because for the moment there was no time to be sad. All Raymond needed to do was simply forgive and love his only brother. Since both were members of the same family, Raymond would have to love him somehow. When the boy entered James' office, he saw another man in front of him who approached him. It turned out that this man was Verdick Evans himself, whom they met at the Countess's meeting. Raymond couldn't believe that he had previously crossed paths with this man, which made him distrustful. But after that, Verdick immediately admitted that he had actually lied, and that this reaction was quite normal. At that moment, Evans remembered that they had previously told him that this boy was incapable of lying. He also looked a lot like his now deceased father, both in appearance and character. And for his small age, the boy was very tall, which was quite unusual to see. Raymond did not like this gaze of Verdick at all, as he looked at the boy as if he were an object. Because the boy started being rude to the arriving guest, his brother immediately began to scold him for it. Suddenly, Raymond asked the man about the conversation he had with his brother about the boy. At the same time, Evans said that this boy had a rather annoying disposition. After which, James ordered Raymond to leave his room immediately, since the adults needed to talk. When he left the room, he heard talk about how the boy should receive a proper education. After a while, Raymond remembered his parents' words and thought that if he did everything like this, it would be the same as if he did it with them. That's why the boy didn't want to lose his own conscience and his character so strongly, even if this would make him lose all his money, the rest of his family, and his own health. It soon became known that the boy would have to marry someone he didn't know at all. In response to the boy's misunderstanding, the older brother told him that this was normal, since he was also engaged at that age. Since arranged marriages were very common, there was nothing tragic or wrong with it. When asked how much the older brother received for this, he was not going to answer anything, since it was none of his business. However, the boy really wanted to know the price of the sold body, which was a living person. The boy was interested in what benefits his brother would receive if he gave his surname to Vertica's daughter and had children with her. It was also interesting how much the man gave, considering that his brother was a defective product, which is why he treated Raymond like some kind of cattle. The important thing was that he decided to buy most of the properties of the boy's family. Upon hearing this, Raymond began to shout that his brother hadn't even consulted him on this matter. However, the brother did this because his lands are getting worse every day. The lands should have been sold before this became known, as more profit could have been obtained. At the same time, Raymond was surprised that Verdic, out of ignorance, took possession of the sick lands. But the brother was sure that it was necessary to sell any product, hiding all its shortcomings, since this was the basis of transactions. However, the boy felt incredibly ashamed of this, both because of the male and himself personally. After a while, Raymond caught up with Verdic's carriage, which greatly surprised him. At the same moment, the boy asked the man to simply cancel the contract. After all, in his territory, an infectious disease among cattle was widespread. At that moment, Harmful realized that the male had deceived him a lot in order to gain more benefits. Isla at that moment looked out the window and immediately admired the beauty of Raymond himself when he spoke with his father, after which she shouted that this young man on horseback looked a lot like a knight. The delighted girl thought that a military uniform would suit him very well. After a while, Raymond finally put on his military uniform, also trying not to hold a grudge against the male. He did not understand how it was possible to put it on a person who was very sick. After all, the boy already knew very well that anything could be expected from a sick person. And in this military school, there were quite a few people who had a similar situation in their lives. Moreover, it turned out that this place was much more suitable for Raymond than he initially thought. When he studied there, he often missed many meetings, even with the Marquis of Pencaire himself. However, most of the missed meetings occurred because Verdic Evans himself invited the boy to his house, after which one of the students told Raymond that at times he showed unnecessary stubbornness. Once upon a time, this very man was interested in too many things regarding Raymond himself. He also didn't understand how Raymond could behave that way when he was engaged to an 8-year-old noblewoman. After all, most boys preferred some conventional old woman with sexy wrinkles and an interesting life. Most likely, Verdic called Raymond on the days when new administrators arrived at the school just so the boy wouldn't catch them. After this conclusion, Raymond told the boy that he was still that spy, since he had learned a lot. However, he understood that there was a large number of paths in life that he would have to choose. At that moment, Raymond assumed that if this spy took him to the meeting, he would receive something in return. Even though they found him out, the spy asked why this guy was so loyal to a moneylender. Suddenly, Raymond told the boy that he was talking too much about getting to know someone. At that moment, Raymond perfectly understood that due to his young age, as well as his lack of life experience, everything was more difficult for him. In fact, thanks to the absence of these qualities, Raymond normally couldn't resist Verdic. Others also knew very well why the boy gradually started losing his grip and confidence. That very day, Raymond was able for the first time to tear up the train ticket he had received from Verdic in order to attend the meeting. As Raymond showed up for the meeting at the school, the spy received his reward, or rather, a place in the dormitory for a month. As soon as the guy approached them, they immediately started telling him that the military uniform suited him very well. After which, one of the students told Raymond that it would be much better for him to go out into the world than to vegetate alone. Although he regularly attended many meetings held at the school, it was still not the same. At that moment, the Marquis himself began to approach him from behind, so all the guys had gathered. The Marquis of Penkare was one of the patrons of this school, as well as a sponsor of the scholars. He was a lord whose fiefdom was located on a border with frequent conflicts, and he needed military personnel. Also a noble located far from the military school, located very close to the capital. Everyone thought that he decided to take the position of director to expand his own power and earn more money. After all, these were precisely the goals that Verdict pursued, who donated a huge amount of money when Raymond entered there. And when the Marquis himself invested large sums of money in the development of the arms industry, the guy started avoiding him. Since the man had not previously seen Raymond in person, he happily met him when he had the opportunity. After which, he suggested that Verdict himself was not particularly happy that the boy had missed the meeting he had scheduled, and instead came here. Raymond believed that if he could not make a single decision in his life, then he had no reason to live. At these words, the Marquis told the boy that he was very brave to think that, and that besides, he himself did not particularly like the Evans family. But even despite this, the man did not dislike being Raymond, because he was completely different. He also did not want bastards lurking in the sacred parliament who could provoke a conflict. Without much thought, Raymond decided to ask the Marquis why he wanted to see him so badly. It turned out that the man wanted to offer the boy a better option, as he regretted the tragedy that happened to the male. Raymond immediately realized that most likely this man was closely related to his brother. The important thing was that they both disliked Mr. Verdict Evans at all, which was the key link. However, even after these words, the boy was on guard, because he could not completely trust the man unknown to him. In a way, this was bad, because even though he wouldn't make enemies, he might not find friends. It would also have been much better for Raymond if he had thought about the offer he received from the Marquis. After a while, a man approached the boy and handed him a bottle of wine gifted by the Marquis. But it turned out there was no drink, but it contained more important information related to Verdict. It turned out that the man was also a villain, and his little daughter grew up with his atrocities. Raymond had only been able to see this little lady 3 times in the last 5 years. When the girl came to pick up her fiancé, he tried to answer her with the utmost coolness. Since he arrived late for a meeting, he couldn't find a good excuse because, anyway, it would be a lie. Raymond knew very well that Lady Ancella's father was willing to provide him with any support. A large number of mines and factories were built in his territory, and the railway was also continued. And as soon as Raymond marries his daughter, all these luxuries will definitely be his. However, he was just a man fattened up by Verdict as some kind of cattle, and without his own opinion. Since both Raymond and Verdict still had something to lose, there had to be a different strategy to be able to escape. The strategy was to kill the entire Evans family once and for all. It was at the beginning of this journey that the Marquis was willing to provide Raymond with a great deal of help. He also said that the guy had to be a little naive, but not at all pompous. After all, it was natural for young people to be immature, but exaggerating this would be dangerous for his reputation. With all this, one should not behave subserviently either if this happened. The whole idea would go downhill. When Raymond was learning all this, he considered that something similar were lessons for young people preparing for their debut in high society. Duke Dalton was extremely eager for intellectual conversations, and if you asked him a question, he would rant for a long time before answering. He loved the feeling that most people around him were idiots and common fools. Raymond began to think that the Marquis himself loved this feeling, because otherwise it would be strange to use such intricate methods. One day, a man asked Raymond if he had thought about why he liked such a wonderful man. Since Raymond couldn't even guess why this happened, he replied like this, saying that he didn't want to disappoint him. At that moment, the man asked the boy why Verdict made such a fuss after gaining wealth, just for becoming a noble. All this probably happened due to the fact that as soon as he earned money, he desired the honor and glory enshrined in history. However, despite the fact that honor, and glory were created independently, Raymond believed that he did not have them. As soon as the guy said this, the Marquis said that with these words he insulted his ancestors. Past, after which, the boy learned that the entire Evans family was from the White Mountains, and their foundation was only money, precious stones, which were nothing compared to the land received. A solid foundation was based on land and law, so it was necessary to relate to a citizen of these lands. When Verdict was young, his fortune was even less than 10% of what it is today, which puts him not on the same level. However, as the Marquis believed, marrying his own daughter to the male's foreign son was absurd. Currently, the man earned most of his own money through the arms industry. And since Raymond studied at a military school, the man simply couldn't see this in his gaze. The guy should have done everything possible in this place to finally take away all the work that Verdict would provide him. Raymond was completely willing to follow the Marquis's instructions without asking questions, after which this man asked him to become the ideal knight who would defend honor and glory. He had to be a hero who would be applauded and admired by a large number of people. It was necessary to make honor and glory itself the most important and greatest weapon that could exist. Since this would not be too difficult for Raymond, he didn't even have to worry about it. He just tried to take care of himself. At that moment, the boy began to realize that if he had only gotten sick with what his family was sick with, they would never have sent him to Verdict. He also didn't know what the Marquis was thinking by helping the boy, but that didn't matter, because now Raymond was entitled to a medal. Raymond even managed to meet the Marquis's son, who was incredibly happy to see him. However, the boy perfectly understood that in the end, he received an undeserved reward. It was the envy of the royal family, which seemed to demonstrate the achievement of the greatest honor and glory. Verdict perfectly understood that Raymond was trying with all his might to escape from him. That's why he decided to marry off his daughter, so that the boy wouldn't escape. However, the man was willing to fulfill his duty to any person, but not to Verdict's daughter. To break off his engagement, the most convincing and serious reasons were needed that could convince the man. There had to be something akin to the reason why he himself chose the boy, as well as something similar to the reason why Isla wanted him. For example, Lady Karen, who is an incredibly beautiful girl who is not even close to Lady Evans, would be suitable. Although Ray Young did not believe the words Karen said, he also couldn't simply ignore them. The expression on her face seemed to blame him for the fact that it was because he prevented her from finding true love for which she had been dying for 100 years. There were suggestions that Rayam decided to approach the girl because he previously had impure thoughts. However, it was Lady Hare who initially knocked on his door and simply entered the room in the middle of the night. It was also possible that Raymond simply felt guilty for leaving the girl to his own needs. But at that moment, he simply didn't know everything. He just wanted to find all the evidence and then simply arrest his woman. However, the reason why he stopped trying to do all this was because the lady's story was too romantic. All this reminded Raymond of the absurd stories he had read when he was 7 years old. It was possible that the lady simply pretended to be crazy just to cover up her own crime. However, in the girl's story, everything had a clear sequence, which makes the story impossible to invent. One way or another, Raymond tried with all his might to meet Lady Hare halfway, trying to help her in every possible way. He asked more people. He looked through old books. He went to auction houses to find suitable antiques. The lady had a large number of hobbies and was also an eloquent girl, so she became close to people. By spending a lot of time with the girl, the boy had no choice but to admit that she is a charming lunatic. All these days flew by for Raymond, simply unnoticed and happy. But soon a letter arrived. Immediately, as soon as the boy read it, he realized that the crown prince himself wanted this person's death. However, only Karen did not believe all these words and continued to convince her husband that she would live. But Raymond could not believe his wife's words, since she was simply talking about the end without revealing all the details. The girl also did not know the details of the fight between countless companies, countries, and heirs. It seemed as if all the lady's words were just empty assurances that came out of nowhere. However, it was quite amusing for the boy to watch Lady Hare trot around him with her little steps. And the inheritance that Raymond himself was willing to leave to Karen could be considered a reward for playing together. The moment the wind blew in front of the Count, Raymond was surprised, thinking that he wanted to take care of the task as quickly as possible and return. It was at that moment that the boy realized exactly where he wanted to return as quickly as possible. The sniper realized that he missed those carefree days that he had previously spent with his Lady Hare. At the same time, the boy himself also began to realize something completely different. Previously, Raymond lived only for honor until that day. Nothing in his life changed at all. For him, it was a comfortable life that resisted all injustices, trying not to hold back anything. If Karen had shown the slightest violence or cruelty at that moment, Raymond would not have hesitated to destroy her. However, the boy Karen never noticed anything like that, since the lady did not show it. Raymond constantly noticed his wife only in the position of a victim and nothing more. As soon as the lady left the palace, Raymond saw traces of fatigue and irritation in her tear-stained eyes. Even the girl herself would not have believed that this man had confessed his love to her with complete seriousness and with open feelings. Compared to honor and conscience over time, Raymond began to have something more valuable to him. He could no longer deny it either, informing everyone that this was definitely not love. Raymond also assumed that Dulan himself still loved Karen, so he intended to entrust the girl to him after his death. And if the priest really had at least some positive feelings towards the girl, then he was ready to take advantage of it. However, he couldn't stop thinking that his wife might somehow be involved in the murder. But he was not going to hesitate for long, so he asked Dulan if he even loved Lady Hare. After receiving a negative answer, Raymond asked why he protected the girl with all his might. The priest said that he did this only because he himself was a doctor, in addition to a church minister. After which, he began to think about taking advantage of everything that only he knew, but he began to burn with jealousy. Because of the priest's answer, the boy said that he shouldn't even dare to consider that attitude as love. But at the same moment, Raymond began to look into his eyes and realized that there was still too much emotion in them. He suddenly grabbed Dulan's hand and asked him if he was helping Karen, because he sympathized with her situation. He suggested that another possible reason was sympathy, which is what Dulan was protecting her from. However, Raymond only wanted to hear that he would not kill the girl and that he did not hate her in any way. At the same time, Dulan told Raymond that he completely agreed with him that the girl was clearly crazy. After a while, Raymond was outside Karen's room with freshly cut flowers, waiting for the girl's answer. He also understood that he should have left her room since he didn't hear her answer, but a strong childishness awakened in him. However, this slight drop in his behavior only made Raymond happier, since he hadn't allowed himself to do that for a long time. After which, the man saw his wife asleep, around whom an unusual atmosphere hovered. And supernatural, it seemed that this girl was not a living person, but some kind of well-made statue. But despite all this, Lady Hare was made of flesh and blood and was completely functional, starting with her breathing. And since Karen could do this until today, she clearly needed protection from the opposite sex. Most nobles and members of parliament voted to remove the crown prince from the throne. Consequently, Prince Louis would become the next king, after which many things would have to change. At the same moment, Raymond asked the girl how long she intended to sleep, after which the boy remembered that recently there was a moment when he could simply point a gun barrel at her. However, now this was completely beyond his strength, since now before his eyes the girl was a victim. Karen was a girl who imagined that the whole world was in the pages of a book. She also understood that it was this girl who passionately wished to find her true love. And for Raymond, there were no obstacles to falling in love with someone who demanded so much. It was also very possible that Karen was in fact a criminal who could not be trusted, but even this was not a reason for Raymond to stop truly loving the girl. At that moment, the lady also woke up and immediately said that it was tactless of the boy to enter her room while she was still asleep. When Raymond reminded her how he got into her room at night, the girl was not very pleased, since now it was a different case. After which Karen asked Raymond to leave, since she would stay in bed a while longer. However, at that moment, Raymond asked the girl to become his true wife. After these words, Crane simply threw a pillow at him and asked if he was tired of living. When the lady began to tell the boy not to joke like that again, he said that it was far from a joke. After which Karen told Raymond to repeat it in about 5 hours. And with a ring. At the same moment, the boy asked to give her an exact answer first, which made the girl even more dissatisfied. But she decided to ask him if he had lost his mind, if he was asking a girl he didn't love to marry him. To this, the sniper told the lady that he could only lose his mind for love, which she could finally accept. After which he began to think why the girl could lose her mind if he could lose his for love. However, the only thing Raymond was sure of was that Karen was as crazy as his older brother. After which he remembered exactly what Dulan had previously said in the same way about the lady's mental health. A sick person did things that those around him couldn't understand, and the family's role at that time was only to care. After which, Raymond told Karen that he wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. When the girl saw the beautiful flowers, she became more lenient towards her husband, even though there was no ring. But Raymond only thought about whether he was ready to fulfill all the family obligations that would arise, even if the girl started committing the mistakes that Raymond's brother made, or hurt the boy. He thought he could handle it. He understood that in his whole life, he would never be able to understand the lady, and also accept all the flaws she might have. After which he told the girl that it seemed to him that he truly loved her. Now it will be enough for him just to have her and be by her side. This was the only thing he could never grant to anyone, even if necessary. At that moment, Dulin was in his church and thought that the one who had to confess was not Raymond at all. The sinner, who could not escape even if he tried with all his might, was right where he was at that moment. And the sins committed by the priest were so deep that Dulin simply trembled with fear before them. But he was not willing to retreat, as the value he desired was in a place forbidden by God's will. The priest began to pray that everything would be well with Karen and Raymond, and God himself prayed for them. But for himself, Dulin only wanted to be sent to the torments of hell, which he only deserved with his sinful soul. At that moment, Lady Liana was amazed at the number of people who were supposed to come for the upcoming holiday. Prince Louis himself might also come there, although this was not exactly precise information. Lady Liana could be a maid of honor, but only if she received permission from the Countess of Elba, after which she ran there shouting that she would surely achieve it, no matter what. At the same moment, Donna noticed from the expression on Karen's face that she was dissatisfied with something, which made her ask what had happened to her. However, the lady simply replied that there were too many thoughts in her head that she could not handle. The girl understood what would happen if they took their marriage vows in the presence of military personnel, nobles, and members of the royal family. Their relationship would turn into one that could not be called temporary, which would only complicate the situation. But it might also be enough to consider it a test of true love. After which, the maid asked the lady if she was happy to marry Raymond himself. However, despite this man clearly being a worthy man, the girl experienced no happiness. She perfectly understood that if she became engaged to him, then this marriage would clearly not be crowned with any success. And feelings would also not have received any development, as all this repeated itself once and again. After which, the girl asked if her mother was also skeptical before getting married. The lady did not know at all what love was, so she stopped believing in it, and simply wanted to die as soon as possible. Suddenly, Donna asked the lady what she should do with the bouquet, and if it was necessary to dry it. Faced with this, Lady Hare, still not in a normal mood, told the girl to simply put it in a vase. She also felt quite strange about the idea of getting married that very day, to which Donna informed the lady that her anxiety and fear were quite natural, as she was going out for the first time. However, Karen understood that it was not the first time she was getting married, so this option was not right for her. The point is that this situation was similar to her first time, when Raymond proposed to her for the first time. That day, the boy also came with a bouquet of flowers, realizing too that he wanted to be with Karen forever. Although he and the girl were already engaged, he wanted to say these words once more in his life. After which Karen wondered if Raymond truly loved her then or now. She perfectly understood that the sniper had looked at her coldly before, but now he started singing love songs. In this life, everything also started going wrong. The girl wanted him to just point the gun at her, but he rejected this option. The relationship between the boy and the girl changed too quickly. Now it was similar to the relationship between Donna and the coachman. Lady Hare was well aware that it would have been much more logical for her if he had simply pointed the gun barrel and killed her. She also thought this arrangement would be much more interesting and correct. It would be much better than torturing yourself because you simply cannot accept and believe in Raymond's love. It would also be much better to let the priest judge whether the love was real. The lady did not understand how she could reason that Raymond had proposed marriage to her. Karen wondered if she should have abandoned her dream of becoming a serial killer and simply accept her fate with Raymond. Now Karen was immersed in the feeling that she was once again being dragged into a plot that repeated endlessly. After which, the girl thought whether she should have come to Dulin so he could tell her something about the wedding. The lady perfectly understood that after receiving a normal clue, she could definitely die. Whatever feelings she felt no longer mattered to her, as her desire had not changed. Now all human feelings that changed many times day by day were no longer important. All this happened because Raymond gifted her the same flowers for the umpteenth time on the day he proposed marriage. It could also be due to the fact that Karen disliked the man at all. As she treated the boy like a character from the pages of a novel, she saw love as an ordinary means. The girl had not loved anyone for the last 100 years. It was possible that this is why everything repeated itself. Now the lady no longer believed that true love could really end everything. However, my head was still filled with thoughts of simply trying to love a person again. The lady understood that if she wanted to do this, she would have to try hard to achieve it. After a while, Lady Hare received a letter from her husband stating that he would be away for some time. From this statement, Donna was surprised because she suggested to her lover that he simply postpone the ceremony for another day. She knew very well that time was running out for her, and even if she wanted to, she couldn't postpone it. She also knew that the boy would return safely from the mission and simply continue the entire ceremony. But the problem was different yet. The letter ordered her to approach him and warm his bed. Since this letter was originally sent by the Crown Prince, Karen understood that Lady Elba would no longer protect her. After which, the lady asked the maid if she knew the reason for the Crown Prince's obsession with her. Raymond had previously said that if he became a sniper, he could break free from the influence of the royal family. The lady perfectly understood that anything could happen to her, since Sir Raymond was no longer present at that moment. Karen also assumed that the Crown Prince would continue to ask for a sniper for a long time unless Karen came. Only to ensure Raymond's own safety, Lady Hare will have to turn to her enemy. Karen perfectly understood that the Crown Prince was one of her mother's suitors, which made her not want to get involved with someone who had a chance of having an intimate relationship with her mother at all. It was also completely unhygienic, which caused even more disgust and revulsion on Guy's part. At that moment, the lady began to think that even if she endured this, it would be considered the kind of love Dulan wanted to see. The girl also understood that there were many stories about how a woman entrusts herself to another man for the sake of her lover. However, none of these stories had a happy ending, even if the girls did their best. Karen also thought that if these stories had a sad ending, it could be considered true love. She also thought about whether the priest would be able to recognize this as love and whether it was worth doing. It was possible that Dulan mistook the fact that the lady became the toy of some old man for true love. However, she no longer wanted to be killed, so she took her knife and began to create a new life. But even in this case, the girl could not understand why everything was so confusing and disgusting. Now she no longer wanted to think, decide, or choose anything. Her desire to die returned again. And if she was mistaken, in any case she would return to the beginning. Although the girl no longer had the strength, she thought about doing what the priest himself told her, from where she sent him a letter. And if she had said not to go to the meeting and Raymond had died, then all this should have remained on Dulan's conscience. After which Karen called the maid and asked her to personally deliver this letter to the priest. At that moment, the girl was a little surprised, but she did not argue and simply set about taking the letter she had received. Now Karen began to realize that everything was starting to irritate her, and somehow she needed to find a way to calm down. And Lady Hare's attempts to love Raymond were also quite difficult. The girl began to think that it would be much better for her to discuss everything directly with the boy as soon as he returned. After all, the girl had no idea whether her feelings were love for him. However, a day later, there was still no response from Raymond or the priest. And even Donna did not show up anywhere. The girl began to realize that, in any case, her time was running out, and that she would have to wait. In 2 weeks, the wedding ceremony was supposed to take place, and the next day, something happened to the girl that would bring her back. She also did not want to turn to Prince Hereditary Karen in every possible way. She didn't want to contact him anymore. At that moment, a man entered the room and told the girl to carry out the order he had received. However, Karen had no intention of going with Giza, so she simply said that the man should tell the prince that the girl was not there. But to this, he told the girl that she had no right to lie to the king, which is why she had no intention of doing so. Suddenly, Karen announced that she was getting married, which made the prince's behavior disrespectful towards her. At that moment, the man took the girl by the hand and told her that the crown prince only wanted to talk to her. While dragging the lady towards the door, she began to shout at the maid to help her somehow. However, even after this, the man continued to drag the lady, telling her to simply follow orders. After a while the girl was shouting at her maid, she realized that the girl was clearly not in her place. At that very moment, Karen realized that she could not allow anyone to find out about this situation. So she began to call the countess to ask for help. Although they tried to silence her in every possible way, she could not help but make sure that someone saw what was happening. After which the girl began to ask the man what family he was from. At the same moment, Karen noticed that this man wore normal clothes and that his way of speaking and his accent were simply harsh to the ears. After that, Karen told him that even if it was an order from the crown prince, it was still not normal to take a person in the middle of the night. And if a man only wanted to sleep with her, then she wanted to be treated at least like a mistress. As soon as the girl finished her speech, the man who came, out of his own disgust, slapped her on the cheek. At the same moment, Lady Hare began to say that if her face was slightly injured, he was unlikely to be safe, as the girl was already going to tell Countess Elba everything that happened, which would only make things worse for the man. But he continued to say that, at this hour, the girl would still have to change her clothes. Although, on the other hand, it didn't matter what she wore, because she would appear completely naked in front of the crown prince anyway. Karen perfectly understood that she could not simply disappear, and also must always appear as a victim in front of Raymond. Now the lady was thinking about how she could achieve all this to leave everything in the same position. After which, Prince Louis entered the room and told the man who came that he had done wrong. At that moment, several other people entered the room and asked who the man was. Suddenly, Prince Louis asked the man if his father had really called Lady Karen to his chambers. But to this, he asked the boy what he was doing in that place at such a late hour. After which Louis's assistant grabbed the man, making him scream that he was simply following orders. To which the boy told him that there would be nothing terrible if the lady didn't show up before the crown prince in the middle of the night. Suddenly, Louis said that the man should have thought about who better to listen to. As soon as the man was taken away, the boy told the girl that he would leave very soon, and she thanked him for his help. Prince Louis also told Karen that Sir Raymond himself had sent her a carrier pigeon with a message. At that moment, the lady asked the boy if that meant that if he took care of the placenta of his own father, the country was flourishing. Prince Louis told Lady Hare that he needed to meet Lady Liana before he could return. Karen began to get up from her knees, thinking that Raymond had once again saved her by sending Prince Louis to this place. As the boy was an exact copy of the sniper, the lady began to think about how he would change when he grew up. After these thoughts, the girl wanted to ask Tidona, but she remembered that the maid had disappeared somewhere. In the morning, Karen thought that she had dismissed the girl quite a long time ago, but she never came back. However, from that moment on, no one saw this girl again, no matter who you asked. This morning, the maid didn't even come to collect the food tray, which was strange. At that moment, one of the maids asked the girl if she had eaten anything lately. When it turned out that Karen hadn't eaten anything, one of the assistants immediately realized it and immediately ran to get food. However, the lady was more interested in knowing if any staff member had seen Donna. The three closest girls reported that since the maid lived in a separate room from the others, no one saw her. After which, the woman asked Lady Hare how long it had been since she had seen her personal maid. Suddenly, Karen, after thinking for a while, spoke vaguely about where Donna had been missing for about 3 days. At that moment, another lady said that she was going to report this to the police anyway, but she would only do this after His Highness the Crown Prince returned home. She also assumed that the girl herself understood why it was necessary to do exactly that. Since Donna was no different from other maids, her disappearance was not something terrible or special. Even in a single capital, countless girls of this kind disappeared every day, some of whom appeared dead later. Such was this world, where a person could simply be kidnapped and no one would know. Karen was well aware that it was the first time in her life that Donna had not been with her at this time of year. After Nancy's death, new events began to unfold. The lady suggested that Donna's disappearance would reveal something new, but the idea that, after all, the person had disappeared and, moreover, this had never happened before. Karen also understood that any deviation from the standard scenario was already big news for her. Suddenly, Karen became interested in knowing if her maid was responsible for all the serial killers that had happened. As soon as the lady entered Donna's room, she directed her attention to the hydrangea in a vase, after which the lady wondered if the girl had bought them with her own money. and why she didn't simply ask for flowers. Although Karen immediately realized that most likely the girl didn't do this because she didn't want to bother the mistress. Since the flowers in the vase had not yet withered, Lady Hare realized that the maid had left the mansion not long ago. Karen also understood that because of a single dirty cup, young Donna had no one to have tea with. After this, the lady checked the drawers hoping to find something resembling a diary. But she saw nothing. After all, she herself did not dedicate a drop of time to writing like that, as she would simply disappear. It was possible that Lady Catherine herself adhered to the same logic, which is why no records of her remain. At that moment, Lady Hare lay down on her maid's bed and rhetorically asked where she had gone. But as soon as she did this, she immediately felt something stabbing her back, which made the girl decide to check it out. Karen noticed that there was some kind of box under the mattress, which immediately caught her attention. Under the bedspread, there was a box that looked quite expensive. At the same moment, Lady Hare began to open the treasure she had found, thinking that clearly this thing should not be empty. Inside the box, there was a piece of paper on which it was written that this gift was supposed to be for a girl, after which she noticed that inside there was something dark and carefully bandaged. In the end, it turned out to be Donna's own hand, which had already darkened from the time in the air. Karen could in no way understand what this hand was doing here, and also who could have placed it there in the first place. It was completely different if Verdict himself did this, because there were reasons for it. However, this man was more willing to take an axe and personally cut off Karen's head than to harm the maid. After thinking for a while, Karen began to think that it was even more likely that the crown prince had done it. Moreover, he really looked like him, and lately he had been trying in every way to invite the lady to his home. However, Karen could not understand why a member of the royal family needed to do this. But even if this were really the case, as Karen supposed, she couldn't understand why he was showing up just now. She didn't understand why this pervert, who was obsessed with all the girls in the Karen family, had not yet appeared. Until now, this person had not done anything special. He only talked about how much the lady resembled her mother. After these thoughts, Crane began to think that Dulan could have done this, but his handwriting was completely different. However, there was a high probability that it was indeed him, since the priest was the last person Donna saw. He also acted quite suspiciously towards others, and lately, he was also very anxious. However, despite all these shortcomings, the priest himself never raised his hand against anyone. After that, Karen remembered how difficult it was for him to kill animals at the last carnival. His skills also left much to be desired, and simply suggested that he was incapable of killing. At that moment, Karen noticed that her maid's body had been carefully cut into pieces. The girl began to suppose that the poor Donna might have been cut up while she was still fully conscious. Moreover, if this body part did not belong to her maid, otherwise she would not have sent it. After this moment, Lady Hare asked the hand if it was true that the girl last met with Dulan. Karen also understood that he truly sympathized with her maid, but he couldn't even squeeze out a tear. She was also curious to know if Donna was still alive, and also about the condition she was in, since the first thing the lady thought about was what exactly Dulan replied to the maid. She began to feel ashamed of it. After that, Karen had to prepare to go to the meeting, but it became extremely difficult to do it alone. Lady Hare began to recall that Dulan himself had previously liked similar clothes. Although he did his best to hide it, it was enough to get to know him better, and then you will begin to understand that he was even more perverted. While Karen was getting ready, she wondered if she should have worn the necklace they had given her, although it was too luxurious. After this, the girl remembered that the greenhouse renovation would be finished very soon. At that moment, Lady Hare heard a noise outside the window. All the people were doing something and making a fuss in every possible way. However, her thoughts were filled with the fact that Raymond had confessed his own feelings this time. She also understood that the crown prince himself desired her, but Louis did everything possible to block all those actions. If you simply waited for Raymond himself in his own chambers, then it was very possible to find a happy ending. Karen understood that if love came true at least this time, then everything could move forward, and she would stop suffering. However, Dulan simply could not recognize this love, so everything could continue like 100 years ago. After this, Karen realized that she urgently needed to see a priest to clarify some points. At night, Karen thought about where the priest might be at that moment, so the assumption focused on the Evans mansion. As soon as she entered, Old and dark memories began to torment her. The lady could not know for sure where his room was, but since he was a guest, she guessed where he might be. Because the boy was not in that room, the lady decided to check other places. After the lady collapsed in the next room, she began to think that maybe he wasn't in the mansion at all. Karen understood that Dulan should have kept Islu drugged with sleeping pills, but they couldn't find him anywhere. Suddenly, a boy appeared around the corner, walking through the entire property, from where the girl immediately began to run away. She had to check everything she wanted, even if Verdict himself might whip her for it. As soon as she reached Lady Evan's door, she realized it was locked, which made her decide that the best option would be to break it down. But as soon as Karen rushed in, she realized that the girl was no longer there, which left her in shock. The girl could not understand where Isla, stuffed with sleeping pills, could have gone. So she began to check the sheet, after which Karen realized that probably no one had used this bed for a long time, because the lady hadn't bothered her head with what was really important at that moment. She didn't notice how the man who grabbed her was walking behind her. After a while, Lady Her woke up in a very dark place, also unknown to her. Karen was not afraid of the dark at all. She began to be afraid of something completely different. She knew the Evans family basement very well, but this one was very different from the one she knew. The basement was a place where subordinates were punished, but such a luxurious bed certainly could not have been there. After this, the lady put her hand on the stone, realizing also how cold it was. Karen Hare began to wonder if there was another room in the Evans mansion's basement that she didn't know about. Immediately, Karen realized that this place was clearly not the Evans family basement, because everything was completely different for them. At that very second, the door began to open, which surprised the lady a little, but she began to squint at the bright light. Suddenly, the crown prince appeared in front of the girl, who was surprised that this girl woke up so quickly. The lady began to realize that most likely she would end this life as the crown prince's toy. She began to think that as soon as this opportunity presented itself, she would definitely hang herself. When the girl sat down on the chair, she began to ask Jais if Mr. Verdict had sent her here. As soon as she found out that this was true, she began to think it would be better to simply kill her. And what the man received in return had no importance for the girl, because now nothing connected her to him. After which Crane began to feel that the crown prince was gradually starting to lose patience. When the crown prince began to congratulate the girl, she started thinking about what this person wanted to do. Suddenly, the lady discovered that Verdict Evans himself had a single wish that he fulfilled. The man wanted Karen's destruction because she was one of his daughter's main enemies. After this, the crown prince asked the girl if she had killed her own father, or at least if she had prompted him to act. At that moment, Karen realized that the priest had betrayed her and told him everything she knew. Giza did not want to break the girl at all because he had obtained her with great difficulty. He also couldn't hate a person for wanting something that gave him pleasure. According to the crown prince, everything should be in order now because he was ready to protect the girl. The man also hoped that Karen would like this room because now she would not leave here. Giza was sure that the two of them would have a lot of fun and spend good times, something Lady Hare was not sure about. However, at that moment, Karen looked up and was horrified by the many girls hanging from the ceiling. After this, the man began to talk about wanting to hear Karen's assessment of what she had just noticed. Suddenly, Donna began to sneak out of the corner, trying with all her might to call her lover. Karen began to realize that the crown prince, who killed so many women, was to blame for everything. All those incidents with the disappearance of girls and their murders were related to him. Now the girl understood why no one started investigating, and the newspapers practically wrote nothing about it. However, she couldn't understand why the male Ein was suspected of all this previously. She got the idea that the crown prince had simply given money to the male for him to take it all personally. The man was caught right after going bankrupt due to betting with Lady Hare. However, his trial lasted a long time, and in the end, Ein was declared innocent. Since there was no evidence, Karen started to think that she should have taken Donna's hand with her, as it could have rejoined it. At that moment, the girl began to think that she urgently needed to sort out her thoughts and start thinking what to do. However, the girl simply asked Giza if she could scream at that moment. She could not control her own emotions at that moment and was overcome by a strong need to scream. After receiving permission, tears began to stream from her eyes and screams were heard throughout the room. Due to all this, the crown prince began to burst into violent laughter, which surprised the lady a little, and Karen wondered if this was the whole price she had to pay for giving up a happy ending. 18 years ago, Jies thought he truly loved Karen's mother, which is why he was willing to marry her. But he couldn't. The girl, in turn, couldn't understand why he couldn't do this if he was ready anyway. He always hoped that Catherine would love him as much as he loved her, but they were hindered by the fact that she was only the daughter of a count, even if we take into account the fact that she was also the granddaughter of the Grand Duchess. Catherine was still no match for the Crown Prince. After this, the boy explained to his beloved why he still couldn't do all this. His father had already chosen a more profitable path for him, and for the entire state from which he would live in abundance. And if Giza had gone against the marriage contract they had given him, the ministers would have protested vigorously. There were also rumors about Ohm that he simply neglected his own studies, instead becoming passionate about women. The father began to scold his son for behaving this way, because that is why no one would believe or support him. The boy had to understand that he would have to hide his own nature in front of his own father. After Karen heard the whole story, she simply wished the boy good luck and prepared to leave. Although the prince began to say that he could not live without this girl, she perfectly understood that she had no place in his family. However, according to Giza, marriage was simply a formality, because even if a person loved someone, it was not necessary to get married. He asked Catherine not to even think about leaving him, because she was the only one he loved. However, the girl couldn't understand how he could be close after he married someone else. Giza, in Catherine's presence, could restrain his own cruelty, which he usually showed towards all women. But Catherine understood that the problem was completely different, and it was the only thing that stopped her. However, Giza was sure that if she had one sin, he had one too, which is why they would go to hell together. Since he managed to convince this girl with his own words, she still agreed with him. After all this, the girl was willing to accept most of the conditions dictated to her by the Crown Prince. It was unacceptable for a child to be born out of wedlock, for whom she had to marry at least someone. Catherine was ready to marry whomever the Crown Prince chose, which was exactly what he expected. Catherine was also the only woman who could truly understand the darkness of the man. However, after a while, as soon as their formal marriage concluded, Giza could not find his fiancée in place. Instead, he found a kind of note written by Catherine, which surprised him quite a bit. After a while, the man went to the place where his fiancée now lived, after which he asked to call her. Since Catherine's current lover was against it, the Crown Prince pointed a gun at him. As he shot directly into Mr. Hare's knee, he immediately fell to the ground due to the sharp pain, and the man started threatening and saying that the next shot would be in the head, after which he would take Catherine away. When the girl came out, she immediately worried about what had become of her husband, at which point Giza began to shout at the girl. He once again started telling her that this person was not her real husband. As soon as he noticed Catherine's pregnant belly, the lady said it was natural to get pregnant after the wedding. She also said that the Crown Prince should return to his place, as the priests would arrive here soon. But as soon as she started talking about the pregnancy, Giza grabbed the girl by the neck, which surprised her greatly. At that moment the priests appeared, shouting at him to immediately release Catherine. Because of this, the man could not put an end to all this, because it got too crowded. After which everyone immediately noticed the pregnant girl, trying to help her as best they could. When she was about to enter her house, she told the Crown Prince to get out of here and never return. Catherine finally died, and the man's desire to collect grew stronger and stronger. Little by little, the king's view of his own son began to grow colder and severe, and the king's grandson, who would take the throne from him, was born at the moment the prince reached maturity. However, the man was completely calm, because he knew very well that a younger Catherine had appeared in his life. He hated Raymond because he dared to disobey orders and act like a saint afterwards. And Prince Louis looked more like Raymond than his own father, which caused even more anger. This time, he was ready to catch them both and also take everything into his own hands. He suddenly asked Karen if she liked the gift they had given her. The girl, in tears, began to say that her hobby was simply disgusting. She perfectly understood that most likely he wanted to achieve the desired effect through contrast. After hearing what he heard, he realized that he had chosen the wrong gift, which bothered him a little. He suddenly told Karen that he hated all women who pretended to be strong. It was amusing to him to watch how the girl tried to look calm, although she was shaking all over. Everyone around him tried to do the same, or rather tried to pretend to be a completely different person. Even Donna tried to pretend to be a strong girl at first, but it didn't last long. After her arm was cut off, she began to behave less harshly, and after her leg was cut off, she became completely calm. However, at that moment, Karen said that she was an ordinary maid, who was not a tough person. Although Donna made many mistakes, she was quite normal, as she was originally just the banner. Suddenly, the crown prince began to tell Donna that her lover had no interest in her, which should have bothered her. Karen understood that she was very disgusted to see how they mocked the body of such a young girl. The girl began to think if all this showed the difference between a man and a woman. After this, the crown prince informed the maid that her lover was actually the murderer. He also asked Donna how she felt after discovering many dirty things about her lover. Suddenly, the man told Karen that this girl had bitten her tongue, and that was why she couldn't speak. But in any case, he was interested in what this girl thought now about who had been by her side for so long. Moreover, this child could sell all the information about the girl she knew. But Karen perfectly understood that the maid simply couldn't help but love her lover, because it was impossible. Moreover, considering the fact that this girl was the daughter of the man who previously saved Donna's entire family. Now this girl was his lover, who needed to be protected with his own strength. Karen was a person who lost her father and was also abused by her enemies. But she got a knight. This boy, who fell in love with a lady, defeated all her enemies, after which they could live happily ever after. After all this, the maid also began to receive a salary, which was much higher than before. But she also understood that nothing could be changed, that she would always remain just an ordinary maid. And ordinary. Donna perfectly understood that the only lies were the words that all girls were princesses of this world. But even with all the information the maid had learned, she could not hate her own mistress. However, all feelings didn't matter when the maid did everything possible to earn money to make a living. Even if all this money was given by some incomprehensible and overly vile man, who is the crown prince, he suddenly began to say that he perfectly knew all the most important things about Lady Hare. For example, when she went to bed and when she woke up. In the end, it turned out that all this information was previously sold to him by Donna, who was now deprived of 2 limbs. Perhaps she thought that there was nothing special or important in this information, since it only described everyday life. However, Lady Hare did not feel at all that someone had betrayed her, so she simply listened to Giza's words. After which, the lady began to say that most likely the maid reported all this information because she wanted to survive. At this point, Crane reported that he did not feel any hatred towards his maid at all. It turned out that the lady only wanted the crown prince to quickly let both girls go with him. He suddenly started approaching the lady again, telling her that she was now exactly like her own mother. After which, he began to assert that mother and daughter clearly belonged to the same species, since the opinion was the same. Catherine did the same and also had a friend who served her and was her maid. This person was Madame Dear, who dared to insult Karen behind her back, for which she received her due. Moreover, such a person could definitely not be called a friend, because such a thing from a friend would be too vile. Karen remembered that Madame Dear also disliked her father, which alarmed the girl. But it was this woman who opposed the steps taken towards Karen. Madame Dear was the one who never said a bad word to the girl, even though she didn't even remember who she was. The crown prince continued to say that Catherine, despite everything, kept defending the woman, after which he asked Karen how she thought her own mother might react to such a thing. However, the girl only thought about being released as soon as possible or not delaying the murder. At that moment, the man grabbed Crane and told him to focus on his words. Lady Hare said she didn't consider this question particularly important and preferred not to answer. Moreover, she perfectly understood that all this pain should end soon. Suddenly, the crown prince said that there were still many differences between mother and daughter, but for him, this had no importance, because there were many more similarities between the girls. He considered the young one a legacy left by her mother, even if she hadn't wished for it. However, the man believed that from now on he and the girl would be together forever until death. Lady Hare decided to ask if she had the right to renounce all this and simply return to herself. The crown prince began to say that he had a matter in which Karen herself needed help, after which he began to talk about how the maid made things worse by biting her tongue, despite the fact that he did not allow her to do so, given that the girl violated the king's order. She should have been severely punished so that she would understand her mistake. When the man handed the dagger to Karen, he talked about it, that Catherine simply left without even trying to understand it. And if Karen now did the same as he did before, then maybe she would understand him. Suddenly, the lady noticed that the dagger she received was not sharp, which would make it harder to kill someone. The man began to say that if the dagger was sharp, it would be a help to the sufferer, and not a punishment. Karen began to think if she was still achieving her goal of becoming a killer. Or not. She also wondered if it would be an advantage for her to stab her own maid again. The crown prince began to lead the girl, and the lady was thinking whether to do this or not, which only scared Donna more. But at that moment, Lady Hare threw the dagger aside and said that she absolutely did not want to kill Donna. Karen understood that the only person who could command her was the priest, since only he had the tedious information, and all the crown prince could give Lady Hare was a fake death that would return everything to her. Moreover, Karen absolutely did not want to do what the man ordered her to do, because in this case she might follow his habits. If a girl has to kill someone, she will do it only for herself and not for the sake of some boy. After which she announced that she would not do anything the crown prince ordered her to do, no matter how much he asked her. At that moment, Giza was very surprised, as it seemed to him that only a lady could truly understand him. However, at that moment, the lady asked him how he could understand it, if they had completely different lives. She also asked Giza to provide evidence that it was indeed she who killed her father. But the crown prince said that if the culprit asked for proof, then he knew very well that there was none, also confirming that it was indeed his doing. When a person gets used to killing, he begins to hide all his atrocities more naturally. He also began to talk about how recently he had found a gift for Karen that she would soon receive. Since he had never seen the expression on the girl's face before, he began to want to give her something like this. The crown prince gave the key to the lady and told her to use it to open the lock of the beautiful coffin. As soon as the girl did this, she saw Prince Louis inside, who was lying and sleeping peacefully. At that moment, Raymond thought that he had left too abruptly and hastily, without even saying goodbye to Karen. He understood that he had prepared as best he could, but his wife's enemies were extremely unusual people. Suddenly, they told the boy that this matter could only be resolved this way, and not another way. The sniper also understood that thanks to this method it was possible to gain the consent of parliamentarians and nobles, after which Giza's crown prince will necessarily be overthrown from his throne. Raymond reported that he was very grateful to have such a good mentor who helped him in many ways, but he perfectly understood that even though there was no threat to him now, his soul was very restless. After which, the Marquis asked Raymond if he was worried about his upcoming wedding, to which he received an affirmative answer. The man also said that most likely he would not attend the ceremony, but that he would send a gift. He suddenly started saying that Karen was the spitting image of his own mother, with which Raymond himself agreed. The Marquis asked if the sniper's wife was as obsessed with the idea of true love as her mother was, after which he asked the boy not to keep his wife between four walls, as was the case with Lady Catherine. The fact is that, if the wife led a lonely lifestyle, in the future this would bring problems with children. The Marquis did not expect that Catherine had previously chosen some non-rich man instead of the prince who courted her. Suddenly, Raymond asked the man if the crown prince had proposed marriage to the girl. The sniper also thought that the woman had not strayed far from her own grandmother, who was the Grand Duchess. The Marquis reported that the girl was indeed the Countess's only granddaughter, but she was the daughter of the Duchess. She was also too obsessed with love, which is why she got married, and by her own choice reduced her daughter's title. Suddenly, the boy's carriage was stopped by some attendants who were going to report to the Marquis about a problem that had arisen. They reported that Prince Louis, Lady Hare, and several others had disappeared from the mansion that night. Karen, at that moment, was surprised by what the crown prince was willing to do with his crazy ideas. The girl perfectly understood that no matter how long the current king endured, the chances of Louis ascending the throne were quite small. Moreover, members of the royal family, of the same age as the crown prince, did not have children at this time. Suddenly, the lady announced that what the crown prince was doing at that moment would bring him no benefit, but he was sure that there were several reasons forcing people to act normally. And when a person is the one who will soon ascend the throne, then he becomes much more. At that moment, Karen began to realize that the crown prince had his own plans to ascend the throne. The man, despite all the advantages of having a son, was simply going to kill his own son. As soon as the prince woke up, Karen immediately ran to him and told him to sort out his thoughts. When the boy looked around and saw all the horror, he immediately fell to his knees. Whereupon guys began to say that the guy was a weakling. According to the man, his expectations were confirmed because his own son was completely different from his father. Louis began to ask what kind of place this was and what all the words he was saying meant. The father began to say that his son should know what kind of room this was. However, the boy began to say that he was not the only one who knew for sure about his existence. After these words, the crown prince asked Louis if he had told the others about this place. He suddenly said that even the king knew about everything, although he left his son alone with everything. The man also said that after becoming king, in any case, he would have to turn a blind eye to something. Suddenly, he asked Louis if the king had promised him that he, and not his father, would be the next king, after which he raised his son, making him scream that these actions would bring no benefit. The crown prince began to ask the boy why he started getting close to Raymond himself. When he answered unsatisfactorily for guys, he immediately threw Louis away from him, making him fly almost over his back. As soon as he landed, Louis began to scream that it was not too late for his father to confess and discuss everything. Suddenly, the crown prince asked Karen if she had any hope for her son. However, the girl did not understand the question at first, but she did not show it, after which she didn't even start thinking. She perfectly understood that now it would be much harder for Prince Louis to even protect himself. The crown prince decided to ask the lady if she could ever love him if she stayed here. After a while, the man took the sword from the wall and spoke about how much he hated his father, who still ruled. When the lady heard footsteps approaching down the hallway, she began to think that perhaps Raymond had already come for her. He could simply return here to save the lady and also stop the crown prince from his evil deeds. Since the man did not believe the lady that she heard footsteps, the girl again began to shout that she actually heard footsteps. But an uncertain thought was revolving in my head about whether it was Raymond and if he was going to save someone. Karen was not going to despair over anything. She believed that not everything was lost, so she started to stand firm. After a couple of minutes, the crown prince finally agreed to see who came to this place in the first place. But at that moment, the king's aide appeared at the door and came to report that he had fulfilled the order he had received. Lady Hare began to understand that it wasn't Raymond this time, after which she realized that the boy was already late. However, at that moment, Prince Louis began to reprimand the man, who was displeased for not having told anyone about this place. But the man began to say that a person like him could not say anything at all, since he had too low a rank. At that moment, the crown prince told the lady that it wouldn't hurt her to take a bath, because he had big plans. But before that, he was going to take care of some problems that had arisen. When the man pointed his sword at his son, he immediately became cautious and began to move away, telling his father not to do that. He suddenly told the aide not to open the door to anyone until morning came, after which the father returned to his son again, telling him he was burning with impatience to carry out his idea. But he also said he wanted to go to the bathroom with Lady Hare. His wish was not at all to bathe with her, but other things he also desired. The crown prince again asked his son if his grandfather had told him that he would name him the next king. As soon as the boy gave an affirmative answer to this, the father stabbed his sword into his leg, saying that if he disappeared, nothing would come of it. The crown prince asked his son not to hold a grudge against him, as only His Majesty the King was to blame for all this. At that moment, the father admitted that not once in his son's entire life had he thought of him as his own son. The boy should not have been born alive and healthy in the first place. Moreover, the crown prince above all enjoyed piercing someone's thighs, since this had its disadvantages for a person. After all, this place was the best spot to cause profuse bleeding, which would cause a person to lose consciousness. The neck and wrist were also fine, but only when the goal was to inflict a cut. The crown prince stepped on his son's wounded leg and asked if it looked intact. However, even if this were true, Prince Louis would never be able to walk normally again, which would noticeably worsen his life. He also began to ask his son how he felt, wanting to know the child's new sensations as well. As soon as the boy fainted, Guy said that he didn't even allow him to do this, but that it would remain this way now. He suddenly asked rhetorically what the faces of the child's parents would look like when they received his head. However, he was only curious to see the expression on the face of his father, who wanted to choose Louis for the throne. The crown prince understood that now he would definitely receive the crown, but unfortunately, he was already quite old. Just as he was about to plunge his own sword into the child, Shisa was attacked by Donna, who began to bite his leg. Due to the pain he received, the crown prince began to hiss about the maid being just a despicable brat who needed to be punished. He was willing to destroy the girl first, as she had once again thwarted his plans. Karen, at that moment, began to think about what to expect now because she could simply act. Moreover, the girl perfectly understood that her husband would definitely be late this time, from which no one would save her, since the boy was always late at the most important moment or failed completely. The lady no longer wanted to depend on him. It was because Raymond did not appear at the right time that Karen was constantly dying and being reborn. Suddenly, the man began to shout at the lady to finish off her former maid as soon as possible. He also began to rejoice that the lady would finally help him in some way and do what he asked. However, as soon as Karen approached, she pushed the crown prince, causing him to begin to fall. The moment he was on the ground, the lady said it would be fine when she stepped on him. Lady Hare also began to calm the crown prince, telling him that everything would be fine, and asked him not to move. After that, Karen began to tighten the collar's string more so that the crown prince could not breathe normally. But at that moment, the man began to hear a voice that for him was like something sweet and dear. He missed her terribly before, but now he began to hear the voice of his beloved Lady Catherine. This voice clearly shouldn't have reached his ears, as the woman had been dead for a long time. But his daughter's voice was very similar to his. The crown prince was also a rapist and a serial killer whom no one could punish. However, this man died at the hands of a rather fragile lady who managed to deal with him with just a collar. Karen noticed that the crown prince lasted much longer than his father, who also died from lack of air. The lady began to perfectly understand that it was not in vain that she replaced the string of the donated collar with fishing line. Originally, she did this because she simply enjoyed strangling someone by putting a rope around their neck. Karen perfectly understood that if she had the handkerchief in her hands, things would have been much easier. But the collar was easier to smuggle in. Poison was also a pretty good thing, but it ran out quite quickly, and besides. Moreover, the crown prince did not want to drink from the cup Karen offered him. After a while, the lady noticed that all her hands were bloody, and also quite sore. When she realized that they had quite severe cuts, Karen began to understand that most likely there would be scars in those places. But after that, she simply told the already dead crown prince that, since he had grown old, he had to keep his own greed under control. After a couple of minutes, Karen began trying to call Prince Louis, but nothing worked. The girl leaned against the boy's chest, trying to feel his heartbeat, as well as his breath. However, she could feel neither one nor the other, which made her heart feel a little heavier than usual. After that, the girl got up from the prince's body and was a little surprised by what had just happened. Lady Hare began to understand that not only Raymond was late for this life, but she was too, since she didn't have time to save the boy. Since all possible kings were dead, finding a happy ending would be almost impossible. Now the lady began to think why she had been confused for so long, and did nothing. After all, in this life she chose the path of the killer, who greatly enjoyed the whole process. After that, Karen decided to take the sword and do what she should have done at the beginning of her life. When the lady remembered Dulan's words, she assumed that she might find all the information in her next life. After a couple of minutes, she turned to her maid, which scared her quite a bit. Lady Hare began to approach her, before asking Nye how much pain she felt at that moment. But then, the thought arose in my head that it would most likely be much better to wait for Raymond, or she couldn't leave the room at all, but simply sit and think about what might happen next. Now Karen did not understand at all what could have been better, but she did neither one nor the other. The girl told herself that she would take the path of a killer, but she only fell under the influence of the crown prince and of the priest. But in any case, the lady understood that Raymond turned out to be exactly the same this time as before. Suddenly, the girl told her maid not to cry, because her suffering was about to end. After Karen helped her maid get rid of her suffering, she immediately began to talk about how geese could still be useful in some way. After all, at this moment, she managed quite well with the role, whose task was simply to be a doormat. Now, the girl perfectly understood that most likely she would only face the death penalty as soon as everyone found out what happened. But for her now, it didn't matter much, since she could simply return again to the beginning of her path. For Raymond, things were different. Now he knew that most likely the male Ain had made a big deal with guys. After long negotiations, the man and the Marquis finally managed to learn all the terrible deeds of the prince. If the whole truth were revealed, most likely not even the crown prince himself could escape the answer. Given that high-ranking nobles and members of parliament decided to overthrow the crown prince silently, no one from society would have found out. Now Raymond only needed one thing, or rather, Lady Hare and Prince Louis alive. Who would become the next king? If you put a boy and a girl next to each other, as on a chessboard, then the crown prince would not do anything against this force. After a while, Raymond and his aides began to search the mansion, checking every room. When the boys found a secret passage in one of the rooms, Raymond was simply going to break down the lock to enter. He then decided to fire his gun to break the lock with a bullet. When he succeeded, he began to lift the lid of the corridor, which immediately earned us many compliments. As the boys went down the stairs, Raymond began to think more and more that Karen was alive and unharmed at that moment. He also remembered Louis's words when he spoke about how often he heard cries from the rooms. Although he didn't see anyone there, Raymond thought that he should have gotten rid of this crown prince earlier for his own safety. Since the war itself, the guy began to suspect something of the man because he took prisoners to his chambers, after which no one saw them. When he asked where all these people were, they constantly replied that they were simply transported to another point. Raymond perfectly understood that all responsibility for the deaths rested solely on the commander, and on no one else. And the man who used the prisoner as his own toy did not stop playing even after returning home. As soon as Raymond entered the room where Karen probably was, he immediately saw that she was already waiting for him. When everyone saw what happened in this place, people immediately went into shock and horror without believing what was happening. However, the lady, in complete calmness, recounted that she simply killed everyone who threatened her. They passed. Raymond, without thinking for a long time, approached the lying crown prince and checked his breathing and pulse. After realizing that the man was dead, the man began to write down the facts he saw in his notebook. A couple of minutes later, Raymond approached his wife and asked if she had been injured. Suddenly, Raymond focused his attention on the dead Prince Louis, who had lost a lot of blood from a stab wound to the thigh. He perfectly understood that this was the best method to kill a person without much effort. At that moment, Lady Hare was holding a sword in her hands that probably pierced the boy's thigh. The guy didn't want to admit what happened, but at that moment, he would have to guess anyway. Suddenly, Raymond, with a serious face, reported to everyone that Karen Hare was the main suspect in everything that happened. When they handcuffed the girl, she said that it was already too late and that all the work was already done. At night, Raymond and the Marquis talked about how lucky the boy was not to have married this lady yet. The man told the boy that he would tell him everything he could after the situation was resolved. Suddenly, Raymond began to say that he was sure that Karen did not kill any of them on purpose. He also started saying that Karen couldn't have killed all these people, since she was even in a place unknown to her. Immediately, the Marquis began to say that most likely it was really Giza's hands, because not everything was right with his head. Since nothing could stop the crown prince, who is a serial killer, the family simply decided to place Prince Louis on the throne. The boy was simply an ideal candidate for the role of a new king, as he was impeccable in everything. However, Raymond's fiancée destroyed everything in an instant, depriving the land of its true and wonderful owner. Since the guy began to deny that it was really Kren who killed everyone, the Marquis began to provide theoretical evidence. But at that moment, Raymond began to more strongly defend his love, citing facts that refuted the man's theory, so that it would be more correct to believe that the kidnapped people and the crown prince got into a confrontation that resulted in death. No matter how hard Raymond tried to convince his mentor that Karen was not guilty, the man continued to stand firm. When asked why the girl needed to lie, Raymond recalled her words that the girl simply wanted to die. When the guy reported that the lady suffered from a mental illness, the Marquis wouldn't even believe it. After Raymond began to talk about this, the man said that he still did not know life. He suddenly said that the royal family would remain silent about what happened anyway, since there was now a more serious problem. The man also asked Raymond not to dishonor the dead and not to torment the barely living king. But the boy perfectly understood why the Marquis behaved this way, because at that moment, he was one of those who could become the new king. However, as soon as he presented his version, he received a blank look, because for the Marquis this meant nothing. When the man knelt down and said that he would live for the sake of a man, He replied that it was he who gave him the opportunity to have a normal life. It turned out that Raymond had previously tried to live an exemplary life, but now he realized that he didn't need it. The boy also knew most of his mentor's weaknesses very well, and he knew them too. However, the sniper continued to say that he wanted to serve the new king for the rest of his life. He was willing to waste all his honor and pride, which allowed him to use him as he wished. But in return, he only wanted one thing. He wanted his fiancée Karen to remain alive, and that the charges be dropped. However, the Marquis still could not understand why Raymond insisted so much that the lady was innocent. When the man asked her why she herself kept claiming that she had killed all the people, but the sniper perfectly understood that the girl wanted to carry as many sins as possible to achieve the death penalty. After which, the Marquis told Raymond that his defense was simply circumstantial evidence that was almost irrelevant. The king now desired the criminal, as he was very angry about the loss of his beloved sons. However, the Marquis was willing to do everything possible, but then Raymond would only be asked not to allow the lady to say nonsense. When the boy began to stand up, he thought that he had to convince Karen not to give up until the end. He was willing to do this, even if he had to throw all his honor and pride into the moat. Suddenly, the sniper asked the mentor why the crown prince hated his son so much. Because he did nothing. It turned out that this was due to the fact that Louis was not considered a pure blood, since he was born from a concubine. The late crown prince previously made a deal with the current king, since his wife never had children. But it was also likely that the whole problem lay with the crown prince Gissa himself, something he did not want to accept. Since this matter was no longer important, Raymond would rather take care of his fiancée than think about such things. When the Marquis left, he said he had to see the king, who henceforth considered Lady Hare his own enemy. After a while, Raymond himself headed towards his fiancée, who greeted him with a smile. When the boy asked the man present to leave, he was refused since the girl seemed dangerous to everyone. As soon as he began to offer a bribe to be alone with the fiancé, the man began to say that he could not accept it. When the lady heard words about money, she asked her husband how he could stoop to such a thing. But after a while, Raymond managed to bribe the guards, after which they left the room, leaving the door open. As soon as the lady was alone with her husband, she asked him if he had come to interrogate her. Raymond was quite surprised that the lady found the whole situation quite amusing. When the girl learned that the Marquis would be the next king, the girl began to think about what his coronation would look like. However, she did not think that she could see it in life, as she expected her imminent death. Then Raymond began to say that if the girl wanted to survive, then she had to stop behaving the way she was behaving. But she remained firm and said that she personally confessed all the sins for which she should be executed. However, the boy with a serious look began to tell the lady that no matter how hard she tried, she would never die. But Karen continued to stand firm while strangling the crown prince with a thread from her necklace. Raymond began to argue that this action could be a defense, since the crown prince was a serial killer. Moreover, the sword used by Karen to kill Donna was originally hanging on the wall, where the lady could not reach. Since Donna was seriously wounded, killing was the best way to avoid having to endure all the pain. After which, Raymond asked his fiancée to tell him everything she could deny what he had said. But as soon as the girl began to talk about her pride, hurt by the crown prince, the boy felt unhappy. It turned out that Lady Hare wanted to be stronger, but because Raymond began to court her, she softened. When Raymond told the girl that a lawyer would arrive tomorrow, Karen said that she would not give up her opinion. She suddenly said that it was possible to start everything from the beginning. At that moment, life could have been different. The girl claimed that after dying in this life, she would live again in the next. As she perfectly understood that most likely her husband would not believe her, she reported that he would not succeed in convincing her. The sniper perfectly understood that if his mind fails to stop the lady, all her indirect statements will collapse before recognition. He immediately told Karen that she was too frivolous with her life, as well as with death. It was also during this time that she asked Raymond to simply love her. The boy began to realize that most likely the lady asked him for this only because she wanted her own death. Tears began to stream from her eyes, but she still asked if the lady was satisfied now. The sniper began to ask the girl to make at least a small effort to save herself. He told the lady to stop desecrating her own life so easily. But then the girl told the boy that she had long understood what Raymond himself did not want, and she could not believe it. In this life, all events were truly chaotic and messy. Just like the sniper's love, Raymond, at that moment, was simply trying with all his might to save his beloved from her imminent death. But it was precisely because of this that Karen also tried hard, just to achieve her wish. From the beginning, the lady did everything possible to maintain a normal relationship with Raymond. The sniper began to understand that his beloved never loved anyone. She only asked one person to love her. Despite all this, the boy thought about it that everything would be fine for them, since there was still a long time left. However, now this time no longer existed, which is why the lady was on the verge of her own death. It turned out that she sent the recordings to several professors for verification, and none of them could confirm the reality of the situation. Raymond said that the priest did this only to save the lady, but everyone knew very well that it was impossible to return to life. Suddenly, Raymond grabbed the lady and told her that her brother had died a few days ago. But nothing had changed. Although it was an accident, the sniper himself couldn't even attend his funeral due to his work. He began to state that the girl couldn't even imagine this, to which she replied that she wasn't even informed about it. According to Raymond, the Crown Prince and Prince Louis were brothers, and Male Ain was not a criminal at all. Why did it happen that the lady's words were refutable, and now her husband was only asking her for the truth she knew? If the lady stopped throwing the rope around her neck at this moment, then this would be the best manifestation of courtesy. After a while, Raymond tried to think everything through as carefully as possible, because it would cost Karen her life. He knew very well that his brother and Prince Louis had suffered untimely deaths. And senseless, the maid's death was something no one would remember, as she was a common maid. And ordinary. He could not understand why it seemed so strong to him that he and the lady had been engaged for a long time, even though it had happened a short time ago. Raymond perfectly understood that now he had to try again to convince the lawyer who would judge Karen. After all, at this moment, it was absolutely impossible to say that she had no chance of achieving it. The next day, the lawyer arrived to the lady, after which he immediately began to ask the girl to tell him everything as it was. Karen, without thinking for long, announced that she had already ordered everyone to repeat the same thing 100 times. However, the girl perfectly understood that, apparently, the lawyer for this case was chosen very carefully. Since the lady had her head in the clouds, the man asked her to return to the conversation because now everything depended on him. But then the lawyer told the girl that the trial was something difficult and tedious, since she had to say the same thing. Karen could also plead innocent if she were, but otherwise, this would be impossible. When the lady was asked if she was guilty, the girl thought about her own desires. And if she could die like that, it would be the best blessing for her. Since the girl desperately desired this, she was willing to say everything the lawyer wanted to know from her. However, Raymond remained firm in his words towards the lady herself. After a deliberate decision, the lady informed the man that she was not to blame for what happened. When the meeting ended, the lawyer told the girl that he could soon get her sentence commuted. He asked Karen to tell everything in tomorrow's court, the same way she told it today, so that everything would go well. The lady, looking at her cup, thought that in any case, whether it was the death penalty or prison, she would die anyway. She also perfectly understood that Raymond knew nothing about her and continued in the dark. But she herself knew nothing about the people surrounding her. There was a huge wall between the girl and them. Everything was exactly the same, as if the ink written on the paper could never cross its boundaries. At that moment, the lady asked the lawyer to allow her to go to the temple to confess. But the man told the lady that now it was much more important for her to be honest with him, and not with the priest. The girl said she was afraid she might still face the death penalty, and that her confession had nothing to do with the case. After a while, Dulan was brought to the lady, after which they were told that they would leave the room until they finished. And at that moment, the girl admired the power of the priest's influence, because for her it was ideal. As soon as the men left, Karen immediately asked her ex if he wanted to tell her anything, after which Raymond declared that he couldn't even imagine that the crown prince could be that person. At that moment, the girl told Dulan that she had never been as unpleasant as this time. When he decided to apologize to Lei, Karen said she had no intention of accepting all his apologies. She began to talk about what the lawyer and Raymond continued to say that, although they didn't know it yet, they were sure that the lady would survive. However, the lady had already had the opportunity to appear in court. Although at that time, it wasn't even about the death penalty. It turned out that this happened because some time earlier, she had slept with a man whose wife later committed suicide. As a result, the girl was sent to prison, and the jailer turned out to be the brother of the deceased girl, who eventually poisoned Karen. Even at that moment, Raymond had no intention of giving up on her, which was quite amusing at the time. After similar stories happened many times, the girl simply stopped believing in love. She also planned to test her theory after a while, instead of listening to the priest's ramblings. Due to the sincerity that Dulan showed for some time, the girl decided to stop running away from everything. She also perfectly understood that the words that this whole world was a book were nothing more than mere consolation. The girl needed that comfort because this place was not her home to which she could return. While studying the family records, Karen began to realize that she originally had a completely different name. However, when asked, the girl calmly replied that she did not understand because it was over 100 years ago. But even now, she could not remember her real name. That's why Karen Hare was there from the beginning. The girl began to guess everything from the moment she visited Madame Dear's house. Who told her something? In the end, it turned out that all this was just the hope Karen gave to Nancy from a very early age. Now the girl was a 117-year-old lady who was still living her life. From the beginning of her life, she was born into this book, from which she could never leave. And when she heard her father's words, that her mother was exactly the same as her, everything immediately became clear to the girl. But nevertheless, she was not going to tell anyone, just like the priest, who gave no clear answers. Everyone kept moving forward, using vague words like love and everything else. Karen kept telling herself that she should focus only on reality, but she couldn't help it because of fear. Since her end was approaching soon, she simply couldn't help but talk about all this with someone. After all, everything started over and over again from the beginning, with a cold yard, a coin and a rope. If Karen doesn't kill people again, then Dula cannot say anything in any case. Karen also perfectly understood that everything would have been much better if her mother had stopped doing anything as soon as she gave her life. It turned out that she simply needed to pass her curse on to the child, which is why she decided to give birth. After all, there was a real meaning in all this, since the child was the result of this very love. Everything was supposed to end when one person found someone who truly loved someone and started a family with him. Now Karen perfectly understood that at that moment, all the words she was thinking about love were pure nonsense. The curse of time repetition was passed down from mother to mother, as everything flowed solely through blood. Now the girl suffered for all this only because she could not pass it on to her son because he was infertile. The girl's menstruation was extremely irregular, which at first could be due to her body being under severe stress. However, after a while, the girl realized that this was not the case, because after countless nights with boys, she never conceived. Lady Hare could not give a child to anyone, which would leave her with this curse forever.